Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do you have audio on stream? Okay.
Can you hear me now? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Am I good? Yes, mic test. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. You got me? Got a good level? All right, do you need me to keep talking and get the white noise out? Test 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. As high as I go.
Uh, in spirit of I think the slogan for this week and the idea of sharing our stories, and that's where advocacy begins. I would like to start off with sharing a poem with y'all. Is that okay? Can we? Okay. I can't really see anyone, so I'm going to pretend y'all said yes. Are we good on sound? We're good? Can y'all hear me? I've always been someone who would constantly check and wonder where my heart's at. But lately, everyone's been calling me this man thing. I look into the mirror, my reflection won't even look back. I'm 27, and I've lusted, loved, and kissed way too many women in my life. Okay, I lied about the kissing part, but I've definitely lusted and loved way too many women. The only thing that's ever been right in my life is Danny. At 16, his mind is as open as the lashes on his body from beat downs my dad would hand down from me to him like an old pair of blue jeans. But despite all the battery and bruises, he still believes Dad's words hold stronger than the whips across our chests and bruises. Bruises have always just been another playground war story for him. He's my backbone. The reason I stand up every morning after those rough edge nights and those fist fights with my father. So when once a week, every week, I find myself wanting to give up, I bite my tongue till it cuts to remind myself that in this world, I bleed for more than myself. He calls me his superhero. So I loosen this kryptonite of insecurity around my neck like the sun pulling itself away from the moon just to rise again and kiss the sea good morning. And no, I've never been much of a Superman, much less Clark Kent. I've always been more like Icarus, flying away from Crete. I touch the sun with my lips and I crash. Going deeper in the earth than the dreams I buried in the wakes of my failures. So now, it doesn't matter how much I smoke, I can't get high enough just to break sea level, but he will never know that. On a 14-hour plane ride, 4 days after my 18th birthday and 30 before I move off to college, he asked me, Quan, can you tell me what it takes to be this man thing? Because when you move off to college, I won't know what I'll have to do to be one. And I've never been a good dancer. So I sure as heck would trip if I try to lie on my feet. So I brushed the question off my shoulder like my mom's advice, hoping it would come again. But Danny, you never asked me again. So now I write this poem to give to you. Like I'm naked and tied to a rock with Apollo whipping diagonals across my chest, telling me to spit the truth, like I've eased the pains of you wanting it. So hear this, Danny. I can't tell you how to be a man, because I don't know how to be one myself. But I'll tell you what they won't. They won't tell you that in order to find yourself, you have to lose yourself first. So don't be afraid to get lost between these words I am writing you. My fingertips are braille. I only know what I feel, so this poem is written in love, Danny. Something you haven't learned yet, so fall in love. Fall in love so hard, you bruise your knees and ego upon landing, so you never forget how it feels to fall in love like that carousel only comes around once. Fall in love so you know those 2 a.m. Viagra commercials are lying to you. Fall in love so you know love has nothing to do with sex. And forget grabbing life by the horns. Hop on that bull and ride it for what it's worth. Hold your heart high amidst the world. The poets in the street are murdering for the rhythms of which you walk, Danny. And know this, don't you ever worry about becoming a man like me. You've always been more one than I could ever hope to become. And I know each and every time you look into that mirror, your reflection will never fail to look back at you. Can we give it up for Brian, y'all? Yeah, give it up for Brian. I'm very excited and blessed to be here. So last summer, I was able to travel to the White House to accept my award as a White House Champions of Change. And specifically, what I got it for was for API, which is Asian American Pacific Islander Art and Storytelling. It was a great week, really great opportunity. I got to meet President Obama. I got to meet Michelle Obama. I got to meet Aziz Ansari, and I throw the Aziz Ansari sort of like recently into the mix because whenever I go to high schools and colleges and I tell that story, people are always like, oh, President Obama, cool, First Lady, cool. What? You met Aziz Ansari? That's so cool. But really, the most powerful thing about the whole week was an opportunity for me to sit down and learn and workshop and discuss with some of the most incredible arts and community organizers all across this country. There's a woman who lives in Duluth, Minnesota, who is creating the first ever, which is crazy because it's 2016, the first ever collection of children's stories aimed specifically at Asian American children. There's a young man in California who is now creating an organization where they read poetry and stories, but in their native tongues to each other. There's a man in Hawaii, a Samoan who is a former college football player who now does sculpting and other types of work. So for a whole week, I was able to sit down with those people and so many more people, and we discussed the 3 words that are in our itinerary that I was asked to sort of talk about. This idea of diversity, equality, equity, access in arts. We all left that week with a feeling of ownership and responsibility, and we all made a commitment. Because oftentimes in spaces like this, when we talk about diversity, when we talk about equity, when we talk about access, there's a big elephant in the room that we never bring up. And the truth is this: diversity is not enough. It cannot be the end goal. Diversity fails if it's not balanced with equity and access, and we have to understand that when we define diversity, equity, and access like they're the same thing, we forget that they're all independent, intermingling, necessary pieces to all of our organizations. There's a great social justice educator named Verna Myers. She works for a lot of Fortune 500 companies on social justice, diversity, and inclusion issues, and she has a beautiful sort of image that I love. She says, diversity is being asked to the party, inclusion and equity is being asked to dance. And I think that's such a great image for us as we go through the next 2 days. Because when we talk about what is art, it's the idea of inclusion, of activism, of advocacy. Since I found spoken word in high school, I've always been in a space where I found it fun and challenging. It came natural to me. I'm this loud, really quirky, weird Asian kid, and now people were like forced to listen to me, so I loved it. However, in school, there were always 2 spectrums that I lived in. One was being the Asian kid that wasn't good at math, but for some reason was really good at English. And the second, always being the only student boy in the class. As I got older and read more and saw more, I realized that I wasn't seeing my reflection in the educators that I was seeing, in the stories that I was reading. Even when I got into higher levels of writing courses in education in college, I still couldn't find people who looked like me. And I started asking myself certain questions. Why wasn't I being explicitly taught about African American, Mexican American, and Asian American art heritage and how it's influenced general American art? Why could my teachers not tell me the names of Asian American or immigrant poets? Who decided which stories were worth telling and which ones needed to be omitted? Where was my reflection, and why was it so small compared to European artist contributions? Who had the lessons and books on global artists and movements that essentially birthed this thing we called art? And why do we only talk about diversity during Black History Month and Women's Heritage Month and AAPI Month? I have 2 jobs. So my daytime job, I serve as a student affairs professional at UAB. And obviously my second job, my nighttime job, is being able to do spoken word and poetry. When I started working at UAB, I made a conscious decision in my mind, and I said, I loved traveling and speaking to young people with different faces, colors, beliefs, and ethnicities, but I wanted to have a long-term lasting impact. I knew how powerful it was for me as a 17-year-old man to meet an Asian poet named Bo Sia. And how without Bo, I probably wouldn't be a poet. So I put myself in a space where I said, if I'm going to be an artist and if I'm going to be an educator, I need to do this the real way. We've done some pretty awesome things at UAB. We've been able to institute what we call the Poetic Justice Poetry Slam. So that's an annual poetry slam that we've had for 4 years now. And over the past 4 years, we've had students of all races, ethnicities, genders, orientations, religions come and share their stories in the same place at the same time. We've engaged art with the identity development. We've engaged diversity and understanding that art is diversity, right? When we stand up here, right, when I tell y'all about Danny, there's something about my community, my history, my heritage that I'm also telling you. We've started a program where we call it the Women's Selfie Project. So we realized that young people, I include myself in that, we really like taking pictures of ourselves. And so we said, how can we make sure that we use this new form of art that people are using and showing off? So we started the Women's Selfie Project. And so what we do is we ask women from across our campus to submit not only a selfie of themselves, but a story about their experience in high school. And the things in high school and college and the things that have come up have blown our minds, from equal access to STEM support for women, to equal access in higher education, to the sexual assault issues that we have. We were able to take a bus of students to Selma, but before we did that, we asked all of our students the night before to join us. We bought a bunch of poster boards and cardboard, markers and things, and we spent 3 hours learning from each other, making these posters that these students would carry down with them as we went to Selma and marched. And I say that to say that when we talk about diversity, equity, and access, we have to redefine what we define as art and how we reach young people, how we reach the LGBTQ community, blacks, browns, Asians, Latinx community. Through this work, we've been really able to create a culture of appreciation, but also of really important questions, difficult questions, tough questions. And as part of that, I'm going to share one more poem with you all, and I'll share one more poem at the end. So a little bit about myself. So I was born in Saigon, Vietnam, and I moved to Alabama. I moved to California at the age of 4, and I moved to Alabama at 13 years old. And I'm glad that the lights are off, because normally when I'm like, I lived in California and I moved to Alabama when I was 13, there's always someone in the audience like, oh, poor kid. But really, it molded me in a lot of really great, incredible ways. I learned to appreciate community. I learned to not listen to stereotypes, right? Moving to the South, I had a very specific idea about what the South was. But despite the positives, there were some moments that changed me. I remember the first time that I walked into the lunchroom. And I grew up in Southern California in a heavily Hispanic population. So when I walked into the lunchroom, I remember for the first time in my whole entire life as a 13-year-old, seeing a split down the middle between the black kids and the white kids. And having to ask myself, which side do I choose? With poetry, for me, it's not only a way for me to tell my story, but it's also an opportunity for me to share certain stories and important things about the Asian American community that I care about. For those of you who don't know, depression and suicide occurs in the Asian American population 3 times more often than the general population. You are 5 times more likely to be an alcoholic if you were born in Indochina than if you were born in America. So this poem is a poem that helped me deal with that, and I hope by sharing with it, you all can learn more about myself and where I come from. Tonight, this bottle's let me down like God. Faith and whiskey are both blood brothers of the same addiction. I've always been one fond of easy escape routes and well-lit exit signs, but despite knowing that prayers and bottles are both empty containers for truth, I still continuously throw a few of each back every night, just hoping for my own personal Savior to reveal herself to me like words burning in oracle's tongues, prophesizing 1,000 futures better than this. You see, y'all, it's no coincidence there's as many bars and liquor stores as there are churches here. There are places that people easily fall into like rabbit holes. And there's such a thing as a destination we should end up in. I swear road maps will show us how to get lost. And star maps will show us out of Montgomery and in towards LA because the moon gets lonely here. Like some days how we all get lonely here. Waiting for our angels and bar stools and church pews. Like we're sitting in airport terminals with our carry-on baggage in one hand and our broken dreams in the other, sweating for our flights to get us out of our skin and lift us into the sky because the stars have lit this one way once, have left like an ex-lover and nothing's landed since. I'd like to believe that my guardian angel is stuck on some building's ledge like second thoughts before suicide. Or maybe she's just so tear-drunk from smog, she confuses sunsets for atom bombs blowing off on the other side of the world. Or maybe she's stuck in traffic somewhere on 65 North, moving slower than Greece, sweating knives for a clean way out. What she doesn't know is, around here, there is no such thing as a clean way out. There are only children's bedtime stories passed around as hope to keep things from being swallowed alive by monsters hiding in dark closets and under dark beds. And disappointment's got a sharp freaking taste. And I've never been one good at swallowing swords, so I'll chase them, my God, with strong booze. I'll shake the hands of Jesus and Jack Daniels, and any demon willing to point me in the right direction is a good sparring partner. Because y'all, on most nights, the soul is a dead language. Something that is buried deep inside me. I can always find it, but can never seem to figure it out. But tonight, y'all, I'm gonna learn to struggle with it. Learn to read fire. Teach myself the names the constellations gave themselves before we ever dared to call them stars. Catch a supernova on my tongue like a snowflake and realize for the very first time, I can do this. I can do this myself without prayers or bottles. So, for those of you who know what a social justice warrior is, that is me. My picture is right up there in the dictionary. And so, I appreciate you all being here this morning and give me a chance to tell my story. But I think it's important for us to say that that's no longer enough. When we talk about equity, when we talk about being more than just inviting someone to the party, but asking them to dance, we have to be honest, we have to be unapologetic and truthful to ourselves. It can't just happen in programming anymore. We have to look at the makeup of the leadership of the organizations that we have, the programs that we do, the staff that we hire, the membership and communities in which we choose to work, where our time and money is invested. And let's be honest, only 4% of classical symphony musicians are African American. Just 5% of professional staff in art museums are people of color, with even fewer among senior management. In film and television, there are nearly 5 men for every woman working as a writer, director, or producer. For us to say that we care about inclusion in the arts, we have to be honest with ourselves. We have to be vulnerable with each other and have difficult conversation. I'm going to be very honest here. I'm very lucky to be able to travel and talk about this a lot. And I hear the phrase, minority children in the inner cities have no access to art. We need to find ways to help people of color access Shakespeare and performance art. But when we discuss art within this context, or theater within this context, let's be honest, we mean our art, our theater. We mean the work that some of us have deemed more respectable and important than the others. And there's one thing, growing up in Birmingham and having lived in Birmingham city limits for the past decade, is that our inner cities have never lacked art. Most of popular culture in America originated with artists of color in inner cities. The issue of arts education, or lack thereof, in public schools over the past 2 or 3 decades hasn't deterred thousands of Black and Latino artists, including musicians, actors, dancers, from coming into the artistic industry. Who here knows Lin-Manuel Miranda? What a great piece of and showing of inclusion and equity. You see, hip-hop and rap revolutionized music. Graffiti became a global school of art. Both hip-hop and graffiti are already studied and taught in universities across this country and across the world, and honestly, the artistic movements are tied to things like minimalism and abstract expressionism. And to be, again, very honest, at the point in time when those things came around, they were viewed in the same way that a lot of art that our young people are appreciating and loving are now. The problem isn't a lack of access to art. The problem is a lack of access to truly inclusive programs, funding, and putting folks who understand or are a part of these communities in these positions of power. It's not just enough to have diverse art programs. If you want young people, LGBTQ, Black, Brown, Asian, women, to be involved in your organizations, you have to invest in these communities with your time, with your service, and with your intentionality. And I think the current state of arts in this country is a microcosm of our country as a whole. Large mainstream arts institutions founded to serve the public good and assigned nonprofit status to do so have come to resemble exclusive country clubs. Meanwhile, outside their walls, there's a dynamic new generation of artists. And the diverse communities where they live and work are being systematically denied access to resources and cultural legitimation. While lack of involvement in art programs is definitely troubling, and I don't deny that, I would offer that a larger problem is that the nonprofit arts programs that we have become commodified. They become singular, transactional, and subject to market forces. From where I stand, the most important issue in diversity, inclusion, and equity is funding. It's the idea that these days, the different value system that art represents no longer seems to be recognized or upheld by society as a whole, or even within the arts field itself. How we are in the 21st century, and it strikes me that the nonprofit arts have become increasingly dehumanized, which is incredibly ironic, since arguably one of the benefits of the arts is that they stimulate the senses, awaken us to beauty, fill us with awe, connect us with each other, and inspire us to be better humans. If we truly deeply want to discuss these issues in the arts, we have to be honest. We're talking about equity. We need to talk about how grantors and individual donors give large-run arts orgs far more funding than they do for the orgs in the inner cities. We're just discussing access. We got to discuss how large, well-funded, large-run theaters are given massive grants to do community outreach programs to potential audiences of color. But when the theaters run by people of color who are already doing that work are struggling to survive, are we doing the right thing? See, that is diversity without equity and access. Funding a wealthy org's diversity initiative instead of funding a smaller Black org that's in the community, that's doing the work for decades. And let's be clear, funding with the world and the climate that we live in does not have to be exclusionary. Where are the grants that fund partnerships or co-productions between these orgs? Or between women-run smaller theaters that attract diverse young audiences and the large theaters that say they want these young, diverse audiences. We're making calls for diversity. that amount to nothing more than asking men to hire more women and people of color while we ignore the fact that theaters, productions, and programs run by women and people of color are literally starving for funding. To truly be a community that values diversity and equity, we have to take concrete steps. We have to be comfortable with our responsibility and realize that we all have a role in this issue. We have to become a true ally, ask questions, mess up, do better, rinse and repeat. We have to serve the communities that make up our society, and we have to be intentional. Instead of focusing on how to make our organizations reflect our community, what if we found ways for our organizations to be more accountable period, to the communities in which we serve? Accountability can take many forms. Form an advisory committee made up of community members for artistic programming, pay the people doing your work, open a dialogue with the public about your goals, ask the community to grade your performance and the work that you're doing. Link cultural equity metrics to staff performance. Make sure your staff looks like the community that they're working in, that they're working for. There are a ton of solutions to make organizations more equitable for people who are excluded from the arts. But the question I always use as a compass when figuring out if my decisions are creating more equity in the world is this: who has the power in this situation? If the answer is not the people I am working for, then I know I'm headed in the wrong direction. Before I go, and I'm way over time, please don't hate me, I apologize, I'm sorry. Before I go, I have one more poem that I would like to share with y'all. And this poem is why I love the ability to do what I do so much. For me, poetry has a lot of value, right? I got into poetry, and I think, like a lot of young men do, to get a girl. And I wrote this poem with the idea that I was going to save this girl with this poem. But as I perform this and live my life, I've come to realize that this poem has ended up saving myself. So my challenge for you all as we leave, or as I leave, is that when we talk about diversity, equity, and access, take ourselves out of the equation. Don't do this work because you want to feel good about yourself. Do this work because the men and women who live in this community need your love. They need to know that you care about them. Ready? So she comes up to me. This lioness stalking its prey, asking me for my name so sexy and convincingly. I swear to God, y'all, if she would have asked for a hand at something, I would have ripped both from their wrists and given them to her. Now, don't get me wrong. I've never been shy around the felines, but this girl gave my heart allergies. Making it skip a couple beats before I could answer her, she was just that beautiful. She was no mere rose in a garden of weeds. This girl was a weed in a rose garden. Because the weed's thorns are too beautiful and dangerous to be called a rose petal. And this girl, y'all, she was beautiful and she was dangerous. Unrolling my tongue from her feet, I tell her, my name is Quan, but you can go ahead and call me your knight in shining armor. Which made her giggle a little. It made me fall in love with that smile. Then 4 hours and 6 minutes later, sitting in her 2007 yellow VW Beetle, listening to her CD of CeeLo Green, I realized, crap, I'm falling in love with this girl. Fast forward 6 months. I drop her off at her house after a night of poetry, and she tells me she loves me the same way she always seems to tell me goodbye, blows me a kiss that hits this Hiroshima of a heart, like an atom bomb. 2 hours later, everyone is asleep, the sun is rising, she's feeling trapped. She runs to the restroom, locks the door, and cuts herself. Using the razor blade to write the words, screw up large across her left forearm, she just wanted to feel something. Like some days how we all want to feel something. Like for our hearts to beat hard and fast enough so we know there is something inside of our chest, and she just wanted to feel alive, and I was blinded by a smile that could have fooled God himself. oblivious to the fact that sometimes a pretty cover doesn't mean the inside pages aren't torn. On our 1-year anniversary, I walk in to see an angel fallen from grace. A devil's tried to cut into her right wrist, I kiss her. Like my lips were the jaws of life, like I could save this beautiful burning train wreck of a woman. But she tells me, every so often, we long to steal to the world of what might have been. But that doesn't soften the ache when we feel when reality sets back in. So don't you judge me for what I do, and don't you tell me I don't love you, because I do. I just can't love myself, and I wrap my arms around her words, hoping my love was enough to seep through her veins and stop the hemorrhaging inside of her heart. And I tell her, the deeper you cut, the deeper I hurt. The deeper you cut, it only gets worse. If you love me like you say, then stop. Because you're killing me too. September 14th, 2008. She's full of contrast, more alive and closer to death than anyone I've ever met. Like she was a walking Johnny Cash song. I said privileged but broken on the inside, as she tells me how the last 6 months of rehab have been going. On continuous nights, the prettiest girls in the room come up to her and tell her how beautiful she is, and y'all, I think it's God reminding her that she is more than the roses. On my last night there, she grabs my hand, looks me in the eye, and says, Quan, thank you for saving my life. And I tell her, no, girl, I told you. I'm your knight in shining armor. Thank y'all so much. Let's give it up for Brian one more time, y'all. Give it up for Brian.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Wright, and I am the chair of the Alabama Alliance for Arts Education, and I would like to welcome you to our third State Arts Advocacy Conference. At this moment, I would like to introduce our beloved mayor, Mayor Strange. He would like to welcome you to our city. So I'll turn it over to him for a few minutes and then come right back.
If I did that, I'd be known as the arts mayor. And I have no art, as Al Head knows. But I have an appreciation for that. And that appreciation led me to come this morning because we originally said we couldn't be here. We're supposed to be in Washington, D.C., lobbying our Congress for more money for arts and all these other things. But you know what's happening up the East Coast, so that left us with the capacity to be here this morning, and I wanted to do that because at the end of the day, you cannot have a great community without great art. It's the degree of difference in any community. There's not a time when we have an economic development opportunity, when we're recruiting jobs to come and we have senior leadership coming into our community, that in some shape, form, or fashion, we do not use the various art venues to help in that recruiting. I will always remember the morning that we had the chairman of Hyundai and all of the senior executives in Montgomery, January of 2002, 3 weeks before the decision was going to be made. And we helicoptered from the site out where it is today to the grounds of Shakespeare and the museum. And we sat down that helicopter hovering over that beautiful pastoral scene at about 8:30 in the morning because the fog was just lifting. And we exited the helicopter and we go into the Shakespeare Theater after having taken a loop around the museum. You're talking about a wow factor. I'm not going to suggest to you that's the reason that we won, but I guarantee you it helped us. explain what Montgomery community was all about. We do that time and time again. The city of Montgomery, the county of Montgomery, we spend millions in our annual budgets to support the arts. Because with a recent economic development impact, as a result of the arts, it's in that $75 to $80 million return just because of employment and ticket sales and things like that that come into our community. And you're here today from hopefully all over the state of Alabama, because if you're just in Montgomery, you're not spending a night in a hotel, and we're not getting the lodging. Anybody who's spending a night in a hotel? Oh, wonderful, thank God. That check, my check that we'll give to Al for all the work that he does, it'll be good. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming to Montgomery, and hopefully you won't be in this room the whole time, and you'll be able to see some of the things that we have going on right now. I grew up in an environment with Red Blunt, one of the great philanthropic individuals, particularly in the art. So I learned from the beginning as a 37-year-old individual with the telephone company, South Central Bell, when Red Blunt and Bucks Wheel and Philip Sellers and all the power structure of Montgomery invited me to be on the initiating board of the Business Committee for the Arts. Not supposed to be in a small city like Montgomery. And we have continued to grow and to prosper for many, many, many years. And that's one of the hallmarks of what we do. And that led us then to have a public art commission that we just started probably 4 years ago. And as you go around Montgomery, you'll see murals on the wall. As a matter of fact, if you step out this hotel and look to your right, you'll see a mural of Nat King Cole. Now, I will tell you that art is in the eye of the beholder. Some people don't like the way Nat King Cole looks on that wall. And it's created a bit of a dust-up, as they say, and it's led us to chat with the artist to see if maybe we could have it less of a caricature and more of a likeness of Nat King Cole. But that's the beauty of art. It's in the eye of the beholder. I will leave here, again, back on my schedule to go to Maxwell Air Force Base, where a sculpture of the Daedalus will be set on its mount by our forces that was sculptured by Farquhar Lang, a Scottish sculptor. It's one of two that we will have put in Montgomery, just right outside that door. You'll see the soldier. That's at Flanders Field, at the battle of, let me get it right, Croix Rouge farmhouse that Rod Frazier wrote about, Send in the Alabams. We've got two more statues that are coming. One of Richard Montgomery, who is the founder. And I've made this announcement a number of times, and Martin Luther King. It's tragic that we don't have either one of those statues in Montgomery. All of this is to say that what you do is important. Because if you're in arts education, if you're an artist, or if you're a supporter of the arts, or if you're just here because you heard there was going to be free coffee, let me thank you for doing that. Because we need together to echo the cry that art matters. It's the degree of difference. It makes us what Quan just talked about when he comes to the South and they find that we wear socks and we have an appreciation for symphony, for Shakespeare. Have an appreciation for the fact that we are multicultural when it comes to the arts. And when we have symphonies and we have chorale and we have 3 ballets in Montgomery, all of that is to say to our citizens and to our visitors, there's something for everyone in Montgomery, Alabama. We thank you for your commitment to come here. We thank you for the work that you do. all across the state, because Alabama and our individual cities will rise because of the cultural and the art activities that we have. So thank you and welcome. And I just hope that as you leave here, you'll take away something. You can't take away everything. You can't remember the poems that you just heard. But take away from here something. Something that you can do when you get back home to make a difference and to make this time that you're spending worthwhile. God bless and thank you so much.
It is such a privilege and an honor to stand before you and say that I have dedicated and devoted my entire professional career to the advocacy of arts education, not only for the betterment of our communities, but for what the arts can do in and for our souls, our families, our education. It is important that you walk away today understanding the importance of comprehensive arts education programs in all of our schools so we can grow our artists and grow our artistic consumers. It is because of the consumers and those that mature into adults that we are able to provide opportunities to bring new business to our communities. That is the challenge I'd like to place before those of you today, regardless where you live, regardless how large or how small your community is. Think and look through the lens of not just what it does for the school, but what it can do for your community. I would like to just let everybody know that this event is hosted by the Alabama Alliance for Arts Education, and I would like to ask that the board members and the staff please stand so you may be recognized. Thank you. I'd like to ask also that council members, the Alabama State Council of the Arts staff, faculty, and staff, and the Alabama Literacy Consortium, and the Alabama State Department of Education representatives, our partners, please stand. The individuals before you are really the first in the forefront army that goes out to set the stage for you to do your work. As you know, the arts do level the playing field because of all the benefits, the inclusion, the access, the equity that they provide, which nurtures the growth of our students growing into artists and consumers. I would like to introduce to you a gentleman who is he leads the way for us here in Alabama. His name is Albert Head. We affectionately call him Al. He has been in the state arts field for over 43 years. And in your program, you will see his bio. I could stand here for 10 minutes and announce the accolades that he has acquired over his professional career. Not only is he a colleague, but I also consider him to be a dear friend, Al Head.
Good morning, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here with you all again and to see a room full of folks that are engaged in the arts in Alabama that we all believe in so much and hold near and dear. I was asked last year to give a little bit of a state of the state regarding the arts, and you'll see on your program I was asked to do that again. Last year I started off with saying that halfway home and a long way to go. Well, I could say that this year again, and that would be accurate. But I really want to take a little different approach from that and tell you from my vantage point that we have a lot to be proud of here in Alabama regarding the arts and arts education. We tend to beat ourselves up a good bit about wanting things. We want more. We would like things to be a little different. We'd like things to be better. And all of that is understandable and a sort of an accurate perspective to have, because we're in a room full of dreamers and people who want to make life better and communities better and schools better. But you know, I'm here to tell you, after quite a number of years of doing this, I've come to realize and I've come to appreciate that there are a lot of great people doing great things in the state of Alabama. There are a lot of great organizations involved in great programs in Alabama. There are a lot of great universities involved in great programming, and there are school systems that are engaged in great programs reaching kids in wonderful new ways. Can we, should we do more? Yes. Is our situation uneven? Model programs, wonderful programs, other areas where there is very little and perhaps nothing. So again, we've got a lot of work in front of us, but you know, from my vantage point, we have a lot more to be proud of and pleased with than to complain about. We certainly don't want to become complacent or satisfied and with the way things are, but we need to continue doing what we have done to get us to this place. And I have followed Todd Strange in programs a number of times, and Todd Strange is an example of enlightened leadership that didn't exist so much 30 or 40 years ago. And Todd Strange is not the only mayor in Alabama that has that perspective and says the kind of things that he just said. As a matter of fact, I'll share with you that on May the 24th is the Arts Awards program that the council sponsors every other year, and Todd Strange will be receiving a Legacy Award for his leadership and his support of the arts in Alabama. And there are other mayors that reflect and exemplify that kind of leadership that we also could and should recognize and provide awards for. Let me give you a little bit of perspective and information as you are here to talk about advocacy, and as you're here to again talk about what we need to be doing. But this current year that we are now in, the State Council on the Arts received a $500,000 increase from the legislature. The total budget of the council is $7.3 million. That includes $769,000 in federal funds from the National Endowment for the Arts. Alabama, where we rank very, very low in a lot of areas, we are 19th per capita in the United States of state funding for the State Arts Agency. looking at our percentage of funding as that relates to total budget expenditures, Alabama is at 0.058 compared to New York, which is by far the largest funded state arts agency. That's 0.063. California, 0.14. Georgia, 0.005. You know, we're doing okay there. Our legislature has provided a lot more support than what you realize sometime. And that doesn't even include support for Alabama Public Television, Alabama School of Fine Arts, and others in the budget. We are approaching the bicentennial of Alabama. As a matter of fact, it's a 3-year celebration, and we're in the first year of that. We're including the territorial years of 17 and 18, and then Alabama became a state in 1819. But in terms of all of the planning and preparation for the bicentennial, everyone involved feels that the arts play a vital role in celebrating the state of Alabama's bicentennial. And this includes legislators and administrators and educators. But, you know, I look at the bicentennial, and I've been saying this at Rotary Club speeches for a long time. The arts are all about how we will be remembered. The artists are the ones who tell the story about how we will be remembered. Our writers, our painters, our musicians, our folk and traditional artists, they're the ones that tell Alabama's story, and there's a lot of appreciation for that. I mentioned leadership earlier with Todd Strange. We've also got tremendous leadership in the legislature. You all will be talking a lot about advocacy. I'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow. But Arthur Orr, who is the chairman of the Senate Finance and Taxation Committee, is also, he's from Decatur, he is also the chairman of the Bicentennial Commission, and he is also the person chairing the Bicentennial Commission who says that the arts can and should play a major role in everything that we do. Bill Poole from Tuscaloosa is the chairman of our House Ways and Means Committee that deals with the education budget. We'll talk a little bit about that tomorrow. But these are leaders that you can talk with, and these are leaders that understand what you're saying. They understand the value of arts education. They understand the value of the arts relative to economic development. So, you know, tell your story, and it will not fall on deaf ears. Let me just end by thanking you all for what you do on a daily basis. The arts happen at the local level everywhere. And you know, there are people there who are making that happen, and many of those are right here in the room. So from my standpoint, thank you so much, and look forward to being with you for the next day and a half here, and we'll, as Todd Strange says, we will do good work, and we'll take things away from here that'll make our work and the arts better. Thank you all very much.
So, thank you, Al. Sorry, technical difficulties. So, thank you, Al, very much. Al is our champion for the arts in the state of Alabama, so we wouldn't be where we are without Al. So, thank you again. We're running a little bit behind schedule, but I just want to say something that I was going to say earlier, and just kind of throw this out there for you. And I'm sorry, I have to read it. We all know that the arts are an agent for change. They can transform our education system, our economy, our quality of life here in Alabama. But for the arts to be transformational, our stories have to be told. You guys are the ones who can tell those stories. So let us continue to advocate. I hope, like Al said, Mayor Strange said, I hope you bring something back with you home so you can advocate for your arts and your program. But I want you to think about this too. If y'all don't do it, who will? So we're going to take a 10-minute break and help yourselves to coffee or whatever. And please be back here in about 10 minutes. And the restrooms are straight out the back door. Thanks, Nima.
And I'm not truck driver material. I'm not. So that wasn't an option. And I wanted to be a fashion designer. And so my Aunt Rebecca, my mom's sister, for Christmas when I was 16, went to Walmart and bought me this Barbie sketch pad. And it had a croquis in it. And a croquis is just a dress form that you can trace. And she bought it for me. And it changed my life. So I started sketching. I didn't know how to draw, but I would lay that croquis down and I would trace it. And I traced it and I traced it and I traced it. And I have pamphlets and binders full of all my drawings. My mama saved them. She was a smart mama. And I just saved them, and my mom had them. And by the time I was 17, I took a class, a home ec class. And it's the first time I learned how to sew, and I loved it. I hated high school because I always didn't really fit in. I was a cheerleader and played softball, but I still didn't fit in. You know, you think the cheerleaders fit in? We don't, or I didn't. But when I was at my home ec class and I was sewing and making these pajama pants, I felt so normal. I was like, this is wonderful. When I was 17, I told my family I want to be a fashion designer. So that's what I'm going to be when I grow up. And I was told I couldn't. They're like, you can't do that. Well, if you know me, and you're going to know me by the end of this, the word can't to me, oh girl, I get fired up. I'm like, like don't come at me like that. Like I can do, Philippians 4:13, I can do all things. And I believe that with my whole heart. And so I was told, you cannot do that. Miss Fran, are you in the back? Hey sugar, how are you? Oh, so good to see you. That's Miss Fran, she's with SCAD. She's admissions fancy person at SCAD. You know, sorry, I just saw your sweet face. Sorry. This is real, okay? This is natural blonde hair. But anyway, so I was told I couldn't do it. And lots of people tell me, Heidi, you can't. You can't. Well, I didn't grow up like that. So I was determined. I'm like, I'm going to figure this out. So when I graduated from high school, there really wasn't a plan for me to go to college. I played softball in high school. But I took the money that I got from graduation. I bought my first sewing machine. There was a large fabric store in Birmingham. I can't remember the name of it, but I bought my fabric and I bought my sewing machine. And I didn't really know where I was going to go to college, but I ended up going to CAC in Alexander City. I received a softball scholarship there. And so I went to CAC. Now, did I love CAC? Heck no, I did not. I played softball. I'm from a small town in Morris, Alabama. We did not have lesbians. When I got to CAC, we had a bunch of them. So that was a brand new experience for me. But these lesbian girls became my very best friends in the whole wide world. And they encouraged me to follow my dreams. And so if you ever go to Alexander City, at the time in 1998, really all we had was Walmart. So I would go to Walmart, and each team member got to select their fabric out of the sewing section for me to make them a couture pair of pajama pants, and because that's all I knew how to sew. And so we had, some people had Bugs Bunny, just depending on their taste. You know, some had trolls when the trolls were not the new trolls. So I designed pants for my whole team. And they were very kind, and they encouraged me to do it. So I would sit in the dugout when it wasn't my turn to bat, and I would sketch. And I'd wear weird socks to practice, like rainbow and prints. And my coach would be like, could you not just wear the normal navy like everybody else? I'm like, I just need something. And so he would let me. So I was there for 2 years, loved fashion. I would sketch all the time. I wanted to be a fashion designer so bad. But I just didn't know if it was in the cards for me. So one day I was at the bursar's office. It was time for me to graduate. I graduated with an Associates of Science degree. I have no idea what that does, but I have one. I thought if you go to school for 2 years, you might as well have some type of degree. So I have that degree. But I was walking into the bursar's office, and there was a sign, and it said Savannah College of Art and Design. And I looked at it, and it said fashion. And I said, God, do they have a softball team? Because I thought, how in the world am I going to go to college? Because my parents weren't wealthy. We lived out in a hayfield. They did the best they could. By this time, my dad had his own trucking company, and my mom was still a nurse, but they're not wealthy. We're just like normal folks. So I prayed that they had a softball team, and they did. And so my coach knowing I'm a weird sock girl, contacted them and said, look, I got this really good kid. She has a high GPA. She works real hard. She's a really good player. She's interested in your art school. And they said, would you be interested in me giving you her stats, meeting her? And the coach said, sure. And so they sent her stats, and she invited me to come visit SCAD. And I went down, my mom took me, and we went down to SCAD, and I fell in love. I felt so normal, like normal. You know, like you feel caged, like you're around folks and you just feel caged, and you're like, you don't get me. Nobody got me at all. And I'm just like, I don't fit in. I may be a cheerleader, I may be a softball player, I may be, you know, wear the right clothes and cute blonde perky alert, but like, it's not right here. So when I went to SCAD, I felt normal. People with tattoos and piercings that would freak me out, but after going through my CAC phase, I was ready for anything. I'm like, bring it. When I got there, it was just all these really cool, random people, and they didn't care. They didn't care how much money you had. They didn't care where you were from. They just wanted to make some cool stuff, and I did too. So I remember I was at SCAD, and I was at the fashion department, and the dean at SCAD came up to me, and I had my hair, I always wear my hair in a ponytail because I can't deal with it. It's just like too much. I'm just like, ugh. So it's always like this. I should shave it, but I don't know if I could handle that look. But anyway, so I'm at SCAD, and he's like, you love this. I said, you have no idea. I was like, I love it so much. And he said, I can tell. And I thought, well, maybe that's what they say to all the kids coming here because they want you to come here, and this is good because he makes you think you're worth coming here, and then they're going to get you to come here, and that's how it's going to work out. But I did love it. I loved it. I loved the campus. I loved the feel of it. I loved the history behind it. I loved the idea there was a ghost. That was pretty cool to me. My mom's really into ghosts, so I was kind of like, well, this is cool. So I came back to CAC, and I remember I was in my dorm room, and I got a call, and it was from the coach at SCAD. And she said, Heidi, and I said, yes, ma'am. She said, congratulations. And she said, you're going to receive a presidential scholarship. I cry about it today. And the reason I do is because, you know, you want something so bad, and you want it so bad, and you think, it's never going to happen to me. I'm just this girl. I'm pregnant, by the way, so that's another reason I'm crying. Look, I'm pretty much pregnant. That's why this outfit's real comfortable. So there's that. I haven't announced it on social media, so if y'all just want to announce it to about 40,000 people, have at it. But it was the first time that I could really see God working in my life. And I believe in him big time. But I saw him working, I saw him doing things for me that I thought this girl from the country would never get. Because I'm just a girl from a hayfield. I really am. And that's why I stay there, because it keeps my head right. But she said, you're going to receive a presidential scholarship. It's going to pay for your room, your board, your tuition. Welcome to SCAD. Oh my heavens. That was the biggest blessing in my life. I called my mama. I was like, Mom, guess what? She was so proud. She prays for me all the time. She's always said she prays for me, and she still does, which her prayers work. So if you need somebody to pray over you, girl, just come over here, okay? Because whatever she's doing, it's working. So I went to SCAD, and I loved it. I remember my first class, and this is an important part that'll come back later in my journey, but my first class was a class where you had to create a garment out of non-traditional items. And so I created a garment. I'm from the country, okay? So I knew Home Depot. So I went to Home Depot, and I got chicken wire, and I got duct tape, and I made this crinoline skirt, like a hoop skirt, actually. And it was out of duct tape and some kind of metal that I could bend. But anyway, I made this hoop skirt, and then I went to Michael's, and I bought all these flowers, and I bought AstroTurf, and there was this hoop skirt at the bottom that had AstroTurf on top of it to hold the weight of the hoop. And then it had flowers at the bottom of it, and there was this one shoulder flower piece. And I had a real bad cold that day. It was my freshman year. Well, actually, it was my junior year because I'd already done my 2 years at CAC. And I had a real bad cold, and I was walking from classroom to classroom, and there was this very large African-American man, like big old fella. He was like 6'7", big, and he had like basically a tarp on Well, that man with the tarp was Andre Leon Talley, the editor at large at Vogue magazine. And I mean, I am running snot straight out my nose. And I walked past him, and he was like, "Oh, I love this." He was talking to my professor, Carol Harris. And he was like, "Oh, well, this is her work." I mean, I'm like, and he said, "This is very John Galliano." I'm like, I don't know who John Galliano is, but that sounds fancy. And I was excited. And he was like, "I love this." He's like, "This is very good." And I was like, "Well, thank you, Mr. Talley." Like, what do you call him? Like, Mr. Vogue? I don't know what to say, but I was like, "Thank you, Mr. Talley." And I was just scared, so I left. But that was really cool. And I'll always remember that experience of creating a garment out of non-traditional items. So as I progressed with school, I was always the student who asked the most questions because I wanted to learn. And I knew what a great blessing it was for me to be able to receive a scholarship, so I asked a million questions. A million. I'm like, "Well, why do we stitch it like that? Well, why do we use that kind of zipper? Did I do this?" I mean, I was so annoying. But I wanted to learn everything I could because I knew that my parents hadn't funded me to go to SCAD, that it was a God thing, and He had gifted me this opportunity, so I wanted to soak it in. So I did. My grandmother, who I'm named after, so my name is Heidi Elnora. Her name is Eleanor. She passed away, I don't know how many years ago, but we were very, very close. She was one of the people when everyone was telling me, "You can't do it," one of those who are like, you can do it, what do you want to do? Like just Shira, ya, tear it up, sister. And that was my Nana. But my Nana was diagnosed with ALS. And my mom, being a nurse and a caregiver, took care of my Nana. So my Nana was getting very sick. And I had 3 years to graduate from SCAD, and I was determined for her to see my senior collection. So I took a study abroad and took 18 hours, came home the next day, started summer school, took another 18 hours. I graduated in 2 years instead of 3 so that my Nana could see my senior show. So my mama rolled my sweet Nana into the auditorium, and she got to see it. And that meant more to me than anything. So my Nana got to see my show, and what was cool is at that time the guest speaker was Karl Lagerfeld. Karl Lagerfeld is the designer for Chanel. Coco Chanel, she's in heaven. Maybe, hope so. But I don't know what she did, but maybe she's there. But Karl Lagerfeld is now the director over Chanel, and so he selected 4 seniors to showcase their work in the Red Gallery. It was a gallery that they had at SCAD, and I was one of them. So my Nana got to see my stuff alongside Karl Lagerfeld's, which was really cool. So I graduated in 2 years at SCAD, came home back to Alabama, and I'm like, what is my life? I'm back in the hayfield. I just went to this cool art school, and now I'm here with Mom in the hayfield, and I'm like, I've got to get out of this state. There is nothing to do here. And she's like, well, where do you want to go? While my time at SCAD, I had lived in New York for 2 weeks, and I was like, I can't do it. Everybody wears black, nobody smiles, like nobody's talking to anybody. To this day, when I'm in the elevator going to see my vendors, I'm like, hey, y'all having a good day? And they hate it, but I love it because it's like torture chamber. You're stuck in a box with this perky girl, and you hate it because you have to talk to me. I do it all the time. They hate it. I love it so much. But it was just too dark and too depressing, and I need light. I need trees. I need sunshine. I need a road trip. So I wanted to stay somewhere in the South, and to me, Atlanta was a big city. And so I said, Mom, I think I want to live in Atlanta. And she's like, okay. And she knows me. She's just like, what? Okay, kid. And so there was a job opportunity at Carter's Children's Clothes. I didn't really want to design kids' clothes. I had only designed a few pieces for my portfolio, but I just didn't want to be in Alabama, period. So I sent my resume to Carter's, and I sent it in on a Friday. On a Wednesday, I went and interviewed. By the following Friday, I had a job. I was the assistant design manager for baby at Carter's. So I moved to Atlanta, the big city, and I worked as an assistant designer. And so I'm different from a lot of people, I guess, but I'm really different from a lot of 22, 23-year-olds at that time. So most 22 and 23-year-olds, they get their money, They're ready to go to the bar, the club, like go meet some fellas. Not me. I'm like, let me eat some ramen noodles, let me get my basement by my Eclipse, and let me sew. And that's what I did. And so I'd work in the daytime, then at night, I would sew. In my basement, my Eclipse was right here, and I would sew. And I did it every night. And then I would come home. My first fashion show, and there's a point to this too, my first fashion show was when I was 22, I believe, maybe 23. But I brought it back home. I had been sewing at night, and I would work during the week at Carter's, and on the weekend I'd come home, and I could come home, and I did my first fashion show in my high school gym, Mortimer Jordan High School. My mom was one of the models. Anybody who could walk could be a model. I didn't care. Not that you're a good walk, Mom. You're good. That probably didn't sound too good, but anyway, if you could walk, you were a model. And I had about 24 models. And my best friend from high school, Jeremy, he's a fabulous hairdresser. He did the hair and makeup for me, and we raised $800 worth of canned goods. And I was pretty stoked. And the reason I wanted to do that is because I wanted to give back to my community, because I felt so blessed to be able to be a fashion designer. So I wanted to give back, and that was my start in having fashion shows. And that's the first amount of money that I was be able to raise for someone. So I did that. I would sew. I would make clothes. I didn't go out. I ate ramen noodles and tuna for years. And the people from the north are very blunt. I don't know if any of you are from the north, but if you are, you're pretty blunt, which is good, because people from the south were sweet as tea, but then we're like, oh, did you see? Oh, girl, yeah, that's us. Where they're like, oh, take it off, so it's just different. Well, one of my best friends was from Chicago. Her name was Trish. And she said, what are you doing with your life? And I said, what do you mean? She's like, you work at Carter's in the daytime. You come home and sew. You don't go out. You don't sell your clothes. You're kind of a loser, Heidi. Well, then why are you my friend? But thanks, Trish. She said, look, I have a plan for you. I'm like, well, good. Obviously, I need some direction. She said, I want you to try out for this reality show. And I said, Trish, I'm not very dramatic, okay? Like, that's not me. She's like, oh, girl, you are fine. She said, I want you to try out for this show. It's called Project Runway. And I'm like, well, I'll try. So I put a portfolio together, and my mom and I flew down to Miami. I'd saved some money from Carter's, because all I do is eat ramen noodles and tuna fish. So I had some money saved. And I said, Mom, we're going to go down to Miami, and I just told her we're going to Miami. That's all I told her. And then we landed, and I said, while we're here, I'm trying out for a TV show. She was like, you are? And I said, I am, and tomorrow you're going with me. So we go to this audition, and there's this huge line of folks, and they're cool. They got tattoos, they got piercings, they got colored hair, and here I am. I got my jeans on, my hair in a ponytail, got on my boots, and I'm just like, okay, this probably ain't gonna work out, but I kind of feel good about it, but I'm not real artsy because I'm from Alabama, but maybe it'll be okay. So I got in line, and the first lady you sit down with, she looks at your portfolio, and the dude in front of me, he was real cool. And he looked at his portfolio, and she went, thank you. I thought, oh, hell, he is talented, and he is cool, and I am out. Like, it's not going to work out for me. So I sat down beside her, and I said, hey, how are ya? And she just looked at me, and I said, oh, that's how it is. And I was just telling her, and she said, this is good, go upstairs. I said, where did you want me to go? She said, I'll say it one time, and I'll say it one time only. Go upstairs. I said, yes, ma'am. And I went, and I looked at my mama, and she did like this. I said, I don't know, but I'm gone. So Mom went down and hung out by the pond. Now, my mom grew up in the 70s, so hanging out by a pond or a tree or talking to a fish is normal. And that's my mom. If you knew her, that's you, Mom. That's her. So she went and hung out by the pond, which she was going to be fine for hours. And so I went upstairs, and there was this room of about 35 kids, and they were cool kids, like cool, and their art was cool, and they were cool. And then there was this other perky blonde situation, and I'm like, oh, hope I'm not behind her. Of course I was. And so she's in front of me, and I'm like, she's going to be fun and cute, and her stuff's good, and then this is it, and it's over, and this wasn't meant to happen, and I'm a loser once again, and it's over. And so she went in, and she came out, and she was crying, like bawling. and I was scared because I knew I was next. So I said a little prayer, and I thought, here we go. Now, I'm opening the door, and you are going to be the room in which I walk into. So they mic me up. I've been mic'd about 10 million times. So they mic me up, and they're like, are you ready? And I'm like, sure. This is just me. Like what you're seeing right now is just me all the time. So I opened the door, and I walked in, and I saw Tim Gunn, and I went, oh my God, you're on TV, is the first thing I said. Really? That's all the words you have in your whole head, Heidi? I did. I was like, oh my God. And the whole room, so in front of me was the judges, and then behind me was about 40 people from NBC and Bravo, just sitting here, and the whole room just lit up. And I'm like, they think I am a complete moron. But I was so excited, because when you see a celebrity, like you act like a spaz. I don't care who you are, how cool you are, you're like, oh my God, and that was me. So I saw Tim Gunn, I was like, oh my God, you're on TV. And then they're like, yes. And they're like, what's your name? And I'm like, oh, I'm Heidi, I'm from Alabama. And they're like, okay. And I was just kind of like, I don't know what you want me to do. And they're like, well, if you'll show us your stuff. And so I grabbed it, and it was basic, simple stuff, because that's me. I'm pretty simple. I said, well, this is a dress that I made out of upholstery fabric. Like, that's how I was. I'm like, yay, you like it? And I would show them, and they went through my portfolio, and they said, thank you. And I said, oh, you're welcome. And they said, would you please step out? Well, I thought it was like the lady at the beginning who was like, go, you're done. I was like, they don't like my stuff. And I came out, and all of a sudden, these three men get around me, and they start messing with me. And I'm like, okay. They're like, this is good, this is good, this is good, this is a good sign, this is a good sign. You're the first one, you're the first one. I'm like, the first? Like, what? Am I getting abducted? Like, what is going down? They're like, no, you're the first one. You're the first one to come out. You're the first one. You're the first one who made it. I mean, you're the first one all day. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, oh, yay, okay, let's go. And I walk in, and Tim Gunn said, Heidi? And I said, yes, sir. They said, congratulations, you've made it to the next round of Project Runway. I said, can I hug y'all? I hugged every human in the entire room. Everyone. All these 30 people in the back, I hugged them all. I don't care. I'm going to hug you because I'm happy and excited. Hugged them all. Everyone like a freak. Hugged them. And then they said, you should see my interview. If you go back and look at season 2 of Project Runway, you can see me hugging, and you can see them looking at each other like, what did we just do? Like, what is this situation? If you get a chance, it's on YouTube. Anyway, so I walked out, and from there they said, okay, we need you to come down and interview with Elle magazine. I'm like, what? And they're like, come on, let's go, we gotta go. So then I go downstairs and I interview with Elle magazine. And then the next person grabs me and I need you to interview with this producer. I'm like, okay. I mean, I'm like in a whirlwind of this dance. So I'm doing all this, and I'm interviewing, and I'm talking, and I'm doing. And they do everything they need to do. And they're like, okay, thank you, we'll be in touch. And so I come home, I'm at Carter's, I've told my whole family at Carter's what had happened. And long story short, a few weeks later, I get a phone call that said, hey, look for a package, it's coming in the mail, we'll see you in New York. Okay, so my aunt went and bought me some new clothes, so I'd look cute on TV. And away I went. So I get to New York, once again, really cool people surrounding me. I see Heidi Klum. She really is that pretty. Everybody asks me all the time, is Heidi Klum that pretty? Yes, that's why she's a supermodel. She's beautiful. So I was on Project Runway, got to interview the TV guide. I was 25 years old at the time. I'm 36 now. When you're 25, you say stuff that you probably wouldn't have said when you're 36, and when I'm 46, I'll probably look at this and be like, what? Shut the mouth. But it is who you are at that stage in life. So went to New York, did interviews. I was eliminated second off Project Runway. Now, if you know me, I'm not down with that. But I wasn't very dramatic, they said. And the reason I wasn't dramatic is I didn't talk about people. But I didn't talk about people because I was raised not to talk about people, so I just didn't. I didn't talk about the other contestants because I was raised not to do that. Like, we're from the South. We just don't do that. So I didn't gossip about them. I was just like, they're nice. He seems nice. Everybody's nice. Yay. So I was eliminated second, which was a bummer because that's not who I am. I like to win. I'm very competitive. So I came home back to Atlanta. I was designing children's clothes. I was on my way home from the factory. We had a mill outside of Atlanta, and on my way home, I was hit by a drunk driver and messed up my back really, really bad. And so my mom came, being the nurse that she is, and brought me back home to Alabama. I couldn't walk, had back braces, had injections, had tons of therapy, and I questioned God because I just got kicked off Project Runway. I just got hit by a drunk driver. At that time, I had a poo-poo head for a boyfriend. I'm sure you've had that girlfriend, some psychopath or some crazy guy, but he was a total loser. And it was just like a bad situation. I'm like, what is my life? Like, did you just give up on me? Are you done with me? Like, I was supposed to be famous. Like, I was supposed to be on Project Runway, and people are going to find me and be like, she's awesome, and here we are. And now I'm hit by a drunk driver, and I can't walk, and I'm off Project Runway, and so I came home, and it's interesting how he has a plan, and I feel that way, like he has plans for all of us. And I came home, and while I was home, my mom was helping me to heal, and I called my best friend Tanya, who played ball with me at CAC. She and I were the same kind of girl. She has a boyfriend, I have a boyfriend. And, well, I mean, I could have said my best friend the other way, but she and I are the same way. And I went to her house, and I just said, can you just hang out with you? I can't walk, I can't do anything, I can't wear anything but sweatpants, but can I come to your house and hang out? And she said, of course. And I went to she came to pick me up, and went to her house, and then I went to her boyfriend's house, and her boyfriend is living with this boy, big old boy, named Jeff Baker. Well, I met Jeff Baker, and he was a big old boy, and he was just a big old boy. That's all I can say. He was just a big old boy. He was just a normal boy from Alabama, and he was nice, and he didn't care that I was on Project Runway, and he didn't care that I thought I was fancy. He didn't give a fat rip. He was just a nice big old boy. If y'all meet him, y'all understand he's a big old boy. That's why I'm probably in my belly is another big old boy. I've got 15 big old boys in my life, but anyway, but I met him and I fell in love. 6 months later, I put in my 2 weeks notice at Carter's, and I moved back home to Alabama because I was in love. Moved in with my mama. Now, if you've ever lived outside from your parents and you move back home, don't do it. It's not a good idea because they want to be your mama, and then you want to be a big girl, and then you're colliding worlds, and it's just not a good idea. I love you, but that was not a good time. So I moved back home with my mama, and I thought, what am I going to do? I just left a Fortune 500 company. My car was all jacked up because I've been hit by a drunk driver. I didn't have a job, and I'm living with my mama. So Jeff's family owns a roofing company in Birmingham. It's called Hinkle Roofing. And they said, well, you can start answering phones for Hinkle. I thought, well, that's fine. That's a job. Well, after 2 weeks of people screaming at me about a roof leak, I thought, heck no, I got to figure something else out. And so in my time from answering the phone, I started calling different magazines. And I thought, I got to figure this out. I knew I wanted to create a garment that someone would cherish. I knew I wanted to create something special. When I was sewing in my basement and I would design shirts and stuff, the reason I could never sell them is because it was a piece of artwork to me. It was something that I created, and I couldn't imagine someone wearing it off to a club or on a date and they getting smoke on it or wine on it and then throwing it in the floor, and then you're just like, I don't care about this, and then you throw it away. I'm like, I made that. Like, that came out of my head. So I wanted to create something that someone would cherish, and being in love, I decided I wanted to design wedding gowns. I'd never made a wedding dress in my entire life, but I'm like, I can do this. So I contacted different magazines, and I ended up contacting a magazine called Alabama Weddings Magazine. I said, hi, my name is Heidi Elnora. I changed my name to my first and middle name because it sounded fancier. And I said, hi, my name is Heidi Elnora, and I'm a wedding gown designer. And so they said, well, we want to do a 4-page spread. Okay. So I called my mom, and I called my boyfriend, and I said, I figured out what I'm doing with my life. And they said, what are you going to do? I said, I'm going to be a wedding dress designer. I'm going to start my own business. And they both laughed. They're like, oh, okay. Like, sweet girl. So I went to a nonprofit agency that helps women entrepreneurs. It's no longer around, but it was called Central Alabama Women's Business Organization. And it helped women entrepreneurs. And I called them, and they said, we'll help you. Do you have a business plan? I said, what's that? They said, we need a business plan. We'll teach you about that. Do you have any capital? I'm like, what's capital? Didn't have any of that. But they taught me. And I said, I want to do this. So I got my first loan at 26 years old at a 13.9 interest rate for $25,000. But I didn't know what I was doing. I just know that was $25,000, and I was going to start my company. And so I did. And the 2006 is when I started my company. One of the ladies that worked at Carter's, she was a pattern maker. Her name was Carolyn Combs, and she and I had become friends at Carter's. Her dad was bedridden here in Alabama. She would drive each week from Atlanta to Alabama to see her dad. And I said, will you help me do this? I said, it may not turn into anything, Carolyn. I said, or it could be fantastic. And she said, I'll help you. And so we taught ourselves how to make wedding dresses. So in November 2006, I started my company, found a little house for rent in Cahaba Heights for $350 a month, and cleaned it, painted it, made it cute. And I started making wedding dresses. My first wedding dress was a friend of my mom's, who was a nurse, who brought her daughter in, and that's where I started. In 2007, I practiced my craft with Carolyn by my side. 2008, I continued to practice my craft. And then in 2009, I got married to Jeff Baker. Now I will begin my PowerPoint. Ta-da! Okay, the journey begins with a single stitch, and the reason it's called that, this I think reflects on all of us. The journey begins for me with a single stitch. With you, it's a single brush stroke. With you, it's the first image you capture on your camera. For a videographer, it's the first time you turn on your camera. For an illustrator, it's the first time you get out your pen and your pad. For a makeup artist, is when you buy that first thing of compact. So it all begins with something. And one little stitch, one little dream, one little tiny hope that I had in my heart has grown into something so big. And the bigness is about to happen through this fantastic slideshow. But that's why I think I'm here today, is I know you're all here to support the arts and encourage it, and I am too. And I'm a huge supporter of getting our youth involved and understanding that you just need one little person to say, here's this Barbie sketch pad at 16. Go for it, kid. And then it's up to them to go for it. But if we don't put it in front of them to give them a chance to go for it, then they'll never know they could go for it. And so this statement, I feel, it affects us all. So 2009, that's Jeff Baker, my big old boy. So I married Jeff Baker. I had 4 wedding dresses because why not? I'm a wedding dress designer. Everybody asks when I say I had 4 wedding dresses, they want to see them. So I'm like, I'll throw them in the slideshow. So the one on your left is for the rehearsal dinner. I created a high-low. That's my mom's wedding dress, and it had like puff sleeves. It was kind of scary. So I took the sleeves off, and I made it a high-low and added pockets. And then the one on the right, that's my wedding dress. It had over 60 yards, if anybody knows how to remotely sew, it had 60 yards of Italian silk pot de soie, which pot de soie means the skin of silk. And it had ombre pink buttons down the back. So that was for the rehearsal dinner. That was for the wedding. And then the one on the left, we got our reception was a masquerade ball at the Alabama Theater. And so I was never a debutante, but I wanted to be a princess and a debutante. So it's over 100 yards of silk tulle and a silver jacquard. And then the bodice is a silver pot de soie, and it had rhinestones dripping, and I wore my hair in a faux hawk because that made my spirit happy. And then the dress on we had a 17-piece orchestra play, and that was that dress. And then on the right, we had a rock band come out later that night. The reason it is booty short, because that's booty short, is we only had 2 yards of fabric. That's really the truth. We had 2 yards of fabric, and Carolyn's like, how is this going to be short? I'm like, I got the ring on. It is all good. So that was my 4th look. And my mom and I, my parents divorced when I was little, so my mom and I had our first dance to Sweet Child of Mine. Of course we did, because she was hanging out by the lake with the fish. Okay, so that's our wedding. Back. There. Okay, I got this. 1, 2, cool. Okay, we're good, Nancy. So got married in 2009. 2010, In 10, we had our first son, baby Jack, named after Jeff's dad. So in 2010, we had our little boy. 2011 is when I created another company. I get bored easy. I like to do lots of stuff. So in 2011, I created a company called Birmingham Fashion Week. And also in 2011 is when Kate Middleton got married. And so Project Runway reached out to all the Project Runway alums, and they said, would you create a sketch of what you think Kate Middleton would wear? And so all of the alums created a sketch. They put it on Lifetime's website. 50,000 people voted for what sketch they thought looked most like Kate Middleton's. And guess who won? Finally, I won Project Runway. So that made me feel good because it was like I finally won Project Runway. I beat out all these other people. So that was my sketch that I predicted she would wear prior to her wedding. So that was pretty cool. So there's Princess Kate. We don't know each other, but we do use the same fabrics out of France, so that's pretty neat. So after Princess Kate, that was 2011, started Birmingham Fashion Week in 2011. The reason I started Birmingham Fashion Week, which I'll talk on it some more, is because I wanted to give people a platform in Alabama to showcase their skills. There are so many aspiring designers out there because of Project Runway and watching it on TV that they didn't have a platform. I didn't have a platform. I had nowhere to go to show anybody my work or for anybody to feed me, to nourish me into fashion. And so that's why I started Birmingham Fashion Week. 2012, my timeline. 2011, I was also showing at New York Fashion Week. I showed at New York Fashion Week every year starting in 2008. 2011, I was at New York Fashion Week, and I was showcasing this picture and talking about how I designed that for Kate Middleton. And this beautiful lady walks in. She has the most beautiful lips. They were like perfect. And she walked in, and I was like, you are so pretty. And she said, well, thank you. And I said, what store are you with? She said, oh, I'm with Nordstrom. And I said, oh, my heavens, would you like to sit down? And so she did. And I finished my story about this, and I showed her my dresses, and she said, I'll be back. Well, usually when somebody leaves you, that means they left you. Well, they don't come back. And she came back, and she said, I love your work. I'd like to pick you up for 8 stores. I called my mama. I was crying. I said, Mama, I just got picked up by Nordstrom. It was another God moment. You know, he takes you to the peaks and the valleys, and he comes back to a peak, and I was in Nordstrom. Like, that's huge. I'm from Alabama. I mean, that didn't happen to everyday girls. And the lady just happened to come by to see me. So I got picked up by Nordstrom in 8 stores, ended up being in all 18 stores, and had the #1 selling dress in all 18 stores. Now, I may sound like an airhead to y'all, but I really love business, and I love making it make sense, and I love being smart about business. I think you can be that. You can be creative, but you can be business smart too. And a lot of artists only have one side of their head, but I really do have both. But right now I'm just using the other one because it's more fun. But I got picked up for 18 stores at Nordstrom. One of my dresses was the #1 selling dress of all of Nordstrom. Traveled all over the country, doing trunk shows, speaking engagements, sharing my same story that I shared with y'all. 2012, had my second little boy, baby Bo Baker. He's a precious little pumpkin like his daddy. Continued to do Birmingham Fashion Week. 2013, I created a new line called Hello Darling. I have 3 lines, and I'll explain those to you as well. In 2014, I shot a pilot for a reality show. I'd been contacted in 2010 about having my own reality show. And I said, you know, I'm okay with that. I said, but I just don't want it to be negative or nasty or ugly. I was like, if it can't be positive and happy and bring a light to someone, I don't want to do it. So my producer was the producer of Ace of Cakes. You know, if you've seen Ace of Cakes. And the other show, you may have heard of it. You probably haven't. It's called The Biggest Loser. That was my other producer. And so I signed contract with them. And in 2015, my reality show, I was the host and the star, that's a weird word, of a show on TLC called Bride by Design. So I was on Project Runway. I got to have my own TV show on TLC. And I'm still in contract with TLC. There's different things I'm working on with them currently, which is really cool how that's kind of worked out. But while my show was airing, I got to go to New York the year before last, and I was on I was on Kathy Lee and Hoda, which was really cool. And so I'm going to show you the video. And if this girl on this show, me on the video, doesn't be me here, then I'm a total liar, but I'm the same girl, you can tell. So I'm going to show you the video from Kathy Lee and Hoda. And then what we're showing on this video is my concept that I created in 2008. It's called Build a Bride. It's trademarked. It's currently in the process of being franchised. We just did our FCD and get all that finalized. And so I'm franchising this concept across the country. After my show aired, I had people from all over the world, and I have people from all over the world still contact me about the show and my dresses, and how do I get my dresses in Spain? How do I get them in Brazil? How do I get them in Canada? Do you have any places in Switzerland? I get emailed all the time. You know, I want to be one of your brides one day. I have a huge fan base in Brazil, which is weird. And so they'll message me on Facebook, and then I have to push the translate button. But I try to respond to all of them. But this is one of my concepts. It's called Build a Bride. And so it's simple. It's basic white dresses. I think of it as a basic white canvas, and then you can build your own dress. You can add different layers and textures and fabrics, and you build upon the dress. And so this is something that's nationwide. We also have a store in London, and we sell it all the time. So this is me when I was on the Today Show.
And guarantee our spring trends, like blush, the new neutral, and the block heel. Now save more on spring trends with your JCPenney credit card and coupon. Price to buy, guaranteed to love. That's getting your pennies worth.
It is one of the most exciting times in any girl's life when she gets ready to walk down the aisle, but it's the planning part that can be very, very stressful, especially when it comes to finding that perfect wedding gown.
Yeah, designer Heidi Elnora knows all about that. She works with brides-to-be to help create their dream dresses, which is what her new TLC show called Bride by Design is all about.
Yes,
Hey girl, how are you?
Hey, girl.
How are you doing? We do have some gorgeous models here that we're going to get to in a second, but you really do want to find the dress that fits your body type properly,
That is
right?
the most important thing. It's just finding the perfect foundation. It's just like building a house. You got to build the perfect house, and then you can decorate with the curtains and all the good
Anyway,
stuff.
You designed these yourself, Miss Fancy?
I do. So this is our basic dress. It's a fantastic dress. It fits all body shapes. Sweetheart neckline, fit to flare, low V back, and chapel link train. You can see it's an awesome dress.
Let's begin. Shall we begin with our Today Show producer, Malia?
Hello, Malia.
Her mother is going to be so happy that she's standing here in a wedding dress. But what would you do with Malia's body, which is gorgeous? What would you do to make it suit her better?
Well, this is great. For Malia, we kind of bonded last night when we did her fitting. And so for her,
Yes.
thank you, doll. This is an all over, thank you so much, chantilly lace. And it has straps. So it leads your eye down. It really accentuates her waist.
So
And it completely changes the look.
My gosh.
Isn't that amazing?
Oh my gosh, that's so feminine. I love that
I cannot believe you just did that in 1 second.
One second. Hold on, it gets better.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I want to stay here for a
Yes,
minute.
we're
Oh, good. Okay.
we're going to stay here so we can. Oh, here, let's go here.
Okay.
Jesus.
Michelle is
Michelle.
next. Hi, Michelle. All right, given Michelle's body type again.
So for the shell, I wanted to show two options. So this is the lace crop top. So a lot of times girls want to have two looks, and their parents are like, I am not spending that kind of money. So what we'll do is we do a look for the wedding with the crop top, and then you take it off.
For dancing at the reception.
And then here comes the reception
What is
look.
happening now?
Oh my gosh, it's getting exciting.
I can't wait.
Here's the Clara skirt.
What?
So for the reception, if she wants to be a princess in a ball gown, you just hop the skirt on.
Wow.
Can I
And
ask a
then just
question?
for a little bit of bling, you can do this great Swarovski rhinestone belt.
Okay, I have a question.
just amazing.
Why don't more people do this with wedding dresses? I mean, they take the silhouette and you added two little things that change the whole look.
Well, it does, and that's what's great about this particular line is because you as a bride get to determine who you want to be.
Yeah.
And you get to create your dress. You figure out your foundation first, and then you just build upon it.
When you're talking to brides, I mean, they have to be stressed out. How do you help a bride find the proper dress for her? Because I know a lot of brides may be watching.
What's nice is by having just a basic dress, you see your shape first. You don't get all confused about the bells and whistles. Like, you see yourself, and then you get to decide, oh, I want sparkle, oh, I want bling, oh, I want lace. Like, it's nice.
Do you
but
ever talk someone out of something because
Yes,
it really
you know it
isn't best for their body?
Sometimes.
Sometimes
I'm
you
like,
try.
oh, do you see what I see? And they're like,
Oh, you're
yeah.
like that straight up?
Oh, yeah, oh, I am straight up.
Oh.
No, no, no.
She's Heidi Elnora.
She
I mean,
is
come on, ladies.
what Heidi does.
Heidi does.
Hi, Joan.
It's just important. It's important for brides
It's
to know.
gorgeous. I like the hair up. So what
Yes.
are we doing for Joan?
Okay, so for Sweet Joan, love her to pieces. She's really chill, so I wanted her to have a very chill look. So she has, thank you. She has this beautiful lace bodice in Venetian lace.
I can't believe what a difference it makes.
It's amazing, and it's all in this very same silhouette. So then we're going to add a peplum.
Of course you are.
Because that's fun. Who doesn't love a peplum?
I feel like everyone's going to steal your ideas, don't you?
Yeah, probably. But it comes with the territory. Okay, so this is the pretty peplum. Thank you so much.
Okay, I can't.
Okay.
What difference?
And then this is the best part, a
What?
ruched waistband. Y'all can try it on later. It's fantastic.
So
but what
what
it
do you do
does
with that?
is it really helps
It cinched that waist.
cinch that waist in. And then what's nice about the peplum is it creates that hourglass shape. So you don't
We
get
didn't put
distracted.
this on
Oh,
totally
yeah.
proper.
Thank you. Well, thank you for
Sorry.
your help. That's good.
Sorry, baby.
Get them in there.
Yeah, get them
Okay. And then there you go.
Behaving.
Participate.
Yes, beautiful.
So that's the 3 looks, and it's all on just one basic dress.
So,
Well,
okay.
all the best with the show.
Thank you so much.
You are awesome.
Well, you're very awesome. Thank you. I think you're a doll face.
Oh, they're huggers.
Hugs. See the hugs?
He is, of
Can't stop them.
Thank you, thank you.
You're so sweet.
Great to see you and all the
We
best.
really, really appreciate it.
Bride by Design.
Premieres on TLC this Friday.
Yay!
At JCPenney, we can't guarantee
Um,
the perfect spring
so
day,
my
but we
reality
can
show
guarantee
aired on
the perfect
TLC
spring
in
trends.
2015.
Now trending, the
Um,
white shirt, redefined.
Which was great. And it's been a great blessing, and I'm still with TLC. There's more things that we're working on, but right now I'm growing a baby, and that's all I can do at this moment. After the show aired, I got some money from the show. On my bucket list, there's several things I wanted to accomplish. But one thing that I wanted to accomplish was to own a building in downtown Birmingham. I fully believe in supporting local. I've always wanted to own a building in downtown Birmingham. It's been my dream my whole life. And so what I did last year, there you go, is I bought a building on Morris Avenue. It was built in 1891. It's one of the oldest buildings in the city, and it was a parking deck. And it had been abandoned for years. And when my realtor showed it to me, he's like, "You're gonna hate this one." He's like, "It's real bad." And I just saw the beauty inside of it. I'm like, this thing could be gorgeous. I love that it was on Morris Avenue. One of the things I loved about SCAD was the historic preservation. I think saving our past is so important for our future. And so I wanted to save it. I didn't want something new. And so you can see the outside of it. The image on the right was when you first walked in the steps. First walked in the door, there were these rickety oak steps, had carpet, had popcorn ceiling. Being the artist that I am, I'm not an interior designer, but I wanted full control over what I did, so I designed my space. And so this is it now. So if you come, I don't know if it's my friend or not, but if you go to Morris Avenue now, yeah, if you'll change it, Nancy. If you go to Morris Avenue now, that's how it looks. So it has beautiful tin ceilings, stained concrete. We saved as much as we could. We did historic preservation and the taxes that follow that. So I saved all that I could to mimic the original style of the building, but it's beautiful. And so it's my baby, my proud moment for last year. That was my project, was to build this beautiful building. And that's where the dresses, all my dresses are now housed, is in the bottom of the shop. The upstairs is just kind of a play area that's just chill for my kids. I brought for you today 3 dresses. So I have 3 lines. I have Build a Bride, which is what you saw on the Today Show. There's basic clean dresses. I created a line called Hello Darling back in 2013. It's just more relaxed silhouettes, are real flowy, real chill, kind of like my mama, just easy going dresses. And then these are 3 dresses that I showed this past October at New York Fashion Week. And these are 3 dresses that are all made in Alabama, which I think is so important. Fashion is a dying art, just like every other art here. Some of you women, they may not know how to sew on a button, much less hem your pants. or something for your child. Men, same thing for you. You know, we talk about all these other arts dying, but fashion is an art that's dying just as much. It has more publicity than the other arts because of things like Project Runway, but people don't have the basic skills just to take care of their own clothes. And our clothes are getting cheaper because of how they're being manufactured, and so you want to buy something for 20 bucks and you want to get rid of it. And that's how our society has become, and it'll probably stay that way just because of how our economy is. However, it's important to me to still produce as much as I can in Alabama. Yes, we have a factory overseas because I can't keep up with the demand of dresses that we have, and there's not enough skilled workers that can sew. That's all there is to it. All the skilled workers that used to be at Russell and used to be at Liberty and used to be at these places in Alabama are now in Mexico or they're in China. And so the women and men who sew now are in their 60s and late 70s. Well, they're tired. The kids that come out now of fashion school think, okay, well, I'm just going to be a fashion designer, and well, how are you going to make the stuff? You can't make it if you don't know patterns, if you don't know how to sew, if you don't know the basic components to making a dress, you can't make it. So it is a dying art. Everybody wants to be famous and get all the exposure, but they don't want the hard work that goes behind it. And so these are 3 dresses that are made in Alabama. The beading is sourced. We have a beading factory in Mumbai that does all of my beading. Aura fabric comes from New York. I design all of them, and they're made in Alabama. So this one has Swarovski rhinestones and pearls. This is a satin-faced organza. These are couplets, and they have beaded pearls that hang. This one's called the Lottie Lux. This is the Pippa Pearl. It has 7 layers of tulle and a beaded pearl bodice. And this is a nude illusion. And that's the Emma Rose. That's Chantilly lace of a vendor in France who sends that to me. And then those are all hand appliqued. And so I have a lot of interns from the University of Alabama, Auburn, and SCAD. Those are the main 3 fashion schools in the South that come and intern with me. And I teach them just the basics, like how to cut out an applique correctly, how to sew it on. You learn a ton in school, but it's just that hand-on experience that you need. You learn so much more being by the artist versus what they teach you in books. So I wanted to show you 3 dresses. So that's a photo shoot we did for the Pippa Pearl, the Emma Rose, and the Lottie Lux. Okay, so for me, I feel like it's so important. I feel like I've been so blessed because of the opportunities that I've been given. And the one thing, if you don't take anything out of what I've said today, I have done none of this. None of it. God has done every single thing, period. That's my story. Every magazine I've been in the New York Times. I was on the cover of the style section last year right under Karl Lagerfeld. I've been in Lucky magazine. I've been in Southern Living. I've been in Elle magazine. I've been in Town & Country, Martha Stewart, Brides, tons. But it's all because of him that I've got any of that. So anytime I talk to people, I want people to be fully aware that this is not my doing, it's his doing. And the reason as an artist that I am blessed, I think it's because my mama prays for me, but I think it's also recognizing where my artistic comes from is from the greatest creator there is, and that's the truth. So when it comes to giving back, it's important to me to give back because I have been so richly blessed. And so since 2011, I have created a company called Birmingham Fashion Week, which I do in my spare time. I have 2 kids, I have a wholesale company, I have a reality show, and I have Atelier. So if you think you're busy, come on down to the crazy train, okay? There's always more you can do. There's always more you can do. There's always more people you can help. You can't give up on it. You gotta keep fighting, keep trying. As an artist, think of another outlet to get in front of somebody. And you got to fight for it, and you got to be passionate. And I know you know those things, but I think that's why our arts are dying, is because we got to fight, like stand up and fight for arts and for Save It, and be passionate about our cause. And I'm very passionate about fashion. So last summer, this thing didn't, my friend Nancy, so if you'll just click the next one. So last summer with my new building, my husband, God bless him, I think he just makes me want out of the house or something. He said, you know, you have that spare space. I have a spare space that I built out in my building. I was going to rent it, and It's called The Changing Room. I have 5 companies, and I started a company called The Changing Room, and it's a place that people can rent for events and things. It's a small venue, it's 1,000 square feet. And so we rent it for events, meetings, showers, whatever the case may be. And he goes to the gym each night with a neighborhood friend who has 2 little girls. And they were at the gym, 2 big old boys, and they were talking. They said, you know what, Heidi needs to start a camp for girls. Now, my husband knows that I am a full-blown crackhead, and I have so much going on, so he decided it would be a good idea for me to start another project. So he came home that Wednesday night. I had a speaking engagement at Mountain Brook Elementary the next day. He said, Steve and I have been talking about it, and we think you need to start a camp for kids, for little girls, and teach them how to sew, because Lila, who's in 5th grade, just thinks you're the amazing Heidi, and she would just learn, she wants to be just like you. I thought, poor baby, she has no clue. And he said, you need to start a camp. And I said, well, I am speaking at Mountain Brook tomorrow. I said, well, I'll try it. So that night, I went on Illustrator, created a graphic, voila. The next morning, I went to Mountain Brook Elementary and said, hi, told my kids my story, and I said, and I started a camp for little girls, and I handed out flyers. This is how this one works, okay? Next day, I got mamas calling me left and right. Oh my God, we heard about your fashion camp, and you were on TLC and Project Runway, and you're a real fashion designer, and you're on Birmingham Fashion Week, and my little girl's so excited. She's bringing her friends. Our first year, I announced it in one day. The first year, we had 30 campers sign up. Really? I'm like, I got to come up with a syllabus. Like, we got to have a game plan. If you'll do the next one, Nancy. So this is our first year. It lasted for 4 weeks. And my employees are all designers from different schools, and my interns are the same way. And so we taught them how to make mood boards and create a story. Like my mom let me do on my wall. I'm going to set it on a piece of paper. We taught them how to hand sew, how to sew a button, how to make phone cases, because all of them have phones. I don't know how you have a phone in 5th grade, but they all had phones, so we made our iPhone cases. They learned how to trace a croquis and create a collection, which we taped on the wall. They all used how to thread a machine and do basic stitches. And then at the end of it, Miss Liz, on the far left, she's my design assistant, she went to Alabama, they got to try on my dresses, and we taught them how to walk, and they got to teach each other how to model, and they had a little runway show for their parents. The children loved it. One child, honest to God, her name is Lana. She loves fashion. Her mom had bought her a sewing machine, said, Heidi, I don't know how to put the thing together. We bought it for her for Christmas. Santa Claus brought it. She said, it's been in a bag for 5 months. And I said, okay. So Lana loved it. I mean, she was like me at SCAD. She listened to every single word I had to say. So we taught her the basic how to thread the machine. She went home that night. Her parents went to bed. She threaded the machine. She watched YouTube channels, and the next day came to Camp Couture with a skirt she had made. I swear to you on my life. Her mama hadn't got out of the box. She got out of the box, watched YouTube all night long, and came in with a skirt she had made, the first garment she had made. Now, if that does not give you chill bumps on your legs, I do not know if you are breathing. Seriously. Something that small could change that child's life. And she took the initiative. She's like, I'm going to figure it. My mama can't teach me. I'm going to go on YouTube. There's ways for them to learn, but you have to give them the tools to learn. So that's Camp Couture. It's our 2nd year of doing Camp Couture. It's already growing. I'm like, I got to find another space for it. But it's for girls. It's a camp for girls to learn about fashion. And it's also meant because of how the schools are now bullying and all that nonsense to encourage them. So they all give positive critiques about each other's garments and their sketches, and you have to have a positive critique. Even the little 5-year-olds, you have to say something positive about your fellow sister. So I started Camp Couture last year. The next one, please. And this is my other baby, Birmingham Fashion Week. Has anybody ever heard of Birmingham Fashion Week? Hi, I started that sucker. So I started Birmingham Fashion Week in 2011. This was last year. That's my runway show. It's the finale. Last year we had over 4,000 people in attendance. Our first year in 2011 we had 400 people in attendance. It has grown immensely. I do it in my spare time, which is between the hours of midnight and about 4 o'clock in the morning. Last year was my last year to do it because I calculated how much I've made over the past 6 years. When I talk about starving artists, 26 cents an hour. So I decided to quit because I'm like, what am I doing? I wasn't getting support from the community at all. Businesses wouldn't help me. I want to help so many people. I touch so many lives, and that's what I want to do. That's my way of serving and doing my stewardship that I should do. But I can't do it if I don't have help, and I have no help. And I know you feel that way. Like, how can I do one more thing? So I've prayed about it. I've decided to turn into a 501c3, and that's what we're working on now. So next year it will be a nonprofit, and I can get grants and funding because it needs to stay alive. It's so good. I want to give you some statistics about Birmingham Fashion Week, and we'll look at some slides. In 2015, it boosted the local economy by $540,000. That's from food, hotels, people shopping to come, traveling, all of that. Our PR team is volunteer, and so our total PR value was $242,000 of just free PR. Every news station, magazine, locally covered it, as well as things nationally. We can go to the next slide. Just some people in the crowd of Birmingham Fashion Week. And what I love about it is with art, just like music and food, there's no barrier of education, race, income, anything like that. It's welcome. Fashion is just a way to speak your language, just like drawing is, and that's why I think art and music is so important. And so it's a huge impact on our state because it brings in a variety of people with different ideas and different backgrounds, and they become the best friends, which I think just helps our youth to grow and be stronger. Let me go to the next one, please. So that was our ad from last year. That little model right there, after Birmingham Fashion Week, got a contract with Elite. She models for H&M out in LA now. And that was after Birmingham Fashion Week. We have Elite comes down every year from LA and sources our models because we have some really pretty girls in Alabama, which y'all know that. So they come down and they source our models. Last year we had over 4,000 guests. This was 2015. We had 2,500. We moved it to Boutwell this year because we just couldn't fill the capacity of our tents. It was just, we were busting out the seams, so we moved it to Boutwell. And those of you who came, Melissa, she's came, and friends came, and if nobody else has attended, you know how awesome the event is. We had over 800 models that try out. That's all over from the South. Birmingham Fashion Week is the largest fashion week outside of Charleston Fashion Week. Charleston Fashion Week is a huge fashion week. We're the second largest, besides the main ones, New York, LA, Miami, Charleston, and Birmingham. So we're the 5th largest in the country. That's why I can't let it die, but I've got to get support. We can go to the next one. We have headlighting designers that fly in. We have a lot of retailers locally like Gus Meyer that support us, and so we've had Tibby, we have Rails out of LA that came this year, we had Alex and Trixie, we have Tribe Kelly, a lot of big name designers who fly into Alabama who don't show at small fashion shows, only show at New York, that come to Alabama, who are very impressed by what we have going on and have asked how they can help us to grow it. But until I decided a few weeks ago to turn it to a nonprofit, I told them that I don't know how they could help us. Sarah Evans comes every year. Taylor Hicks comes every year. Sarah's daughter wanted to model last year, but she had a volleyball tournament. The Mayor Bell has been a huge advocate for it. He always helps me. He provided me with Boutwell this year. He is a big cheerleader for me, which I appreciate greatly. We go to the next one. Oh, the girl football player, AJ McCarron, his wife, beauty queen. She got her first start on Birmingham Fashion Week's runway, and then she's a model for Sports Illustrated thanks to that dude checking her out on ESPN. Community involvement. We give scholarships. Our Rising Design Star is the thing that I love the most. So I told you about that AstroTurf skirt I made in college? So this is where it comes in. So junior high and high school students, it's called the Rising Design Star Challenge, and they can create a garment of non-traditional items and anything they want. You don't have to buy fabric, you don't have to buy material, you can't sew it, you have to glue it, staple it, or tape it together. It can be leaves, it can be trash, you don't have to have any money to do it. We had over 30 schools as far as Athens, all the way down to Fairhope and everywhere in between, middle school and high schools, that participated. Their art teachers have been blowing me up. Heidi, when is this again? My kids are ready to get started, which I've told them as of right now, we're working through some kinks to make it continue. But we do give scholarships. Last year, SCAD gave a scholarship, and SCAD's been a partner of ours now. The strongest they've been is this year, and they've continued to support us. So we love having them involved. So they gave out a scholarship to SCAD, which the student did accept, and now she's going to SCAD to fulfill her dreams. And we went to give her her award. The president actually came down, and she just hugged me and cried, and she said, if it wasn't for you, I would never thought I could do this. And that's what I want for Birmingham Fashion Week and me as a human, is to help people to achieve their dreams. So that's the Rising Designs Challenge. We also have a thing called the Emerging Designer Challenge. That's for kids in colleges who are more developed in their career, and they go on and they show a 4-piece collection. We have boutiques there, so boutiques can then pick up their collection. So these kids who aspire to really become designers, have paid their way through college, can then go and show their work to boutiques. We have the Fresh Face of Fashion, which are for models. We have a ton of models that try out, but the ones who win usually get full gigs in the modeling world. And then we also do that for hair and makeup artists. We have a hair and makeup artists that fly in from all over the Southeast to come and do makeup. There's probably about 70 of them in the back of the building doing hair and makeup. Photographers come. We have a thing called Makers Row for local makers who are getting started with their crafts, whether it be leather goods, pottery, art, whatever the case may be, for them to showcase and be in front of people who have the means to buy your work. Those are some of the garments from last year. So the first one on your far left was made out of old sacks of chicken feed. She got little eggs, and then she got little red feathers to create a chicken dress. The next one's made out of aluminum and I don't bake. Mama, what's that stuff? Saran wrap. No, what's that? Aluminum foil. Aluminum foil. There you go, aluminum foil. Listen, I can't do everything, okay? I can't be able to cook too. So aluminum foil, and I don't know what the one on the third one is. We can go to the next slide. So those are emerging designers. Those are kids in college who won last year. The kid in the middle is from SCAD. He made those shoes and those handbags. I gave him a scholarship personally for $500 just to encourage him, and he's making a pair of shoes to start selling in our stores that are Heidi Elnora shoes for our brides. He's a designer based in Birmingham. The girl on the left, she's a designer from the Ukraine who had moved to Alabama because her husband got a job and didn't know what she was going to do. She knitted that whole garment together. So I also gave her a $500 scholarship just to encourage her to do her work. Next one, please. So there's the kids on stage winning. You can see their face and how excited they are to get their scholarships to SCAD in Alabama. And the girl in the middle with the polka dot dress, she's the one who's now going to SCAD. Her freshman year will be this fall. All right, we can keep going. Just to show you the amount of kids that have came over the years. So in 2012, we had 72 junior high and high school students apply. Last year, we had 300. So they have to, we send them a packet, we give them a croquis, they draw on the croquis, and they show us a list of materials that they're going to use to create their garment. And then we have a board from the the Birmingham Museum of Art makes the selection of who they want to be a part, and then they showcase their work at the museum. So it puts their work in an art museum. And that's a list of all the schools that participated: Oak Mountain, Florence, Pelham, Holt, Homewood, Fairview, I can't read, Shades Valley, Vestavia, North Jefferson, Hoover, Indian Springs, Mountain Brook, Fairhope, Chelsea, John Carroll, Athens, Hueytown. I mean, it keeps going and going and going. So that's all the schools we reach. We send it out to every single school in Alabama. Some schools, though, do not have art programs, so it doesn't get to these kids, which is disappointing. Other schools do, which they help to encourage. And then those are the colleges that participated: Savannah College of Art and Design, University of Alabama, Lucas School of Arts, Auburn University, and Omar College of Design were the colleges that represented the Emerging Designer Competition. All right, let me do the next one. One little kid I'm proud of, his name is Bradford Billingsley. He is a Heidi fan. Precious little boy. He's at Birmingham Fashion Week. He's 15 now. He's done it since the first year we allowed them to do it, since he was 12. Lifetime contacted me 2 years ago because of my connection with Project Runway and said, we're creating a show called Project Runway Threads. You got any good kids? I said, I got a good one. So I told his mom about it. He applied. He won the first ever Project Runway Threads. and he got his start at Birmingham Fashion Week. His model is Abby Champion. Abby Champion, that's the first time she's ever modeled. She lives in LA now. She has 250,000 followers, and she dates Arnold Schwarzenegger's son. And they come to Birmingham Fashion Week. So it's amazing what one little stitch, one little human can do. And imagine if people listen and we all work together, how much we could do as a force. Next one. All right, that's me, Heidi Elnora. This is my life. I'll ask any questions, answer any questions you have. Thanks for listening. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you learned something. I hope you feel inspired, passionate, encouraged, and thank you for your time.
Yes, we do. We have time. I was just going to say, if you want to ask Heidi a question, feel free. We have a mic right up here, so come on up and ask away. I know. Yes, Jeannie's got one.
Huh? Oh, I'm good. I got some Diet Coke, and we're kicking it right now.
Hey, Heidi.
Hey, darling.
I'm Jeannie. I work with writers. And I've been trying to get the people who are involved in pushing manufacturing in Alabama to understand that arts are manufactured. And I was told recently by somebody who was very high up in this that I was just a romantic. And I said, well, what about when people come to, like Mayor Strange told us, you know, they take them in the helicopter over the Shakespeare Festival. He said that's not what they're interested in anymore. What they're interested in is workforce development. So I just want to give you this idea that you should teach people to sew in Alabama through the workforce development concept.
Okay.
And then you would have people, and I'll tell you later who you might want to talk to about that, but we have got to get the arts to be viewed by the economic folks here as something that's manufactured.
100%. And definitely would love to talk to you.
Okay.
And that's the thing. There needs to be more jobs here.
Right.
And people are willing to learn a craft.
Right. But they can teach them to sew just like they teach them to rivet.
100%. I mean, it's teaching a craft. And I did not know that there was that to teach them. And we have, for Camp Couture, there's an age 14 and up because women come to me and they're like, Heidi, can you teach me how to hem some pants? I'm like, sure, sugar. But there's so many aspiring designers here that just can't find the people to help them to do that. Well, there's so many people here that need a job and want to still do that craft that needs to make that connection. So to make those worlds collide, I think could be huge.
Well, congratulations, you're amazing.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. What you doing? You just gonna come talk to me? Oh, look, there's your one right there, girl. Hey, how are you? Oh, good to see you.
Oh, I'm asking her, I'm sorry. Okay. Hi, Heidi, first of all, I want to thank you, and you're such an inspiration to all of us. And I want to invite all of you to have the opportunity to become part of this Birmingham Fashion Week. I had known Heidi had done this, but I took the initiative last year to go to her to offer her scholarships from our college, and I would like to invite every college in the state to be part of this. I'd also like to know what we can do to get the word out. She is inspiring young people like I have never seen, ever. And I know you all are coming from high schools. Some of you have strong visual art programs. Some of you have home ec problems or fashion projects from the career standpoint. And I'd like to know what you think we could do to help you and with this exciting project you have.
For me, that has been hard. You know, some of the schools jump on board and they do it year after year after year. And we've reached out to superintendents all over the state. And my goal is when we do turn this into a nonprofit, to have someone who can specifically be in charge of helping to get more and more kids involved. When people come to Birmingham Fashion Week, the majority of the people don't come to see these big name designers. They don't care. They come to support the kids. And the more kids that we can support and the more kids that we can teach about fashion, the more people we can get the opportunity to walk on stage and just give them that boost of confidence, that's ideal. I mean, there's only so much one human can do, but if we could get some support to just get the word out, take the initiative, that's what I need. I just need support.
And I challenge all of us to please come up with ideas. This is one of the most exciting projects I've ever been a part of. The Alabama State Council and Al, we've worked with you for years with the Alabama Visual Arts Achievement, which is a fabulous, fabulous program. But this is another aspect, and it's taken children from creativity to the confidence. And yes, I'm real excited about getting one of your winners, by the way.
Hey, I'm sending them your way, girl. Thanks, Miss Fran. Hey.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
We are absolutely amazed at your story. My colleagues and I were just there just saying, how fantastic. We were just the recipients of an arts grant, and we're really trying to think of ways to expound, and the first thing that came to our mind was, wouldn't it be fabulous to be able to grab young artists, female or male, that could be like an extension of an after-school program. Do you know of any connections here? Like, we were thinking, how could we even get this concept started? Are there any connections here that you have that could kind of link with us as far as community partners or anybody else out there? If you know anybody, we would be, very embracing to that.
I'm more than happy to help you with what I know in the fashion world. There's not a lot of fashion camps. That's why I started one. There's not one.
Not in the surrounding of Alabama, Montgomery?
I haven't seen one.
Yeah.
That's why I started it, because I'm like, what the heck are we doing in Alabama? Like, let's just do it. So anyway, I can support you. We will. Any way I can. So please, and I'll brainstorm with you. I'll give you my email at the end of this. But yeah, let's storm.
Yeah.
All right, nice to meet you. You're welcome.
Student engagement. I think that was the key. It took you until that one person came that reached you and you finally found your spot. There's a lot of people in here. We'll get to those resources later, tomorrow, as far as artists and people that we can get to. But for all of the students, we've heard this fact, 70% of the schools don't have arts in them in Alabama. And we know that there are kids that are out there just like you that are trying to find their niche. They're trying to find, every school's going to have a football team, and they're going to have cheerleaders.
Yep.
But arts, and I'm speaking specifically to some of the administrators that are here from the arts grants. Those are the kids we're trying to reach. If you want an engaged student, give them something at school that makes them want to be there. Not all of them are football players, and they're not all cheerleaders. The arts provide that other outlet. You need to think about that as you work through these grants and create your plans. What do you think you could have had at high school that could have gotten you more engaged to keep you there, other than just that one book that was given to you on the...
Well, we didn't have, and thank you, we had our one home ec class. I'm thinking about it now. I have a kindergartner at Bryan Elementary, and there's no art class for my kid. My husband and I talked about this last night. My dad's real big into sports. My husband's dad played baseball for the Red Sox. We live in Alabama, and so our focus is sports. Sports. They have my 6-year-old practicing 5 nights a week. So we did upward, because I'm like, I can't do all that. We'll do one night. That's about all we got. But we are so driven about, well, they need to become, they're going to work, they're going to run for Saban. Our focus is sport. And I did coach Saban's daughter's dress, so I'm, yay, Saban. But the focus, there's more to us and there's more to Alabama than sports. And so we push that so much. And so for my son, I signed him up for Young Rembrandts. He takes those classes and he loves it. Maybe sports isn't for Jack. I can't push him one way to make him what his grandparents expect him to be. My husband's artistic and creative, and I am too. And so we want to give him options. If he wants to be an artist, a graphic designer, a guitarist, an illustrator, whatever it is he wants to be, I want to put the tools in front of him. And so for me, a simple flyer, just something to say, there's other opportunities. Being where I was from, in a hayfield, there just wasn't opportunities. I didn't know about them. And the only way I'm going to know about them is my parents know about them. I'm not going to know to do the research to go find it. So it's just getting it out into the schools. Like, hey, these are some summer camps. These are some programs. Just something to get it in their face that you can be more than what you're expected to be, or who the people around you expect you to be. If you need an opportunity to show yourself, my cousin's an art therapist out in San Francisco, and that's what she does all the time. Like, we don't even have art therapy in our schools, so kids who are going through bullying and tragic situations and abuse, there's no way for them to release, so that's why they turn to drugs and other bad things. But art can save so many people, so I think it's just getting it in front of people, whether it's a flyer, whether it's an email, whether it's just you just keep pounding it in front of them. I don't know if it has to be a program, because I know programs are expensive and they're hard to get through and through the state and all that stuff, but just making sure people are aware that here's an opportunity for you. See, there's more to this than what you just see around you. That to me is it, just putting it in front of people so they can be educated that there's more to life than just sports, or if you don't do sports, you don't do anything. Does that make sense? Ma'am? Uh-huh. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yeah, it's an after-school program. So, yeah, Young Rembrandts is an after-school program that I signed Jack up for. It's from 3 to 4, and they come in and they teach them art. And so they had a career, like they had a kind of a learn your school day, and you could sign them up for learn about music, or you can sign them up for soccer. And it was an art class that's after school for an hour. And we just wanted to encourage that side of Jack. And if he doesn't like it, then so be it. But he loves it. And he's like, Mama, I want to go back to drawing class. I'm like, cool, kid. But it is an after-school program. And I think if we had more after-school programs, that would be amazing. I know as a mom, like just having a place for my kids to go where I know they're learning something that they enjoy, but there's not a ton of those. So that's why we started the summer camp, Camp Couture, just to mamas need to do something with their babies in the summer. They love fashion. They want to learn about it. That's how we created that camp. But if there was more opportunities, and maybe that's for y'all, it's an after-school program that maybe 1 week it focuses on this section of the arts, and it's all photography. And if you want to learn about photography, you come. And the next week it's about, illustration, and you learn that side of the arts for a week, and people can just sign up. And if it's a nonprofit, they can sign up for free and just see if they enjoy it. And then from there, they're going to tell their friends, and they're going to get volunteers, and then it just starts snowballing. But it has to start with just getting one person in the door.
One more question, and then we've got to.
Please add Scottsboro High School to your mailing list.
I will, for sure. Thank you. Yes. Hey. Hey.
Is it on? Okay. Heidi, I'm Jerry Foster from Florence High School and Florence Academy of Fine Arts. We were one of your groups. I want to first thank you. You drug me into the world of fashion when I had no intentions of ever being involved. Because if everybody would look, this is fashion in my household, because that's all I know how to do. I can't sew a button on. But what I found was several years ago, one of my girls in my art class came to me and said, Mr. Foster, have you ever heard of this, a fashion week in Birmingham? I said, no reason to hear of it. I don't look at fashion magazines or anything else. She said, well, I want to participate. I said, okay. I know how to teach you how to draw. I know design, but I don't know fashion. So guess what? I had to learn a lot of things I wasn't planning on learning. Still can't sew, have no intentions of learning because I stick myself. But what I did find out in the process is that we end up having several finalists in your competition.
They're fantastic. And your students, to congratulate you, Florence has shown up every year and shown up strong.
Well, I appreciate that. We've tried. I retired last year, but I'm still involved in the arts. But I was going to tell you, thank you for that. And also, because of that, we developed a partnership, which most of these in here could be involved in. We learned what we needed to do to make things get better, is we developed a partnership with Career Tech Education, where they do teach students how to sew. That's awesome. Okay, and how to do these things. So with a partnership of visual design and visual art, partnership with CTE, we now have a fashion program where they do the designing, the creating, and the marketing and media. That's awesome. The whole 9 yards. So Thank you.
Oh my God, thank you. That is awesome. That is so awesome. And that's what it's meant to do. Like, we created a platform, and then you take that platform and you expand upon it, and you did. And like, look at all the things that you're teaching your kids because one little person said, hey, I want to do this. And now look at all the opportunities you've created. And for you to take the initiative and say, my kids need this, that's awesome. Thank you so much.
It's about listening to the children.
It is. Because they tell you what they want, they tell you what they need, and we don't listen to them. We're just like, well, this is what we think you should have. And that's why with Jack, I'm like, you like this? You like drawing more than playing baseball? Well, let's keep drawing, buddy. But thank you for doing that. That's amazing.
Heidi, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
So much.
Thanks.
Oh my goodness. Oh.
Oh, you're welcome.
I know we could probably be here for, hours asking Heidi questions. There are index cards and those little baskets on your tables. If you have questions you want, to ask Heidi, go ahead and write those down on those index cards. We'll take them from you and we will either email them to Heidi or send them to her, in some form or fashion and try to get you guys an answer. Make sure you include your name and email address on there as well. So we're going to kind of seg over into lunch. We're going to have lunch in the other room. We'll start right around noon. We have a great performance for you and a great speaker. And just a little bit of housekeeping, I guess. I've been told I forgot to introduce myself. Sorry. So my name is Donna Russell, and I'm Executive Director of the Alabama Arts Alliance. We were formerly known as the Alabama Alliance for Arts Education. We have rebranded. We've changed our name. We've done that because we're really expanding our reach, and we still do about 70% in the education realm, but we're working a lot harder and working more toward advocacy and working for you all, to be here for you guys, to be a resource, and also to be able to work with the State Department of Education, the Alabama State Council on the Arts, to increase that percentage of the numbers of schools in our state that have the arts, because we realize how important it is, and we can have so many more Heidis if our kids had that opportunity. So we're going to you can take a little break and meet us in the room right next door for lunch. have no, apparently we have no control. We're going to wait just another minute or two to get the rest of the folks in here so we can get started with our afternoon. But how many of you in here tweet? Anybody tweet? No? Yes? It's not a political question. It's a social media thing. How about Facebook? Anybody Facebook? Do you Facebook? Facebook? Okay. So we would like for you guys to tweet about this conference and put things up on Facebook about what you're learning. And we have a couple of hashtags. So if you will, yeah. So this one's kind of a long one, but it's hashtag AL Advocacy CON 17. Alabama Advocacy Conference 17. So take those photos, tweet, put them on Facebook, and then you can also use ALAAD 17, like Alabama Arts Advocacy Day. We have a repeat banner back there that we would love for you guys to take your photos in front of. Put those up on Facebook and Twitter, and also send them to us. And we'll put them up on our Facebook page and our website as well. So we're going to give everybody about 30 more seconds to get back in here, and if they're not back in here, it's their loss. We'll start in about 30 seconds. So we're going to go ahead and get started with this afternoon's activities and sessions. You're going to see two presentations in the next few minutes. Diana Green, who is the Arts and Education Program Manager for the Alabama State Council on the Arts, is going to give you an update on the Artistic Literacy Consortium. Following Diana is Dr. Stacy Huey-Sermon. She's going to give you some really interesting information, statistics on some research that she's done regarding the state of the arts in Alabama as well. So let's welcome Diana Green.
Good afternoon. Did you enjoy your lunch? I thought it was fabulous myself. We're hoping we're going to get a little warmer for you soon. The Artistic Literacy Consortium is something that was created about a year ago. For many of you already know, we had, for about the past 3 years, we've been working with very closely the State Arts Council and the State Department of Education with a task force to try to create some kind of plan that could move us forward in improving accessibility for arts education for our students. The Artistic Literacy Consortium is a collective impact model, meaning that it includes things from many, many different places. We can go to next. Oh, I'm supposed to be able to do it myself, right? Never mind. I'm good. I'm great with technology. I'm going to actually start dancing in a minute, and then I can get warmed up, and maybe you'll understand me better. And I'm gone too far. There we go. These are our main partners that have been working together. The state-level partners, the Alabama State Council on the Arts, along with the State Department of Education, the Alliance with their new logo up there, which I absolutely love, and the Alabama Institute for Education in the Arts. The four of us have been working together for a very long time. This particular task force gave us the opportunity to put together a plan that would involve everyone, and not one that would sit on a shelf, but one that we could actually implement, we think. We're in the middle of trying it. The plan itself is available to you if you don't have a copy. Please do pick up one on the back table. It is here. There is the entire executive summary here, which is the original document. And then just inside, I've also inserted the complete plan supplement, which includes recommendations for all stakeholders. But the thing that includes, the supplement includes, that is my favorite part, is the statement from the students. We had student task force from ages 15 to 22 that helped us with the plan, and they are the ones that wrote that rationale, so I'd love for you to read that. Last year when I spoke with you, the plan had been unanimously endorsed by the council members at the State Arts Council, but we had not yet had it endorsed by the State Department of Education. Right after our meeting last year, it was unanimously endorsed also by the Board of Education. So we have a plan that everybody likes. Now we're ready to start implementing. Whoop, this goes very fast. When you pick up your plan, you'll see this complicated diagram. What this diagram shows is how we are all connected and where we all fit. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about it, but do take a look at it. What we're doing now is trying to develop that blue circle in the middle, resource centers. We're exploring ways to do that, and those need to be grassroots centers. And that is the first thing in our plan, is how do we collaborate within our plan with schools, with businesses, with our arts organizations? How do we all work together to make the plan happen? Collaboration is not an easy thing to do, because when you don't even speak the language of the other sector or stakeholder group, it's difficult. And so that's one of the things that we at the state level feel like we can help with, because at the State Council on the Arts, we work with communities a lot, and we work with arts organizations. And we have this close partnership with the State Department of Education, and very lucky to have Andy Meadows jumping on board with us, who is helping us really make sure that we all fit together. The way we have to collaborate is to share our agenda. And I don't know if there are too many people who would disagree with this agenda, but this is the mission that we came up with the task force. Provide fully funded, high-quality arts education for every student. It's a little bit more flowery than that when you read it, but that's basically what it means. I've been hearing so many different stories about different things. Heidi Elnora talking about what she does. Mr. Foster talking about what's going on. Jamie doing her program. There are so many, as Al had said earlier, there are so many wonderful things happening. And I think what we kind of decided was there is no one model that everyone needs to adopt to make sure it happens. We all need to align our efforts and continue doing what we're doing, find out where the gaps are and fill them, but reinforce each other There is no right or wrong way to do this. We just need to all do it a lot and do it together. We need to have diverse stakeholders. We need specific skills. So we need everybody who has those specific skills to share them and support and coordinate each other. The other thing that we need to do to make this work, and we know this through research, is that we have to share the way we decide to measure our success. We have to all kind of measure everything. Even though we're doing all these different things, we have to pull it together and say, okay, are we moving the bar up? So this is really hard because this is one of the very few, I think, statewide collective impact models. And we have to do a shared evaluation model, which the woman who talks to you next is going to talk to you about. And she's amazing because she helped us come up with some things that we could do all together. But my request and challenge to all of you that are doing programs in the schools is don't be afraid. Give it a go. Try the shared evaluation model. That's also on the table back there. There's a flyer about it. You can connect to it. You need to get onto it and try. And when it doesn't work, you need to talk to Stacy and myself because it's not set in stone. We will change it to make it easier for you. So please think about doing the evaluation model because with that we can progress further. And remembering that evaluation in this case is not like getting a grade in school, although it should be. This is exactly the way grades should happen in school. It's about improvement. How do we improve? And it's not about proving anything. We already know we're all wonderful. We just want to know how to get even more wonderful. Right now, the update for the Artistic Literacy Consortium is that the executive planning team has been a little quiet this year. We weren't sure exactly where we were going to be going forward with new personnel changes, et cetera. So we have been focusing on grassroots efforts, and we've been going out and talking to a lot of people to try to develop these resource centers. And we need organizations who are willing to think systemically and not with only their own agenda, but that main agenda that you saw. They will be developing something such as a regional advisory council. Our hope and dream was that we would connect with the in-service centers at the State Department of Education, but we're not sure that that's the structure. That's the other thing. We have labeled out a structure, but if it doesn't work, we can figure out another structure. The main thing is how are we going to collaborate and make a difference? So we will find structures that work. We need people to run systemic think tanks in your communities. We've already done it at the state level, but we don't know what's going on in your communities, and we don't know what works in your communities. So these are things that you might want to think about doing, and if anybody is interested in heading up some of this work, I would love to hear from you. Developing ideas, advocating, facilitating, and evaluating, creating a think tank in your areas. These are the recommendations that came out of the plan, and I wanted to go through them quickly. The first one, the most important one that you can think of today, is how should policymakers be aware of this plan and what should they do? We need to convince policymakers. First of all, we need to say thank you, because as Al had said, they're very generous, yes? So we have to thank them for what they are doing, but telling them about this plan and how important it is for them to consider the Artistic Literacy Consortium in their planning and in their budget. And I will say with this plan, to go out and start grassroots efforts, we know that we're going to need a little funding to get those started. And that is something that Al has proposed, a slight increase for the legislature for the Artistic Literacy Consortium. So if you're going to talk to a legislator, if you would say, please support the Artistic Literacy Consortium. It's going to work. We're going to collaborate, all of us together. Your little bit of money will help all of us generate many dollars worth of instruction for students in our schools. So that's one thing you think about. This thing is very happy to change. Okay. Schools, things that you can do is figure out ways within your school to create accessibility for all students, not just a select few. No student knows whether they're an artist until they've tried it. So if you give it as an elective and something to select, you're in trouble. Arts should be included in your plan. Every school has a plan for improvement. Think about the arts. And almost everybody's doing project-based learning now in STEAM programs. What better project can you have than a child creating a work of art that has to use the knowledge that you want them to know in order to create that art? They will love it and they will learn at the same time. Organizations need to support the schools and they need to help supplement instruction, but you have to be careful not to supplant. There have been many worries about arts educators who are already in the schools of another organization coming in and trying to do what they're already doing. We don't want to compete. We just want to fill gaps. So think about, make sure you communicate with schools to find out what they need before you design your programs. We need businesses. We need businesses that can help plan. They have personnel that we don't have. They have expertise we do not have. They have resources. And yes, we need businesses to set up funding programs to supplement the funding for arts education because it won't happen entirely from the legislature. We have to get our communities involved in helping with that funding. And families and students are in the best position to advocate. We've all talked about let the kids show what they do, let them talk about it. They are the best advocates. Put them on your teams, get them on your boards, listen to the students. We were amazed at what they could do with our task force. So they can help also, you have families with resources and expertise that you can use. That is the end of the plan. We're just trying to plan and do more with less, but actually we have so much out there that we hope that you will all help us with. Do I have to ask for any questions? Out of time. Okay. Take questions at the end. Okay, Stacy, my great partner. She's the most wonderful statistician here. And Melissa Huey's daughter, shall we say that?
All right, my name is Dr. Stacey Huey Sermon. I am a assistant professor at the University of Alabama in the College of Education. I am also the program evaluator for the Artistic Literacy Consortium and the author of the Shared Evaluation System. One thing that I want to kind of piggyback on what Diana was saying was that we do need your input. If there is something, if you are participating in the Shared Evaluation System currently, or if you're not, and you have been scared off by what you see, please tell us. My email address is everywhere all over the Shared Evaluation System. It can't get better. We can't move on to version 2.0 if I don't know what's wrong with 1.0. Okay? So I need your feedback, and we will make changes and make it a much better program than it already is. All right, what I want to do today is to actually walk you through a look at Alabama arts education programs, programming in the state. And what we're going to do today is to look at the state as a whole rather than program by program. And I'll kind of talk about why we have to kind of look at the state as a whole. We're going to begin today by looking at, there we go, excuse me, Alabama's pre-K through 12th grade public school-based arts education programs, specifically those directly offered by schools and school systems. One of the things that we have and why we are limited in the way that we actually look at arts education programming in the state is that if you think back to the graphic that Diana had of the organizational graphic of the Artistic Literacy Consortium, at the very top there were yellow rectangles at the very top, and they had the Arts Council, and they also had the State Department of Education. Those are our two main sources of reliable data sources, basically. Below that, anything below those two rectangles at the very top of the organization, we don't have reliable data sources. So if your program is missing from what we talk about today, if you don't see a dot in your county, we need to talk. I need to know what you're doing. And one of the ways that we can do that, and we'll talk about that in just a few minutes, a couple ways that we can actually make that happen. All right, this first map that we're going to see is an actual representation of the depth and breadth of public school-based arts education in Alabama's elementary schools. Okay? For our schools with arts education, in the elementary schools, visual arts education and choral music programs are the primary offerings at the elementary school level, and honestly that's what one would typically expect in many of these schools. Our theater arts, our dance, and our band offerings are very limited, if not limited, or not offered at all across the state. One of the things that I do want to mention about this map is that we don't want to be deceived by it, okay? So I'm actually going to kind of pick on a couple of areas, for instance, okay? So if we take a look at something like Jefferson County as compared to, say, Baldwin County, okay? If we look at this map, we will actually see and say, oh, there's more arts education in the schools in Jefferson County. Well, there's also 4 times as many elementary schools in Jefferson County as there is in something in Baldwin County, okay? So if you see dots, okay, so if you see dots in a community in that particular area, that does mean that there is arts in those particular schools, okay? So you can imagine that in a school that has just 4 or 5 dots, that does mean that there actually are arts in every elementary school. There just happens to only be 4 or 5 elementary schools in that particular county. We did represent both the city systems and county systems in this report. What we can clearly see, however, is that there are areas of this map without dots, okay? And those areas without dots have little to no public school-based arts education offered at the elementary school level. One of the things that really plagues elementary schools is that elementary school-based arts programs, while well-established in some areas, and they've been in place for 20 and 40 and 60 years, in other areas they are considered to be add-ons to the curriculum rather than part of an elementary school curriculum. Because of that, they are the first funding to be cut, because they do have that vision of an add-on. And so there is great need in the state of Alabama at the elementary school level. Right now we have, what you see here, we have approximately 35 to 40% of the elementary schools in the state of Alabama have arts education of any type, okay? So that means that there is a great deficit at the elementary school level. Our next slide is going to be our secondary schools. This is again a representation of the depth and breadth of arts education programs in our public secondary schools. These are our middle schools, our junior high schools, and our high schools are all lumped together, mainly because many of the school systems in the state of Alabama actually don't have separate campuses for their middle schools. So middle schools and junior high schools and high schools all tend to share the same pool of resources in terms of arts education. And so they were all put onto one particular map. While the previous slide showed large areas with little to no arts education, one of the great things for the 2016-2017 school year is that I can report that 100% of the high schools and approximately 80% of the middle schools or junior highs provide some access to the arts education for their students. That is a huge step in the right direction. Okay? Across the state of Alabama, there is great support for music education. And you can see that on the map. Well, it's a little bit difficult if you're not very close to that map. I apologize. I kind of thought the things were going to be a little bigger. So that's not as big as I would like for it to be. But what you can actually see from this is that music education in the state is widely offered, but it is primarily at the secondary level offered in a marching band situation, as we see on the map. There is great support for music education programs, especially for marching band within this state. Visual arts and theater arts are evident in a number of communities across the state. Dance, however, is offered in very, very few places. Our secondary schools work with very diverse populations of students with diverse interests and diverse needs. And one of the things that we know that our secondary schools need to offer diverse arts education. While it is wonderful that we have arts in every high school, we may not at this point be providing arts for all. And in some areas, we're only providing arts for some, especially if there is only one particular school in one particular area. It is limiting to what the access that the secondary students have. What do I do? Okay, let's see, is it going to load? Let's see. Nope, back. Why is that one not loading? Weird. Okay, we're going to go on. Okay. All right. So one of the things that we were able to do, and I talked to you guys about the graphic at the top, is that we were able to look at the current offerings. The other avenues of reliable data sources that we have are to look at the grants that are offered by those two yellow rectangles at the top of the organizational graphic. And those grants programs afford us the opportunity to take a look at short-term, so 6-month to 3-year types of grant situations and funding situations that afford organizations and schools and school systems to provide innovative and new arts education programming for their schools. I'm going to call these our bright spots, okay? Because these grants go about helping to bridge the gap, to make a difference in areas where there are no other opportunities for funding. These grants kind of have that opportunity to do that. The first group that we're going to look at that are our yellow bright spots are going to be those grants that are provided by the Alabama State Council on the Arts. Excuse me. These ASCA grants are awarded throughout the state, and they're offered through the Arts and Education Grants Program that includes both curriculum-based projects focused on standards-based education and enhancement grants that provide school children with exposure to the arts and arts enrichment activities, as well as professional development for arts integration and artist collaborations and field trips. What we see here is not that one dot equals one grant. One dot simply means that there is an emphasis on, at least one entity in that particular county has received a grant. In many cases, where you see 2 stars or more in a particular area, that means that there is probably upwards of 4 or 5 or 10 grants being afforded in those particular areas. These are provided by the State Council on the Arts. They are also provided through funding from the State Council on the Arts through the local arts councils. And so what I really need to show on this map is about 4,000 little yellow stars, because there is extensive support from the Arts Council for new programming at both the elementary and we'll see in just a second the secondary level. In addition to what you see in terms of what is represented on this map, the Alabama State Council on the Arts provides additional funding to organizations that have, while these are direct impact, they are based in the schools and they are working with children on a daily basis. They also provide the funding for performing arts organizations, community arts organizations, museums and visual and literacy arts organizations, and individual fellowships for artists. So if you or your children or your students have seen a show, if you've heard a performance, if you've walked through a museum, if you've been to a festival, you really can thank the Arts Council for their support because there's very little that happens in the arts world in the state of Alabama that is not supported by the State Council. Our second look are our green stars. And our green stars, our bright spots, are going to represent the Alabama Arts Education Initiative grants that many of you in this room may have or have had in the past that are provided by the State Department of Education. The goal of these grants is to aid schools in the development and support of sustainable arts education programs directly in the schools. These are provided to schools with little to no access, schools with minimal to high access, and even community partners are eligible for these grants. These grants afford schools with opportunities to really start new programs where there are none, and to also support existing programs that without the support of these grants really would be otherwise impossible. Okay? What you see as we click through is that the bright spots begin to actually fill the gaps in need. Okay? They begin to. We can see that at the secondary level as well. What is interesting to me is that one of these things that we have to think about is that each one of these grants, each one of these bright spots represents an opportunity for schools to provide a more diverse and a more open opportunity for arts for all within, in addition to new programs and also in support of those existing programs. Okay. All right. We'll see if this actually loads. One of the things that, and I'll just back up since those aren't loading, I'm not sure why. Okay. One of the things that we know is that we have a fantastic view of what we've been able to do in 2016 and 2017. But if we, and because I'm not, when I go forward, my graphics aren't there, I'm going to go back to where we didn't have those bright spots. There we go. Okay. What we see is that on a yearly basis, those bright spots go away. If we don't have support within communities, if we don't have continued supports throughout the state, if we don't have buy-in from students, those bright spots go away. And something that we have to deal with really on a yearly basis. The grants are fantastic, but in order to have arts for all, we have to find a way to make some of those bright spots stay permanently. One of the last question, I'll see if that slide will load for me one more time, if any point. Let's see. I have no idea what's going on. Nope. Okay. All right. There should be a big 2018 up there with a blank map. Okay. I'm sorry. It is blank, so it's doing exactly what I asked. One of the things that we need as we go forward is that what I showed you today is but a drop in the hat of the actual arts programming in the state of Alabama. I have missed probably 80% of what's out there, what goes on a daily basis, the programs that you do every single day and your constituents do. What we need on a yearly basis are two things in order to have a real picture of the arts programming in the state. The first is that we need to survey schools, pre-K through 12th grade, every year. A simple survey that says, do you have art? If so, what? If so, taught by who? We need that every year because the funding, especially at the elementary school level, is so in flux that one year they will have arts programs and the next year they will not.
okay? So that's something that we need in order to have a reliable data source for analysis and really just kind of seeing where the gaps really are. Where are there gaps in arts education? The other thing that we need is that we need arts organizations and arts agencies to participate in the shared evaluation model. It's very difficult for us to see where collaboration is happening at the state level or even really at a regional level. Everybody knows what's going on in their own county, but beyond that, we have not done a great job of making sure that everybody knows what everybody's doing. And there's so much good that's going on within the state that we need people to participate in the shared evaluation plan, because what's working in Escambia County may also work in Clark County, and what's working in Limestone County may also work in Lawrence County. So we have these abilities to take these rich resources from everyone who's in this room and the other 7,000 people that aren't here today that work in this on a daily basis. We need that information, and participating in the shared evaluation system is the best way for us to collect that information in one place to begin to see where continued gaps are or where great strides are being made. I want to kind of leave you really with just a question today. And that is one of the things that when we think about where we need to go next, our question for us has to be, are we going to provide art for all, or are we going to just provide art for some? Because right now we have art for some. And having a child myself in a school that does not have arts education in the school, I really would like arts for all. I don't care how it gets there. It can come by train, by plane, by boat. It can walk there. But we need arts for all children. Thank you.
Okay, so was that eye-opening to anyone? Yeah, all right. So in your program, it says I'm going to talk about something called your sphere of influence. But in the interest of time, so we can kind of stay on time, I'm just going to suggest that you go to the Americans for the Arts website. It's americansforthearts.org. And under education, just search for the Arts Education Field Guide. It's a real, and we actually have some back there, but it's a very informative piece to help you figure out that you have influencers not only right outside of you, but outside even further and further. So it could be someone you don't even suspect is in your sphere of influence. So now we have a panel consisting of Jerry Foster, Melissa Huey, Faith Lenhart, Lonnie Harrison, and Susan Smith. And they're going to talk about the importance of promoting your programs. And they will tell you a little bit more about themselves while they're up there. And also, there are pretty extensive bios in your program if you want to know more about our speakers.
The mic's on the top.
It's really loud. Okay. Nancy, we're going to use mine first, please. My name is Melissa Huey, and I taught at Bob Jones High School for 24 years and started the program. And so this actual panel came from a discussion that Jerry and I had at one of the board retreats when we realized we didn't know what the other person had done, and we had real misconceptions. So I said, this is time to share what we know. Okay, so the question always is, how do you get to Carnegie Hall? And this clicker does not work. Okay, I may have to go stand somewhere. There we go. And for Bob Jones, truly, this was
a grassroots advocacy, because we did not have any funding. It was a program that was established as a feeder, and we had no funding whatsoever. It was a teacher in a room, so I know that a lot of you grant recipients are sitting there just like that. Well, I don't know. Okay, go next. Okay, so we know what grassroots advocacy is supposed to do. We're going to get we're going to have the community know about what you have going for you, and you're trying to get them to work with you. Next slide. But what I say is tell your story and tell anybody that will listen to you. Start building your network of support. Next slide. You want to get your kids on board, because that's where it really started for me, was to convince them of the benefits, the relevance, and the rigor of your program. And they will go home then and they will share it with their parents. Their parents will share it with their community. The community shares it with the civic leaders. And you never know whose parents, what these parents are. It could be, I had the senator's children, I had the mayor's kids, I had the city council, I had board members, and I didn't know who they were when they came in my room. But once that kid became invested in the program, that parent showed up. Next slide. Now, I do want to mention, and whenever we talk about relevance, I will say look for help wherever you can get it. With relevance, we had real help from Fran Jones. Fran, are you back there? Fran is with SCAD. She came to my door, and she said, I'm trying to present to your children. They won't let me go anywhere but to the cafeteria. So we went upstairs, talked to the principal, and he said, well, it has to be curricular if she's in your room. And I looked at her and I said, good, can you do careers? And she said, yes. We can approach it from that way, and that's exactly what she did. She came in, she talked about careers, she talked about what your major would be in college, the work you'd be doing, and they got to see the actual college level work, which actually helped them understand the rigor that it was going to take to be in that major. She also talked to them about scholarships, and this then became the gold standard for everybody else that got to come in my room to talk to any kids. They had to talk careers. Now, when we got to rigor, our problem was that we didn't have anything. We could either buy something to work on or something to work with. So we began to take, like, as I say, turn nothing away. Go ahead and just start scrolling through these. This is paper. Intergraph called us and said, we have some paper we're going to give away. And it turned out, and I said, sure. And I'm thinking it's scrap. When it gets there, it turns out to be 3 by 4 feet. And some of the best paper I've ever seen in my life. But it was free. Keep going. Just keep going. Okay, keep going. These are all on that paper. We just kept figuring out what to do with it and doing different things and allowing the kids to pick their own way. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Now, whenever I say mat board, hey, I went to the Frame World and she says, hey, I got a box of mat board. Do you want it? Don't think about what it is they're giving you as mat board. Say, what can I do with this? So I brought that box of mat board in thinking, well, we'll play with it. All right, start scrolling through. This one is actually hung in the National Endowment for the Arts and Humanities in Washington as the representative for the nation art program. And it's on a piece of free mat board. Keep going. All of this is mat board. We learned how to do all kinds of things. And so it teaches you to become creative, how to play with it, to figure out, to make it your own, to come up with a new solution. Keep going. Keep going. This is all mat board. Keep going. Keep going. Oh, the name of that one is, You Speak So Loudly I Cannot Hear Myself Think. Mm-hmm. You can tell that child was having a problem. Okay, next slide. Our tech theater, we collaborated with them. We went over and we would teach them skills in art techniques for the backdrops. And they, in turn, whenever they tore the set down, whatever they were throwing out, they would come over and they'd say, hey, we got stuff. Y'all want to come take a look at it and see what you want? So this is what was done on the Luan. No, this is my cardboard. What am I saying? The janitor was our cardboard guy. He brought every box in the building. When he found out we were using it, every box in the building came through. That's an American Visions Award winner. All these are winners. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Everybody had a way of approaching it differently. Now this is the salvage Luan from the tech department. Keep going. Keep going. And some of these pieces were gigantic. That was almost a full 4 by 8 foot sheet. These are, really big, and we didn't try to camouflage. Some of them we just broke, and that we really like that work. Okay, my next tip is buy local. Get yourself a real relationship going with people because they will give you things. The clay and the Sculpey that was used for these next pieces was all donated. Next, just keep going, 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 keep going. Now this is Sculpey. Keep going. And at that point, it began to get out into the neighborhood that we were using everything. So people would bring us stuff. So things were coming in my doors. We had everything from junk, I mean literally junk, appliances or televisions or strange things being brought in the door. But what it did was it forced the creativity to really go. So now, keep going. You can begin to see we worked on roofing. We worked on tar paper. That's got a speaker in it. We assembled broken pieces. That's a door. And these, guys, these are national winners. And so you begin to see that all of this is just about thinking how you can think differently about something. That's a real, like I say, some of this stuff you go, what are you going to do with that? But the child would look at it and they would figure it out. Keep going. That was used drop cloth. That's on the right. This one had nails out of the a gutter in it. Okay, keep going. All right, do you love this? This is one, she came in with this piece and she said, do you think we can really do with anything? I said, well, what does it say to you? I said, let's live with it a while. And that again is a gold winner. It's a gold medal national winner. That's a gold medal national winner with all of the wire and the staples and things. That is a set of bed springs that the child's neighbor was throwing away. And so she went out, she called me and she says, can you come get these bed springs? I've got an idea. And so we called the bed springs in and we made this installation. It became a national winner. This again, a national winner. You love our framing? We thought it worked well. So this is called introspection. Now, what I would say is, if you need to be visible, make friends with somebody in the newspaper or the TV or both. They will do everything for you. Be in every public festival you can get in. We did Madison Street Festival and Panoply, and whenever you help them, they will help you. What Dr. Fowler was talking about was his wife actually drove the truck that took the stands to bring them to at 5:30 in the morning to the Madison Street Festival, and she did it. And so you have a relationship now. We did 15 different competitions, and you say, how do you do that? My parents carried it all. They delivered the portfolios. They carried the kids. Did it happen overnight? No, but it did happen. Our shows, we did shows at school at least twice a year. It started out small, got bigger as it went. It became a collaborative with the school, and then it became collaborative with the entire system. We brought in all the little kids, the big kids, everybody, and it was an unbelievable community night. We invited all the community, every school, every civic leader we could find, every legislator, anybody that we thought could garner any influence for us, they were invited. All right, click. And our seniors got to show their portfolios. This was one of their big deals. They'd rather do this than graduation. Go ahead. There's another portfolio. Go ahead. And then the people came. It's almost like a field of dreams. You build it, they will come. We had at least 5,000 or more people at every one of these events. It was standing room only. And it was not just people who had children at the school. This was the community. People would come who had nothing, no inclination of what was going on. And we had support from the PTA, who paid for programs. We had support from the Arts Council because they came, decorated, brought the flowers, served for the refreshments. And SCAD came, and we asked all the colleges, we invited them to come. The SCAD rep that night came up and she said, we believe we need to be helping y'all with some refreshments. Can we pay for the food? And we said, yes. So it is the kind of thing, and we were invited then to be, the University of Alabama, from having come to our one show, invited us to show in the Stella Granada Gallery. We're the only high school has ever been invited to do that. So we have colleges now promoting our school. Last slide. But we are a success story because people helped us. We never had any funding. We don't have any funding. They don't have any funding now. But we are teacher units, and then one of the smartest things principal ever did, he says, you are not an art person. You are simply teaching an elective. Your job is secure. fill your room, teach your kids, keep it full, and figure out how to pay for it.
Okay, they told me I had 5 minutes to tell you everything that you ever wanted to know about Florence Academy of Fine Arts. That's impossible. Normally it takes 3 to 4, 5, 6 hours. So I'm not even going to go there, okay? I'm just going to give you a little tiny bit of information. But before I do, how many of you in here are educators in one way or the other? Raise your hands high. Don't be ashamed. Get them up there. Okay, now, you're going to have to take a test, all right? Get out your pens. Everybody's got one, so don't tell me you don't have one. You all got one right there on the table. How do I know that? Because I helped put them there. Okay, so I know they're there. Write down this word, vision. Okay? Vision. It's not real hard. V-I-S-I-O-N. I think that's how we spell it, right? Okay, anyway, back at the ranch. Let me start with this. I'm going to tell you just a little bit, very, very little bit about the Florence Academy of Fine Arts. It was a dream that was many years ago, ignored and told it was not possible. And then we got a superintendent who had shared the vision, and all of a sudden things started changing. And what we did is we went from a school that had 5 areas of fine arts, which sounds like an awful lot, but it really wasn't that much, with about 500 kids involved in fine arts, to a program that in 3 years, went from that to 9 areas of fine arts, 120 classes being offered, and 1,000 children involved. Now, let me tell you the size of our school. We have about 1,400. So when you say you've got 1,000 kids involved in fine arts, you are dominating the school, okay? It had to grow, and it didn't do it immediately, but it did it pretty quickly. Do we do advertising? No, we've never done a bit of advertising. We have 1 newspaper article and 1 magazine article in 4 years. My administration said, do you want to do billboards to advertise? I said, okay, here's my choices, billboards or do something for the kids. Skip the billboards. I'm going to say this once, and I hope you hear me, because there's a lot of people talk about what's best for the kids and doing for the kids. At Florence High School, it's not talk. We do it. If the kids come and say, Mr. Foster, I think this would be a good class to have next year. Do you think we can do it? I talk to the faculty. If they say yes, we do it. That's the reason we have 120 classes. That's the reason we're adding stone carving next year. I can't imagine what kind of mess that is going to create, but we're going to do it. That's the reason we're expanding our television production program. By the way, these young people sitting over here have for the last 2 years, don't know this year yet because their entries don't go in until Thursday, but for the last 2 years, they have won the best live sports broadcasting network in the nation for the last 2 years in a row. So clap for them, please. And they're doing live streaming of everything that you're seeing right now. But anyway, we expanded quickly. But you know, it all came down to one thing. I was sitting up here today thinking, all right, and I was telling Melissa earlier, I'm not sure what I'm going to talk about. She's all prepared. She's got her notes. Very got her ducks in a row, and I'm thinking I'm going to be shooting ducks on the run. So here we are. But the thing I thought about was vision. We've had 50-something schools come to our school going, how can we do what you're doing? And I tell them, I said, you can't do what we're doing. We're 68% free and reduced lunch. We don't have a whole lot of money. We've had to create from the top down a program, in which case we brought in the very last part of that top down is we started out, well, let's go to the top. We started with an administration that says, we believe in this vision. Okay, then we went to teachers who said, we believe in this vision. Then we went to the student body. Yes, we believe in this vision. Then we went to the parents. They said, we believe in this vision. Well, once those 4 things worked, guess who else started believing in the vision? It was the community. Now, let me tell you how much the community has believed in us. In the last year, not counting the last 2 days, and I'll tell you that in a second, but in the last year alone, we've received $100,000 in donations from the community. Didn't ask for a dime of it. Yesterday morning, I had a gentleman hand me a $1,500 check for our competition show choir. Mr. Bruce, our television production person, was given a $3,500 check for the TV production program. This morning, I got a text from our theater person. She was handed a $7,500 check today to help pay for the spring musical that we're about to do. That's called community support. That's not called begging, because we don't beg, we don't advertise. We do a good job at what we're doing. We take and put kids number one, but we started with a vision. And as we shared the vision, and as we worked the vision, it happened. Now, let me explain something to you. 68% free and reduced lunch, what does that tell you? We don't have a lot of wealthy folks in our area, okay? But we have a lot of kids. And as long as you take and put children first, and I don't mean that just as lip service, in your actions, and you do whatever you can to help them achieve their dreams, because they do have dreams. And you have dreams. We have creative dreams. We want to make a difference in tomorrow. We want our kids to make a difference in tomorrow. I went from being an art teacher who had parents the first 4 years I was there going, please don't let my children be, don't let them go into art school, or don't let them major in art, they'll starve to death. To the last 11 years before I retired last year, 12 years, I went from that to our, Mr. Foster, do you think you can help our children get into SCAD or Parsons or Memphis School of Art and Design or wherever? And it changed, but we had to change it. We had to show them it was a viable solution. And people go, I don't want my child majoring in theater. Why not? Even if they don't go into theater, they're going to be better speakers. They're going to be able to communicate better. They're going to be able to stand up in front of a group of people like this and do what I'm doing right now, okay? Which I'm not doing as eloquently as some would do it, but I'm still doing it, and that's the main thing. The point being is, find your vision, and then once you've found your vision, find somebody or a group of somebodies that say, we can do this. There's one word that 38 years ago, he's rushing me. 38 years ago, I was told, I told my kids never to say in my presence, and I've made it that way for 38 years. And that's the word can't. Eliminate that from your vocabulary. You may say, I can, or you may say, I have not found the solution yet, but I will. So ladies and gentlemen, find the solution, and you will. Thank you.
The dance one, Faith Linhart. My name is Faith Linhart. I am a performing arts chair and teach dance at Vestavia Hills High School in Birmingham, and I'm also involved with the Alva Dance Council. And I'm going to talk to you guys today about two different kind of avenues of advocacy that I have been doing or trying to do for the past couple years. The first one is how to advocate arts within your school, and the first slide should have examples of things that we're doing, that we have implemented over the past probably 5 years at my school that don't cost anything, that have made a big impact on our numbers. We've added 3 units of arts educators in the past 3 years, and we were real stagnant for a long time. The first one is we created, and this is the first year we've rolled it out, and it's been very successful, an Arts Achievement Seal. And it simply is giving students credit for work they're already doing, and if they are enrolled in 3 arts courses throughout their high school career, they are eligible for a seal, and it only costs $5 to apply, and they get a fancy sticker for their diploma, and more importantly, something to put on their resume and their college applications, and it didn't cost anything. The second thing is that we have very active National Honor Societies in all of the disciplines of the arts. The National Honor Society, the academic one, is really big at our school, so we were trying to compete a little bit with that. And so we have different chapters of all the different these 4 anyway, sections of arts. And, you know, it's a resume, it's a college application thing, and parents and kids eat that stuff up. The last thing that we did, we started about 3 years ago, and we, in the top courses in each of our discipline, offer honors courses, which is a GPA boost. It's right under, in Vestavia anyway, it's right under our AP classes. And we decided we wanted to up the rigor in those top classes and have extra, assignments, extra projects that these kids are doing inside and outside of the classroom to get the honor point. And that allowed us, the root of that, when we really started doing this, is when the graduation requirements changed, and when students don't have to have an arts education credit to graduate. We had to really start marketing ourselves and figuring out how to convince parents that these kids needed to stay in the arts when they could take another year of foreign language or another year of career tech and things like that. So that's been it doesn't hurt before, it hurt the kids' GPA to stay in our classes in the way our school is structured. And so now that we have honors courses, that's a big carrot for them, and they're able to stay in the programs 3 of the 4 years, which is awesome. You can go to the next one. Other ways that we decided about 5 years ago that we had to market ourselves, and that's not something that arts educators like to do or even have time to do, but we really started reaching out to the community. We have local newspapers that come, the anchors come and interview students and teachers, social media, websites, the school newspaper, PTO is very active. We have presented to the Board of Education on numerous occasions just to let them know what we're doing, because otherwise they wouldn't know. And we also have tried to invest in having handouts for curriculum nights to send home to parents. We visit the middle schools as a recruiting tool so that when they get ready to come to high school that they're going to want to participate in that. So we really have tried to market ourselves, which is way out of our comfort zone, but it has paid off. So it's easy stuff to do for a big payoff. Next. The other thing that you can do, which is another form of marketing, is just performing. We perform at any time that we have an opportunity to do so. Sometimes it's outside, and sometimes it's in school. Sometimes it is at a retirement home. We try to take any opportunity we can just to give exposure to the kids, but also in the community let them know, because a lot of times they don't know what is going on in our school. So that's another way to market, and I just listed some of the things that we've done. You can go to the next one. So the other hat that I wear, I guess, in a volunteer way anyway, is arts advocacy for dance. And I represent that little green dot that she showed that's in very few places in the state of Alabama. But about 3 or 4 years ago, under the Alabama Dance Council, we started something called the Alabama K-12 Dance Educator Network, which I know we need to rename. But we tried to identify, we called the State Department and said, hey, can you give me a list of all the dance educators in the state? And they said no. So we did a grassroots effort, and we emailed all the superintendents, all the vice superintendents in the state, and tried to get as comprehensive of a list as I could of all the dance educators in the state of Alabama. And so that was one thing that it's been huge for the dance teachers in Alabama, because we're kind of on an island by ourselves. And we do professional development once or twice a year. We communicate and share lesson plans and share curriculum and go to national conferences together. So it's been something that's been really beneficial for us. And that's the last slide that I have for the Dance Educator Network. Most of the other disciplines, music and visual art and theater, they already had those kind of organizations that was strictly for educators, and we didn't. So we're in the infancy of it, but we're really trying to let that be a place for us to belong and we would like teachers, we're not the only ones. And the last slide. I did want to share with you kind of what dance looks like in the state of Alabama in a public school. When people ask me what I do, and I tell them I'm a dance teacher, and they say, oh, you teach in a studio. Like, no, I actually teach in a real school, and I'd have to equate it to theater or choir performance programs. But we have more than 30 teachers in the state of Alabama teaching dance. And one of the things that we have done to get in to be able, because the arts credit isn't required anymore, the PE credit is required. And so a lot of schools in the state have written waivers to the State Department of Education to let the dance class count as a PE class. And we meet certain standards. I mean, we have to follow the curriculum, but we meet certain standards so that the kids can get their PE credit through a dance class. So that's been another way to get our foot in the door. And we have dance composition classes and honors classes and magnet programs in the state. So there's more dance in the state of Alabama than I think most people are aware of. And last slide. These are just different dance resources if you're interested. The National Dance Educators Organization, and the website is up there. The Alabama Dance Council, and it services all forms of dance in the state of Alabama, and Dance Educators is just one of them. And their website is up here. If you have a dance educator in your district, please have them contact me, because if they're not already on our roster of dance teachers, I would love to add them so that we can start inviting them to our professional development. And my last plug is that this weekend is the Dance Across Birmingham event. It's a free day of dance downtown at the Sheraton, or the Birmingham Civic Center. So if you're in Birmingham and want to do a free day of dance, come on down. It's hosted by the Alabama Dance Council, and we had inclement weather back in January and had to reschedule it for this Saturday. So if you're around, come on down. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lonnie Harrison. I'm the president of the Alabama Conference of Theater. Versus being school-related, we kind of work to get the schools out there as far as advocacy goes. One of the best ways that we do that is going to be through our festivals. Is going to be our main thing. And so, let's see if we can't get this up. Oh no, it's not happy. That's terrible. But anyway. That's okay. I'll just wing it. It's good. That's all right, Nancy. I do have Keynote, yes. I have both on there. Anyway, Alabama Conference of Theater is a network of theater artists who promote, strengthen, and sustain theater in Alabama. And that's what we're all about. Obviously, one of the biggest ways we do that is through the educational stuff through that. But how do exactly we do that? Go ahead and hit the next slide. We strive to do quality productions in the state, encourage further development of theater-related activities, create closer relationships between actors and persons associated with the theater, train audience to have greater appreciation of theater performances, and cooperate and maintain a close and beneficial relationship with individuals or organizations in the state of Alabama who entertain, as well as all over the nation. Next slide. Our divisions. One of our biggest divisions is our secondary division. Now, you saw on the map earlier that we had all these dots, especially within the secondary. That's very, very important to what we are. Most of us equate our secondary division with Trumbauer, which is our biggest festival, and frankly, one of the biggest festivals in the Southeast and frankly, the nation. This past Trumbauer, we had over 2,000 students participating in this particular one. We have a youth theater festival as well. The Youth Theater Festival, we have actually just kind of in its infancy. We did it at my school last weekend, as a matter of fact. We decided to take the 4th through the 8th grade, which was kind of an unserved sort of thing, and we saw that happening with our elementary and our middle school on our map. And so, because they're being so unserved, we need to get something going with these programs here. So we chose to have a festival for them. Went great, very small at this point, but we're planning on growing large. Community festivals. There are many community festivals, theaters throughout the entire state, and with the amount of these community festivals, a lot of people, that's the only way they ever see theater. And that's what gets them into the doors, and that's what makes it important within their own community. Growing that is what creates things in some of these places that are unserved. And frankly, with the community outreach that we do through those different theaters that we service, we're able to bring up people within the youth theater as well as in the secondary as well. And of course, our college and university division, a very large one. We are kind of one of the forefront people within that. Came back a few weeks ago from the Kentucky, in Lexington, Kentucky, with a Southeastern Conference of Theater. I would say the majority of everybody on the board is an Alabama representative. So we are representing our area very well. And of course, our professional division. We don't have as many professional establishments within the state set up, but it is something that we like to have service. And one of the things that we like to do with these is do a little crossover. And go ahead and go to the next slide. Our festivals are our biggest things to come in. Not only at these festivals do we do live theater performances, but we also do individual events. And these individual events are where we see the majority of all the kids come in. Next slide, please. These are all the festivals that we have going. Not only do we have our Trumbauer Secondary Theater Festival, but we have secondary scholarship auditions, College and University Festival and SET screenings, ACT Fest Community Theater Festivals, and ACT Youth Theater Festivals. Continue, please. Just a few little things here to look at, but one of the things that we have that's really, really important with the use of these festivals is that within a state of Alabama, especially those that are so geared to be athletic oriented, oftentimes the prize is what catches the attention of a board, what catches the attention of the paper, what catches the attention of the universities and such like that. And that's where we really create a lot of the impetus to have a driving force as far as advocacy. By having these people, these children, these students across the nation, the state, competing and getting some things that actually claim some national attention, we're able to go ahead and make these things in theater, prominent. Next slide. We do have different types of awards that we do for, of course, educators and teachers and people that have been there within the arts, and we do have scholarship programs. One of the biggest things that we've been doing here lately is trying to do some teacher workshops and such like that, so smaller schools can learn from some of the artists that have been working within the schools, and I think that's a very big, important thing to do. Right now, we're in our infancy in advocacy, but we're planning on making that a lot larger when it comes through, because we really do see that this is what is important within the state. All right, well, that's all I have for me. I'll turn it over to Susan Smith. I'll let you use this one.
Okay, I'll switch out. Hello, my name is Susan Smith, and I teach here in Montgomery as well, and I am the current president of the Alabama Music Educators Association. And actually, my daughter is interning at Vestavia High School. She just started in music, so if you got an extra one of those jobs happening, I would love for her to, she just started there and she's loving it. I just wanted to, if we can get up the one about AMEA, I just wanted to give you an overview about our organization and the things that we do, and then also the way that we have as a national organization, our umbrella organization, how we have gone national with our advocacy for music, and also the things that we're doing here in the state. So we'll get that up here. Alabama Music Educators has several different divisions, just like any of the other ones, underneath the umbrella organization. There we go. It is actually a part of the National Association for Music Education, a larger organization, and has just recently, if any of you who knew that as MENC, Music Educators National Conference, they just recently, in the last 5 years, changed the name. Go ahead and switch. We're going to go pretty quick here through these. Is it going? Oh, you were at the end. That's fine. Sorry, my fault. There we go, wrong slide. So obviously our largest part of the organization is the Alabama Bandmasters Association. We have a long history of success, mostly due to the emphasis on sports here in our state. But the Alabama Bandmasters is our largest portion of our organization. Alabama Vocal Association obviously is very well represented throughout the state. Our Elementary General Music Division, one of our smaller groups, but there you see from this past conference here in Montgomery, the former State Teacher of the Year, Phil Wilson, who teaches in Auburn, conducting his ensemble. Our Orchestra Division, which, as you saw probably on the map we were looking at earlier, is again one of our smaller divisions. I think we had 14 from our orchestra division registered for conference this year, and generally those happen in our larger areas, Birmingham, obviously Huntsville, but it's something that's very, very important, and we have many initiatives here in Montgomery to get the student string organizations involved. The area that we're working the hardest, I believe, this year, the last couple of years, is to integrate our collegiates and our higher ed, because we felt like those are the people that could collaborate and work with each other to help and assist. Our collegiates is very large here, because one of our national points is for us to go from Tri-M, which is our Music Honor Society, to feed them into our collegiates organization, then hope that they will stay in our organization and be a music educator and realize that we're a place that can help them and advocate for them. So obviously our state conference here in Montgomery is one of our largest opportunities for in-service and professional development. It'll move to Birmingham next year. We got recruited away by Birmingham because of all the things that have happened downtown with food and hotels and things. So we're looking forward to that next year. And some things that we do in terms of outreach and awards to make ourselves more known to our administrators and music areas across the state. Obviously, our Ella Brev is our magazine that goes out to all of our members and also to our state arts organization as a way to get out not only research, but also what's going on in our divisions. Our website, if you've not been to it, is something that we have really been working on to make sure that it's a living, breathing website that people, teachers can get what they need, parents and students can get what they need, that it's something that we can all use and it's user-friendly. Oftentimes our websites go out of date or aren't something that we can use on a daily basis, but this is something we're really working hard. Dr. Carl Hancock is helping us at the University of Alabama with this. All of our awards that we give. Future Music Educators is something that we do at conference where we have students from around the state, juniors and seniors come to experience the conference and to experience what it's like to be a music educator so we can keep them involved. We are very interested in diversifying our teacher base, not only just male and female, culturally, racially as well. This is our winner from this year, the Future Alabama Music Educator, Christopher Shorter, who now goes to University of Alabama. I saw an Alabama jacket, a band, there he is, I see him, yep. Yeah. Will Parker, our Young Teacher of the Year, just to encourage people to stay in our activity and our ranks. And then Outstanding Educator, I didn't do it on purpose. I really didn't know that you were going to be here. But people can nominate educators or administrators for this award, and we all know the more we bring that to light in our areas, the more that they will support us. So we feel like this is something we can really encourage as far as a state organization. And then this year we had the opportunity, if you've never heard this group from Homewood, a special needs drumming group that played. And that is kind of something that's happening nationally throughout music, and I think it's something that we can all really encourage and be behind. So some things that happen, we know that this is Music in Our Schools Month, and we're encouraging all of our members to change their profile picture and to get people involved in what happens in music. We gave out candy at my school to every teacher in the school, and you would have thought that we had hung the moon. It's amazing how a little thing for teachers. We're doing baked goods the week after spring break. Hang on, back 1 second. That's all right. So our national organization has a summer conference where they bring in all the state presidents, and also they started several years ago bringing in our collegiates. We do a Hill Day that we go down and, as many other organizations do, have the opportunity to talk to some of our representatives. Representative Sewell is always very gracious when we go to her office, and we have the opportunity to talk to many people about the arts and what's important. But to have all those collegiates from around the country to walk in and talk about arts education to these people in office is really very, very important. Okay. And then from our national organization, there's a lot of things about advocacy, a lot of opportunities for us to find out things and be able to work in advocating. And I find that the word advocacy kind of scares people sometimes. And I think what we're talking about earlier is really marketing. How do we market ourselves? So we all are comfortable with that term. The more you market yourself and the advocacy that you do, I think that those are interchangeable. So that's something that you can use as well. And then we have a Grassroots Action Center. Our NAFME has podcasts and conversations weekly on ways that we can encourage music throughout our country. And I think that they're really a good model for this. So that might be a way for you to find some things as well. Here in our own state, we took this on this last fall with our tour from ESSA. And we were a little bit of an irritation, I think, maybe to the committee. But each one of our division chairs and presidents, it was great. You were awesome in that meeting. She was like, everybody needs the arts on this state. It was great. But we each took a meeting and asked questions and stood up and were there. And not only did it get our message out, but it brought our board members together. We all felt like we had something to do, something to talk to people about with the arts. And it was important. And it really was a good synergy for our organization at AMEA. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, was that the end? Okay. So again, it's just kind of my job to tell you a little bit about the organization. I found within my own self as a teacher, people don't know what I do unless I tell them. They know when the football game is on Friday night, but they don't know where my concert is. And so you have to go out and find them and tell them at any level, at any organization. I have a marching band that was third in the country 2 years ago in Class A, and probably nobody at my school knows it. You know, you have to go out and tell the people. They say you're famous somewhere else, but not at home, right? That's for everything. So take that to heart and make sure and outreach for people to know what you're doing in your schools. Yeah.
So, part of, our mission is to educate and advocate and to be a resource for everyone. Was everyone aware that we had a Music Educators Association and the ACT? Yes? And the Dance Council? All right, that is awesome. Well, good. I hope you learned something really new. That's part of the mission. So if you have any questions for any of the panel members, again, we'll ask you to go ahead and write it on one of those index cards and get it to me. I'm sitting over there at that table. Please include your name and your email address and, of course, the panelists who you want to ask the question to. Somebody asked me about the orientation tomorrow. So several of you are here to attend the orientation for the Arts and Education grants. Several emails were sent out. Some of you may not have gotten them, so I'm going to kind of go over the agenda for tomorrow, or the schedule. We have an arts orientation here tomorrow for grantees here in Embassy Suites. It starts at 8:30. However, if there are more than 2 of you from any either school or system, we are asking that only 1 or 2 people stay for the orientation. The others come with us over to the Alabama Department of Archives and History to hear our other advocacy speakers and some student performances and also some student testimonials. So, if you are going to come with us to the Alabama Department of Archives and History tomorrow morning, we have a Trailways bus that's going to be out in the front. This is for everyone, not only the grantees, but at 7:45 tomorrow morning, there'll be a Trailways bus out in front of the hotel, and it will start taking groups of people over to the Alabama Department of Archives and History, where we'll have some coffee and, snacks and things like that, and we'll start the day's programming. At noon, the Trailways bus will be back here to pick up the arts orientation grantees and take you over to the Alabama Department of Archives and History so we can all have lunch together. We're going to have students performing in the lobby of Archives and History. If it's not ridiculously cold outside, you'll be able to take your lunch and eat outside and listen to some more student performers. After that, we're going to walk across the street to the Capitol, have a photograph made of all these wonderful people advocating for the arts with our Support the Arts banner. We've kind of made that a tradition every year, and I'm really excited because it's going to be bigger again this year. We're going to have a lot more people there. After that, we're going to walk over to the State House. All these walks are literally less than 5 minutes. You probably want to wear a coat because it's probably going to be 45 degrees. But we'll walk over to the State House. If you've made an appointment with your legislator, you can take that time to go in and make your appointment. If you have not made an appointment, it couldn't hurt to go in and just knock on the door, see if they're there. If they're not, that's okay. Leave a calling card, leave them a note, telling them why you're there or whatever. And we will have buses starting at 1:30 from the State House coming back here to Embassy Suites to bring y'all back to your cars. Clear? Didn't want to confuse anybody. Checkout time is 11 o'clock, so you'll probably have to get all your things, down and out before you start your first meetings. The concierge will hold your luggage for you, or you could put it in your cars, of course. I don't think you have to worry about anything melting. Any more questions? Or any questions? Yes, ma'am. Yes, those of you who are staying here will get on the bus at noon. The bus will be here at noon to pick you up and bring you over there for lunch. We're feeding everyone, so you'll get there for lunch. Okay, so we're going to have a little bit of a break. There's some break foods out there, If you'll be back here in 10 minutes, we'll get started with the rest of the sessions.
Barrett, sorry, thank you. Yes, Cecilia. I just know her Cecilia, so, okay. Allison Dillon Junkin, Diana Green, and Sandra Wolf. And I'm going to turn it over to the committee. Panel.
Good afternoon. Can everybody smooth this over? Can you hear me okay? Thank you all for inviting me. A couple of months ago, Melissa called me and asked me if I would be willing to talk about, I'm the CEO of the Mobile Symphony, and she'd asked me to talk about education as advocacy and outreach. And foolishly, I said that I would. But anyway, I'm glad to be here. And we're going to hope this PowerPoint works. Where's my audio slide?
Mobile Symphony. You've got to hear this.
We're really proud of this orchestra, and I'll tell you that this orchestra next season will be 20 years old. And if you're an arts organization, you know how difficult it is to let everybody, I don't remember who it was on the previous panel who said you have to tell everybody what you do. This is part of an ad that we have run this past season. And I did a Chamber of Commerce presentation, and I actually had somebody at that meeting ask me who the orchestra was. I said, it's your orchestra, it's our orchestra. So it's sometimes a little bit of an uphill battle because everybody expects Alabama to have a great football team, whether it's Alabama or Auburn. They don't expect a great orchestra. They don't expect a great dance troupe. They don't expect a great anything that has to do with arts. They know Alabama for football. Mobile is actually, Mobile Symphony is actually the largest performing arts organization in Mobile, and along with the Art Museum, we are by far the biggest arts organizations in the city. As I said, we'll celebrate our 20th year next year. We were actually founded by a group of people who had been bringing in touring orchestras. And one of the things that drove us to create our own orchestra, besides wanting to have our own musicians and have it in our own community, was the fact that we were seeing music education in the schools literally go away. There used to be a youth orchestra as part of the Mobile County Public School System. That got kicked out. Funding got cut, youth orchestra gone. A group of parents picked it up and struggled to keep it alive for a little while. At the time we started the symphony, they had 58 elementary school teachers, and I think Andy Mike could look this up for me and get it a little bit more accurate. I think they had 7 music teachers. I think it was Stacy who was talking about the lack of music education in the elementary system. So we found it to be very true. We found that people would move to town and say, my child we were in Indianapolis and they studied cello. Can you recommend a cello teacher? No, don't have one. We don't have an orchestra. How about a violin teacher? Oh, there's a couple of people that teach that. So we were watching the art form disappear for lack of people not to attend. People would attend, but there was nobody to teach it. There was nobody to educate the kids, and there was nothing to hold musicians who played an instrument in the community. So that was a large impetus, a large reason for us also forming the Mobile Symphony. Oh, now how did that happen? We'll move on. Like a lot of people, we always spend a lot of time and energy trying to always find new audiences and grow our audiences. We do some traditional things. Beethoven and Blue Jeans. Are there any orchestra folks here? A couple, yes. Almost everybody does some type of a casual concert. I have no idea what that is. Does some type of a casual concert where you ask people to come in blue jeans or just dress casually to get people to understand you don't need to own a tuxedo and a mink coat to come hear great music. It's not required. And in 20 years, I've really seen that change. I mean, I'd say early on, everybody was really dressed up. Now you can come on Sunday afternoon, and if it's warm, there are people who come in the front door wearing flip-flops and shorts. We don't care. They're coming for music. We're thrilled. This year we did something a little bit different to try to attract a new audience. We did a Pixar concert. It's a Disney production. It's expensive, but we had 40% of the audience who'd never heard a symphony orchestra. Let me repeat that. 40% of the people had never heard a symphony orchestra. They probably heard one in a movie soundtrack, but they didn't know what they were listening to. So it's worth picking up a different little bit, altering your genre a little bit. Our Christmas concert, we had to do also, again, try to have it a little bit more casual, do a lot more visual elements, include some community members. So this is all kind of very traditional outreach that anybody that's associated with an orchestra has done. And we do those. But we think our kind of bread and butter way to advocate and do outreach is our education programs. The Mobile County Public School System, we serve Mobile County and Baldwin County, but predominantly Mobile County. Mobile County School System has 52 elementary schools in it. It's an enormous school system. I think last count, they have 11 music teachers. We actually have a program we call Preludes. And we started 1999 with one school and a principal who was on our board who believed in music education. And she said, I want to try this. She'd done some research around the country. I want to try this in my school, and I'm going to get a teacher to come in one day a week. The symphony's going to provide this person, and we're going to teach music age appropriate in first and second grades, 25 weeks out of the school year, which if you're an educator, you know that's most of the school year. It was a huge success because the principal was behind it. One of the things we discovered is that some of the teachers were not wild about it at first because they go, oh, I'm giving up 20 minutes of my classroom time, I don't have it to give. But at the end of the year, here's what they said. Ooh, math scores were better. Ooh, visual acuity was better. Their number one observation, though, was that the main thing it did for their kids was that it increased their attention span. And I don't see that so much in a lot of stuff about what music does for kids, but in this day and age, if you've got something that increases attention span, I say you maybe ought to take a look at it. We now have 16 partner schools and 3 after-school programs. The program's grown tremendously. We would do more if we had more money. We've been in some of our schools long enough now that they help pay for the program. It's not all on us. We added group string instruction a few years after we started our Preludes program. We teach violin, viola, and cello. And one of our schools, this is a shot of one of the little concerts we do. They do concerts at the beginning of end of each semester. And the teachers who teach in Preludes, I forgot to mention this, they're degreed in music education, and they teach to the state curriculum. And the strings instructors are all degreed in performance and teaching, and they play in our orchestra, so they're professional musicians, and everybody is teaching in their field. The Mobile Symphony Youth Orchestra. This morning, Quan spoke about the typical orchestra only has about 4% African American. Ours is about the same. But we've now been in the school system, this is our 17th year, doing the Preludes program, the string instruction. We're not in every school. Clearly, if we only have 16 and they're 52, and that's not even counting Baldwin County, there's still a big gap and still a big hole. But it's made a tremendous difference in what our youth orchestra looks like. The group of parents who picked it up after the school system let it go came to us probably 15 years ago and said, will you take over the youth orchestra? And we did, and it now belongs to the Mobile Symphony. It's part of our big hat. And the youth orchestra now looks like this. It is the UN of orchestras. And I think a lot of that is the fact that we've been in the schools for 16, 17 years, and that we go out and recruit. And it's also the outreach that we do where we go into the school with maybe a guest artist or a guest conductor, or anybody who comes to play with a professional orchestra who's willing to do education and outreach. The Harlem Quartet is a success story that we are about to wrap up now. Gina Finnegan, who's our not education, but works so much in education, she'll be our education coordinator, but she's our development coordinator. She wrote several grants, and we got money to bring the Harlem Quartet in. They had performed with the orchestra a couple of years ago. They were in town for a week, and we took them to a number of schools, and they had such rapport with the kids that we said, oh, we got to bring them back and have them in the schools and do in-depth things, perform in the schools as a quartet, do instrument coaching with the string students. We also did community performances in a number of different counties. We went to Clark County, we went to Jackson County, we went to Monroe County, we went to Baldwin County, and we went to Mobile County. This next week will end the residency, unfortunately. But with this one program, we've reached 14,000 adults and students, and that's a pretty big block of people for not a ton of money. It was reasonable. 27 schools and after-school programs we visited by adding this residency in. And one of the really cool things we did, we went to the old Monroe County Courthouse, which most of you probably know is the scene of the reenactment of To Kill a Mockingbird every year. So we thought, oh, it'd be great if the quartet played the theme from To Kill a Mockingbird. Well, unfortunately, To Kill a Mockingbird, the quartet arrangement doesn't exist, so the quartet had to create it. Went to USA Children's and Women's Hospital. We played to a packed house. This was just one other quick shot. Council Traditional School is a magnet school in Mobile. It's elementary, and it's been with us for a long time. And this year, the principal there is such a strong supporter of our program. We have preludes and strings in there. She gave our strings instructor his own classroom. Now, if you're a teacher, you know that if a principal gave an instructor his own room, it's important to her and to her school. So on that, I'll wrap up. But I do think that education makes a big difference for us. It makes a lot of people in the community know that we're there, acquaints them with the art form, and they'd never have the exposure if their kids never got it in school. We wish we could do more. We wish we had more money to do more. Thank you.
All right. I'm Sandy Wolf. I'm the Executive Director of the Arts and Humanities Council in Tuscaloosa. And we are fortunate that we have two buildings that we maintain and manage. And the first is the historic Bama Theater, which will celebrate 80 years in existence. And yeah, there we go. And then the second, we opened, it'll be almost 4 years ago now, the Dinah Washington Cultural Arts Center. So there's the Bama Theater, and right now as we speak, we are converting to a digital marquee in the center. So there's a lot going on there. The Bama Theater has about 300 days a year there's something going on in the Bama Theater. So, when we talk about outreach and advocacy, everything that goes on in that theater is advocacy for the arts, okay? It is from Tuscaloosa Children's Theater performing in there. They spend about 40 days a year in the Bama Theater. The Actors Charitable Theater, again, about 40 days per year. And then we have the Tuscaloosa Community Dancers, and they spend probably about 20 days during the year in the theater. It provides a venue for those organizations. They reach a great deal of outreach into our schools. A lot of school kids come through the Bama Theater doors. And there is the new Cultural Arts Center, the Dinah Washington Cultural Arts Center. Within that space, we have two galleries. The University of Alabama rents gallery space for us there. It's on the same corner, opposite corner as the Bama Theater. The Arts Council also has a gallery in that space. That space, the galleries are booked over a year out. So there is a real demand within the community. One of the things coming up in May, I believe, is is actually a gallery exhibit for the county school system. So there are ways that we are connecting, bringing school kids into that space and also into the Bama Theater. All right, and it's a little upside. One of the things that we do as an arts council is we have over 50 member organizations. These are 501c3 organizations that have some type of arts within their programming. So we serve as an umbrella organization. They get a discount on use of the Bama Theater. We help them with grant writing. We provide workshops for them. We do what's called community arts conversations. We started this about 6 years ago. It provides an opportunity for the arts organizations to come together under one roof and present what they do to the community. So the community can come in. We'll have showcases going on in the black box space. This year, we partnered with our First Friday event, which happens in downtown Tuscaloosa, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. But the arts organizations offer maybe discounts to their different programs. They have giveaways that evening. But what's interesting when we talk about advocacy is the thing that we found is that they enjoyed being under the same roof and in the same room together and the collaborations that happened because of that event. Our Tuscaloosa Symphony Orchestra collaborated with the Tuscaloosa Community Dancers, and that grew from looking and saying, oh, well, you do that type of programming. Why don't you come and do something with the orchestra? So there were a lot of different collaborations that happened because of that event. It's not just getting out and being advocates in the community and getting the community involved, but also providing a space for our arts organizations to know what's going on in the same community. It's like all of us coming together to advocate for the arts within the state of Alabama. There are a lot of people that I only see, a couple times a year when we come together, and there's energy in that. And so when you can create that energy within your community, it's really, really, really important. All right, and that's one of the dancers at Community Arts Conversations this last year. And there they are again. And that is the University of Alabama Art Department had a display there. All right. These are new logos that are coming out for our First Friday event. And a number of years ago, we started Art Night, which was the first Thursday of every month. And then Tuscaloosa decided we're going to have our First Friday, our Art Night, be on the first Friday of the month. And it's kind of a walking trail. The Cultural Arts Center is open with a variety of events happening. Sometimes there's music going on in the black box space with 2 different gallery openings. The Harrison Galleries, Jim Harrison, who is a wonderful supporter for the arts in the state of Alabama. He has a gallery in Tuscaloosa. He will have music and different visual arts displays. So it is a time to really get the community out to see what's going on in the arts, and they get to connect to the artists. So that's another outreach. We have a lot of art competitions, and these have been going on. The West Alabama Juried Art Show, I believe that's 32nd year of the West Alabama Juried Art Show. And again, it's an outreach. People come in to the theater to see the competition. It is a juried competition, prize money. And then we have double exposure photography competition. And that is a statewide photography competition. Probably one of the most important programs I think that the Arts Council does and that means a lot to this group is the advocacy in the schools. We have what's called Spectra, and it's Special Teaching Resources in the Arts, and then Bama Fanfare and Bama Fanfare Caravans. The Bama Fanfare programs, this is for this year, I believe, and we had Alice in Wonderland. The kids come into the Bama Theater. They have a study guide before they come in so that they connect to the curriculum before coming. There are things for them to do after coming into the BAMA. We also send artists into the schools, whether it's for a school-wide art assembly, school-wide type assembly, or an individual activity. It can be something like face jugs for little folks. It could be the Tuscaloosa Symphony petting zoo, the Shelton State Bach to Rock performances. You will find that in a lot of our schools in Tuscaloosa County in particular, at the elementary level, as we were talking about earlier, they do not have arts teachers at the elementary level unless it's a PTO that's providing the funds for that. So a lot of the member organizations fill those voids for the teachers. Here's one of the programs in the space, and that was part of the Gulf States touring. This is a newer program. This is Construction Junior, and this is a partnership that we have with the Tuscaloosa City Schools that is growing and growing. It was part of First Friday last month. And we had 15 schools participate. To date, we've donated almost 30,000 pounds of food to the West Alabama Community Food Bank. So it is a great experience. We're talking about growing it next year to include the county schools and also businesses downtown and having it as part of a walking tour. So there's one of the structures. That was Central High School. Here's a couple others. Rock Quarry Elementary, and that's a Pokeball. Okay, and then last, and this people don't think about this, but Bama Art House movie series. We are an historic theater. So one of the ways that we can get people in is through movies, and these are all independent films. Anytime people are coming into the Bama Theater, it's advocacy. They can see an art show at the same time. They will see different things going on. So these are just some examples of outreach within the Arts Council, and there's a lot of other things that we do. If you have questions, be sure you can look for my email or our website for more information. Passing it on.
Hi, everybody. I'm Allison Dillon-Jochen with Arts Huntsville. We rebranded about a year ago now. We were formerly the Arts Council, and we rebranded to better promote our great local arts, entertainment, and cultural sector, both locally, regionally, and nationally. But we've been around for 55 years now, and like our friends in Tuscaloosa, we are that umbrella arts organization for the Huntsville-Madison County metro region. And again, here to talk about advocacy through partnership, promotion, and outreach. I have just a few slides, and I talk really fast, so hopefully I'll get through this pretty quickly. But again, as that, if we'll just go ahead and jump through this. As that umbrella organization, we are a membership organization as well. We have about 250 nonprofit arts and cultural organization, for-profit arts and entertainment businesses, and individual artists, visual artists, musicians, authors, just a great, vibrant, growing arts and cultural scene up in North Alabama. And we have 4 major program areas: arts promotion and member services, arts education, public art, and community events. Now, with our arts promotion and member services, we manage a pass-through grant program for the city of Huntsville, and really this is our core program area, arts promotion and member services. This is what we exist to do on a daily basis, promote our members. We don't manage a facility, we don't have a venue, we live, eat, and breathe to promote our great local arts, entertainment, and cultural scene. And so I wanted to share one example or 2 examples from each of these program areas when I talk about promotion, partnerships, and advocacy today. And again, I'll try to be quick because I know we have a lot more to talk about today and learn from one another. So let's go ahead and jump forward. One, when we're talking about promoting our members, we really believe that all boats rise together. We really want to promote those partnerships and collaborations. And one of the ways we do that each fall is through Fall for the Arts. Of course, we all know that October is National Arts and Humanities Month. So a few years ago, we started Fall for the Arts. And each year we have about 40 of our members sign up to participate. They're our largest arts organizations in the community, to individual artists, to schools. And what we do as Arts Huntsville, we'll go out and we'll get the radio sponsorship, we'll get the TV sponsorship, we'll have all of our participants drop off giveaways at our office. We'll schedule their TV interviews, so all they have to do is sign up and participate, and we'll call and say, all right, based on the event that you're doing in October, we've already got you scheduled for your TV interview on this date, we've got your radio promotion scheduled for this date, and you're good to go. Each October we have about 500 events locally, but that's actually just typical for our community. And it just draws everybody's attention that this is Fall for the Arts. But we get to talk about it all month, and we just get to say, but you know what? This is just what we've got going on in our community all year round. And it's a great example of all boats rise together. This year, we had the great opportunity because one of our local creative writing teachers, this one just happened to be from Lee High School, our Arts Magnet High School, had come to us actually at the end of last school year in May and said, hey, I have this idea. I don't have total funding for it yet, but this is what I'd like to do. What do you think? And we said, oh, it's a great idea. Let's work on this and let's launch it during Fall for the Arts. So now if I can throw a technical difficulty into the mix, we could go to the website and try to play the video. So this is an example of another partnership and collaboration that we launched during Fall for the Arts. Let's hit play and see if it works. So again, partnerships, collaborations, and I'm really running behind. Let's run forward. Arts education. We each July we do a we do a arts education resource guide where we send out to our area schools in about 5 surrounding counties the arts education opportunities for our member organizations. We also host a spring and a summer activities fair that promotes spring break and summer camps for participating organizations. We do that at the Space and Rocket Center. We'll pay the venue fee. They'll also provide free admission to the Davidson Center. So again, great partnerships and collaborations. Jumping ahead to the Spaces Sculpture Trail, we'll jump ahead. This is a public art initiative that we launched in 2010 with several partner organizations in Huntsville, 2 area universities, Alabama A&M University, UAH, as well as Huntsville Museum of Art and Low Mill, and also expanded to Madison City. But this year we expanded it to Ditto Landing and the Greenway. So now not only do we have universities participating, but we've expanded it to those nature lovers along the Greenway. And so it's really, again, an example of those partnerships and collaborations, because now we've got people throughout the community going, this is public art, this is public sculpture. Now our biggest challenge is getting people from the banks coming and saying, hey, how do I get this sculpture in front of my place? Or the airport coming and saying, how do I get sculpture out at my place? Or our friend Dr. Barnhart at the Space and Rocket Center is going, how do I get sculpture at my place too? My time is up, so I'm going to jump forward and go STEAM partnerships. We have so much STEAM in our community, and I think it's because of what we've been talking about for so many years. We reached out and started doing STEAM at Panoply for several years. We send out an RFP, and we have people come to us and say, like Defense Acquisition University, and say, oh, we'll do a STEAM project for you. Or the HAL 5, which is the Space Exploration Society in Huntsville, say, we'll do a STEAM project for you. And STEAM is so regularly talked about that at our State of the Schools event hosted by our chamber, the Schools Foundation, they use STEAM in their video. And right now we have NASA exhibiting work from their exhibit hall in our gallery. Just a final note, if we jump ahead, we all speak to people in the community, whether you do an official speakers bureau or whether you talk to people at church or at PTAs. Last week I spoke to the leadership group in Huntsville. I passed out the Alabama Artistic Literacy Consortium paperwork to all 60 members. We can all cite the IBM Institute for Business site, where creativity is the #1 thing that business leaders are looking for, or the fact that this year's MIT graduating class, 79%, 4 out of 5 of their graduates this year participated in the arts. They took the arts as an elective in high school. We can use all of that when we're out talking to people in the community. So you always have an opportunity when we're speaking to people. It's all part of our advocacy. It's all part of our community partnerships. It's all what we do each day. So thanks for being here. Thanks for doing what you do.
Hard to follow up on all of that. Can you hear me? I think I have to switch my. I'm in awe of all that. It's AIE programming. They asked me to tell you about our education programs at the State Arts Council. I thought everybody knew about all of them, but I'm great to have the opportunity to talk to you. These are programs for schools that go over and above our regular grant program. We do have grants for curriculum-based project grants that you can design. We have enhancement grants for things like field trips and professional development, but these are programs that we facilitate from our office. The first one is the Alabama Touring Artist Program. Some of you may have been familiar with this program as the Rural School Touring Program. It's a lot easier to say Alabama Touring Artist than it is Rural School Touring. But it is the oldest one of our programs. Next slide, please. It's 35 years old, and it is the way that we help to fill in those dots on the map that Stacy was talking about. If we have counties that have not received any funding from the State Arts Council, we try to target those counties to take Alabama artists into our schools. The next one, please, is the Visual Arts Achievement Program. This is a competition. Anybody who knows me knows that I'm not crazy about competitions, but this one is amazing. I inherited it, and as I took the job from Barbara Edwards, who was our original education program manager, and it is an amazing program. And she told me when I took it over that the purpose of the program was to encourage excellence in our schools. And even in it was excellent when I arrived 13 years ago, but in the 13 years that I have helped facilitate it, the quality of the teaching and the students has grown immeasurably. So I know that that competition helps, and the students seem to support each other on it in any case. Next one, please. Poetry Out Loud was handed to us. There was no choice. That was something we had to facilitate the year I arrived. Another competition, which didn't make me very happy at the time as I was trying to start another initiative. But it has become one of our signature programs, one that we just absolutely love. By the way, if it were not for the Alliance, we would not be doing these programs because they help us a lot with them. But Poetry Out Loud is a little unique in Alabama than other states because we have a competition that goes parallel to that for original poetry, which other states do not have. The others are doing poems from an anthology. We also have our own original poetry competition. The next one is Arts in Schools. This started when Bob Riley decided that we should be getting out into the Black Belt areas more. and we had a black belt arts initiative, and this is the part of it was given to me to say, this needs to go out to every single black belt school system, and you can't tell them what to do. You just have to provide them with a menu of things they might want to do, but if they have something else they'd rather do, do that. It has morphed into a little bit more competitive, not a lot, but we do ask them to follow the goals and of the Artistic Literacy Consortium. And because we have a lot less money after our funding was cut, we can only fund about 7 out of the 15 systems each year. So we try to rotate that around as best we can. But it's a pretty good program because they can pretty much do what they would like with it, and they can design it themselves. And finally, my baby is my newest program, the Collaborating Artists Program. I think I might have a collaborating artist or two in the audience. I know I have some schools that have participated. This program has turned out to be an amazing embedded professional development, both for teachers for the school teachers who would like to know how to work in the arts, and for artists in communities that would like to collaborate in the schools. It's an intensive arts integration model, totally facilitated by us. We pay the artist fee entirely. And we work with the artist with the full day of planning to set up project-based learning, where they decide what will the students create that will show that they have knowledge in whatever challenge they have in their school. So we will design specifically for the challenges, the academic data that they have, that they see a gap and that they need to approach. So this is one program that is just beginning that we hope is going to grow and spread, and I'm really looking for people who are interested in helping me facilitate it, and so I can train more people to do it, because I think we need it in more places. I'm able to do 10 a year, but I'd like to do more than that. And that is the end of our outreach. I'll call them the outreach education programs at the State Arts Council. Thank you.
So thank you, panel, very much. We appreciate it. Again, if you have questions, write them down on your index cards and get them to me over there. So in the interest of time, since we are running behind schedule, I'm going to introduce our next two guests, Mr. Buddy Palmer from Create Birmingham and Mr. Michael Burdell from the City of Montgomery. They're going to talk about the arts and transforming your cities.
I'll defer to Buddy, our visitor from Jefferson County.
Here we go. So am I clicking or are you clicking? So that's not my first, that's not my start. Shouldn't be my start. Is it? Huh. All right, we'll go with it. That's me, okay, we'll go with it. But that's only 3 slides, right?
Can you hear me now? Everybody humor me. I need everybody to stand up, reach for the sky, get that good stretch. Some people are not standing. Get that good now just turn to the left. Bend that spine a little bit. Turn to the right.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yes. Now we're all awake. There we go.
Thank you, sir. All right, folks. My name is Buddy Palmer. I am with an organization called Create Birmingham, in Birmingham, oddly enough. We can go on to the second slide. In talking about advocacy, you know, advocates have to be multilingual. You've got to be able to talk about economic development. You got to be able to talk about education. You got to be able to talk about changing demographics. You got to be able to talk about all of the different art forms. This is a bit of a story about that. So when I moved to Birmingham in 2008, I went to work for an organization called the Cultural Alliance of Greater Birmingham. You see our logo up on the top left there. And that organization was birthed to represent the arts and cultural nonprofit sector of Birmingham. We had a very specific population of organizations that we served. We are now Create Birmingham, and we have been for about 2 years. And this is a little bit about that story, but it's also a story about advocacy, because advocacy is at the core of it. We go to the next. So 2008, September 2008, I moved to Birmingham. November 2008, everything that I thought that I was going to be doing for my organization changed. The economy bottomed in a way that none of us in our lifetimes have ever seen or could have known what to do with. And so philanthropy in 2008 through 2012, 13, maybe 14, rightly was being directed largely to the tsunami of health and social needs that all of our communities, regardless of population size, were experiencing, and who could blame the philanthropists for directing the money in that way. In Birmingham, an odd thing was going on while our arts and cultural nonprofits were really struggling, and that was our food scene was going crazy, and our music scene, the music club scene, was really starting to bubble up. So there were these things going on in the commercial side of creative work that were really, really interesting. In 2012, we inaugurated Railroad Park. It was a 4-block linear space in downtown Birmingham that had been a railroad yard, had never had any good civic use, and after 30 years of working on this project, it finally came to fruition. And it came to fruition at a time when our community really needed to tell itself that it could do something big and bold that brought the community together. And it succeeded, and it won the country's highest honor for an open space in an urban environment from the Urban Land Institute. And that sort of started something. So while we were watching our original constituents really struggle, we were watching this commercial creative work really bubble up, and we thought, well, what might happen if there was an entity working with that side of stuff, because our Chamber of Commerce had ceased to exist. Our Chamber of Commerce had morphed, and it was an it was an industrial entity, basically. They were doing big recruitment, so nobody was representing restaurants, and nobody was really representing makers, and nobody was representing writers and recording artists. So we thought, well, maybe that could be us, but what do we need to know first? So, next slide. We were very fortunate. We got some funding from some local foundations to embark on a creative industry study. We announced the start in 2013. The end of 2013, we had, a stack of documents this thick to be analyzed. We'll go to the next slide. And it was all about defining creative industries, and defining creative industries really by jobs, because that is when you talk about industry, that's what people think about. So here you see a little bit of a visual representation of who we found working in creative industries. It wasn't the arts, yes, were part of it, but it was not just the arts. Next slide. So what did we find? Well, the things that were most important for us to find were those things that we could use to advocate to economic development, to advocate to corporate donors or investors, as we call them now, to advocate to our elected officials. What we found were in 2012's job numbers for Jefferson County at the federal level, there were 23,000 people working creative industries. That was a pretty big number for us. We didn't really know who all those people are. And you can see in that graph the subsectors by size of the dominant workforce subsectors there. Next slide. We also found out that our people working in creative industries were bringing home $500 million in household earnings. That was a big number. We had no idea. Next slide. So the next three slides, you're going to see basically the subsectors of the creative industries that we found, and just some of the job descriptors, which was important because it's all about jobs in each of the subsectors of creative industries. So design was a big one, culture and heritage, which embraced our nonprofit sector. Next slide. Visual arts and crafts, performing arts. Next slide. Film and media, and last but certainly not least, the culinary and beverage industry. Next slide. So what did we learn? Well, first of all, we learned those big numbers. We learned some things like per capita in our design community of architects, landscape architects, graphic fashion designers. We were way above national average. That was good news to us. Same thing in film and media, way above national average. We also learned some interesting things historically, like the Jefferson County Sound. Jefferson County Sound was a gospel a cappella sound that greatly influenced Chuck Berry and Little Richard. So we sort of helped birth rock and roll. Next slide. While we were doing all of this collecting work, and while we were going through sort of the publishing and rolling this out to our community, which sort of took us all the way through 2014, a really interesting thing happened, which was we found we were in the right space at the right time. Birmingham on a national level began to be recognized, and it wasn't because UAB is a top 10 medical research community. It was because arts and design and culinary and music were driving our economy like no other piece of the economy. No other sector of the industry in our greater industries in our community were getting the national attention like our constituents were. So here you see just a few of the headlines from the last few years. Next slide. Our name, Create Birmingham, we wanted our logo to be big and bold. We wanted it to be a billboard so that we could dump our talent, our representatives within our name and sort of say, this is who we are, this is who we're representing. Next slide. One of the things we heard over and over when we were collecting the data and doing our focus groups and our town hall meetings was people who were working in these industries felt like they were part of a really important energy, but they didn't feel like they were part of a community because they were so busy working 3 jobs or trying to start a business, they didn't know who each other were. First thing we did, just started a weekly newsletter, and every week we introduced, as you can see the bottom left hand, I Create Birmingham. So each week we did an interview with one person working in the creative industry sector to introduce them to the community, talk about a few events, boom, a newsletter. Next slide. Second thing we did was start doing some networking events around industry. So around what was going on in the film industry, what was going on in music, what was going on for our visual artists, talking to each other. This slide, our new website. So what happened for us was we were evolving from an entity, or we did evolve quickly, from an entity that was working with just the nonprofit sector to being an economic development entity. That is how we talk about ourselves now. So our website had to be new. It had to represent that new purpose. So it is all about, I mentioned we were created as a support entity. We are still that, but we are supporting you as a worker within our industry in the way that you live, in the way that you work, and in the way that you want to grow and develop yourself as a business. Next slide. So the second thing we heard after I want to connect with my community is that if I'm going to make it in Birmingham, I've got to sharpen my skills. I've got to up my game. So we found a program for business launchers, for entrepreneurs, aspiring and early stage, that we felt really spoke a very common language and that spoke to people that we represented who often are sort of intimidated by finance and by legal. So the name of it is Co-Starters. It works from a small business canvas. This is sort of the building blocks of creating a business. We won't go into that. Next slide. We've been doing it 2 years now. We've run 106 people, 102 business concepts through the program, 60% women entrepreneurs, 48 to 50% entrepreneurs of color. So we know we're reaching people who other small business programs are not reaching. Next slide. In 2 years, this is a small representation of the businesses that we have created through this program. And I'm going to tell you this, thank you, this gets the attention of our elected officials and our corporate leaders in a way that in 26 years of talking about the arts, I have never been able to do. So this is our new advocacy. Next slide. This is a little bit about what people tell us about the program. It helps them set a fair price. It makes them feel like game changers. They're forced to talk to their customers through the 10 weeks of the program. Next slide. We've been listening to them. Part of Co-Starters is about listening to your customers. They are our customers. We've been doing that for 10 years. When they leave the program, they tell us they need money. So we have created 3 sources of money for them. One that helps give them professional advice, legal, accounting, or marketing. One that helps them get to the marketplace. We'll pay for their farmers market booth fees, pop-up shops, mobile starting costs, online starting costs. And then the third is a revolving loan program because many of our people are not, they're not good bets for sort of traditional loan programs. They need to start some sort of financial history. So we've been spending time getting to know them. They can start with us. Next slide. Second thing we've done is low-hanging fruit, which is there's some good film industry that has been developing in Alabama. A lot of it has been on the Gulf Coast. We're trying to bring some of it up to central Alabama. So by the middle of April, we'll be launching a film office under our umbrella. And then the final slide is about space. One of the things that we think about Birmingham is that our underutilized spaces are one of our greatest resources, and we now have an online matchmaking site that helps create the right space for the right person, for the right period of time, the right opportunity. And our final slide is we also have a community calendar that is sort of a democratic way for our nonprofit and commercial people, all of the people we represent, to kind of get their programming out there. As long as it is open to the public, free or at a cost, you can put it on Birmingham 365. That is us. That is what we're doing as of now. We are a work in progress. Thank you all very much for having me.
I've been wondering why the Southern Makers Festival was leaving Montgomery to go to Birmingham, and now I think I've met the culprit. Your fingerprints are all over the crime scene. My name's Michael Pradell. I'm a member of the Mayor's Cabinet. I know you heard from my boss, the mayor, earlier this morning as he extended greetings to you. Just by a show of hands, how many of you are very, 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 very familiar with the city of Montgomery? Because that will help me. Oh, great, there's some of you. Cool. There are hundreds of pieces of public art in the streets of Montgomery, and that has been the case. There have been pieces of art on the streets here before we were even the city of Montgomery. A lot of times it was a combination of form and function. The Court Square Fountain is nearly a century and a half old, and it's probably the most enduring icon of the city of Montgomery. And all that really was a method of blending art and beauty and grace with the simple need of people to go get some water to drink and for their homes. Montgomery knows the importance of public art because public art leads to capital investment. Public art leads to tourists coming into town and spending more than $1 million a day. And public art leads to increases or improvements in our quality of life. And that's why we've got a business community annual awards ceremony for local companies where the companies that support the arts in Montgomery the most get recognized. That's why we've got a gallery on the second floor of City Hall that is totally for the use of our Montgomery Art Guild, and local artists get to display their works of art, and they probably rotate 3 exhibitions during the course of the year, and the public is invited to come up and see some of these great pieces of art. That's why a public arts task force was formed back in 2011, and in 2015, through the leadership of our development department, we actually designed or composed a strategic plan for public arts in the city of Montgomery for 2015 to 2020. Lois Cortell told me that I would be in trouble if I did not mention her name and the great work that she's doing. So if any of you know Lois, please tell her Michael Brudell gave you the props that you deserved. The mayor, whom you met earlier this morning, back in 2009, directed us to to form a branding campaign, and that's when we said we no longer want to just focus on our civil rights and Civil War history. We want to be known as the capital of dreams. And if you look there on the graphic, I will submit to you in the next couple of minutes that I'm going to try to convince you that we are also the capital of the arts. I know I'm speaking to or preaching to the choir, but I think it's great how art can change the ordinary into the extraordinary. 2 years ago, Montgomery celebrated the 50th anniversary of the Selma to Montgomery March, and during that occasion, we knew that the eyes of the world would be focusing on us, and we wanted to make sure that when they looked at Montgomery, they saw something innovative and progressive and good. And so the city spent millions of dollars enhancing the portion of the voting rights trail that lies within the city limits. If we can go to the next slide. That right there is the state capitol where the terminus of the march is located, and right in front of you is a crosswalk, just an ordinary crosswalk. It's located in front of the Dexter Avenue King Memorial Baptist Church, and it's a pretty low-cost way, pretty simplistic way to get people who travel right there to realize that you're on hallowed ground. This is someplace that's special. Next slide. This is a mural that's on one of the walls that's located along the walking trail. The development department put out a request for a proposal from artists and selected a local artist by the name of Sonny Paulk. Next slide. To create this work of art that pays homage to the foot soldiers at the Edmund Pettus Bridge where the march obviously began. Next slide. And that's a shot of her on some scaffolding creating that work of art. Truth be told, she was actually supposed to compose that mural on an adjacent building that was even higher, but during that time of year, it was very, very cold outside, and she, like me, suffers from a fear of heights, and she decided, no, let's go keep it on the ground level, and I think that was absolutely the best thing in the world because people come by that mural all the time, and they pose to get their pictures made. Next slide. This is also on the trail. It's a mural that is located in front of one of our public libraries. On the other side is a collection of pieces of art that was done by students 20 or 30 years ago, and it was kept on the inside of the building, but because the 50th anniversary was coming up, we decided that we would erect this permanent display case and put those children's works on permanent display. And then on this side here, we got professional artists who, if you look at the panel on the far left, you can see the replica of the Cleveland Avenue bus, or I guess that's a depiction of the actual bus, for the Montgomery bus boycott, which 60 years ago gave birth to the civil rights movement. And then the figure on the far right is President Obama, and the idea that the artist was trying to convey was that there is a direct lineage between the birthplace of the civil rights movement and the election of our first African American president. Next slide. This is another mural by that same artist who did the Edmund Pettus Bridge, and this is Montgomery native Nat King Cole. That mural was just completed a couple of weeks ago, and it's on a very prominent location where thousands of motorists drive by it every day, and it's a way to say, hey, we're proud of Mr. Cole for his music and the groundbreaking work that he did in terms of entertainment and breaking the color barrier. Next slide. This is one of two sculptures that also grace the trail. It's made of metal. This one is at the city of St. Jude, where the foot soldiers spent their last night before waking up the next morning and walking onto the Capitol. It's made of steel, and you might not be able to see clearly, but it's got the outer shape of marchers with their signs. Next slide. This is almost the exact opposite where you've got the outline of the marchers, and it's located in the 5 Points neighborhood. Next slide. This is a shot of the work actually being done by the artist in a foundry. It was some heavy-duty art, but definitely works as a magnet. It brings people to want to see it, and this piece at that 5 Points location has generated interest in that neighborhood, which was decaying, and now we've found that there are businesses that want to be near that roundabout. Can you go backwards for 1 second? If you can see in the upper left, that building is a high-rise that's been dormant ever since I got here in 1999, but now a local developer, or not a local developer, a developer from somewhere is coming in and pledging that he's going to spend millions of dollars to try to make that property viable. It's got fantastic views of the river and the city, and I think the city's investment in this expensive piece of art signals to developers, hey, we care about this community or this neighborhood, you should do the same. 2 more slides ahead if we can go. That's the Court Square, probably, for my money, the historically most significant piece of real estate in the entire country, no joke. And it's got the fountain that I was talking about, so it really doesn't need any extra art, but this pillar with the lion heads there is been erected, and it adds to the majesty of the area. Next slide. That's the fountain looking up towards Dexter Avenue, and that was the last turn that the civil rights marchers made as they made their way towards the Capitol. And if you look right in front of the Winter Building, and that's for you history buffs, you already know that that's where the order was given for Confederate forces to fire on Fort Sumter to start the Civil War. You can see just vaguely the letters VOTE. Those are actually gigantic, and I'll show you in a second, but right now those letters are on display at the Court Square Fountain because as the March from Selma to Montgomery is reenacted, we want marchers to come by and see the vote. Next slide. There go the letters at a location where they were mounted again in downtown Montgomery, not too far from the Nat King Cole Memorial or mural, and thousands of people go by every day. Next slide. And that's what it looks like. Those letters will probably travel around to different locations and be brought out for display as long as they're around. Next slide. This is from the Civil Rights Memorial, not too far from us. It's a sculpture that was commissioned by Maya Lin, the same artist who designed the Vietnam War Memorial. It added instant prestige to that memorial because of who the artist was. And a little backstory, in my old life I was a TV journalist, and when this came out in 1989, CBS did a 2.5-minute report on this memorial being dedicated, and that night I ran that report in its entirety just because, one, it's such a beautiful monument, and the topic is close to my heart, and communities love when you can get that type of national and international publicity. It's you can't pay for it. It would be too expensive. But for us to have a work of art that was great, that was made by a renowned artist, and then get network television to cover it, that's a good day. Next slide. This is a rendering of a monument that is being commissioned by the Equal Justice Initiative. That's probably the leading, probably my eye. They are indeed the leading opponents to capital punishment and the mistreatment of criminals. And from the distance, it looks like there are a bunch of pillars mounted into the ground. Next slide. As you get closer, you can see that those figures are actually being suspended from up above, and this is a monument to memorialize victims of lynching. Each of those figures dropping down will represent a documented case of someone in our country's history who was lynched. This is in our Centennial Hill neighborhood. If you go over there right now, you'll see lots of diesel, earth-moving equipment. I mean, it's going to be, in the words of our president, huge. And what we realized is that the adjacent pieces of property all of a sudden are generating new interest from investors, and their property values are starting to rise. The city owned one piece of land that was adjacent to it that we couldn't give away 5 years ago. Now there have been so many inquiries that we have issued a request for proposal, and we'll sell it to a combination of who is the highest bidder, and then also who has the best, highest use of that land, because when that project is complete, we think that it's going to be a magnet for tourists, similar to the way the Smithsonian's Museum for African American History has just been going like gangbusters up in DC. Next slide. Who knows who that is right there? Who knows the soundtrack from that at all? Anyone? Okay, there's a line where Aaron Burr goes up to General Washington and says, "I'm Aaron Burr, sir. I was a captain under General Montgomery until he took a bullet in the neck in Quebec." And that General Montgomery he's talking about was the first general to die in the Revolutionary War, and he is the general that the city of Montgomery is named after. Next slide. There's a picture of the statue of General Richard Montgomery, but it is not here in the Capital of Dreams. That's in my hometown of Philadelphia by the Art Museum. But I just wanted to show you General Montgomery and mention my hometown. And go to the next slide. This is a slide that's in front of our Montgomery County Courthouse just a few blocks away. That too is General Montgomery, but that is that's Major Lemuel Montgomery. And it just is a little quirk that Montgomery City and Montgomery County are named after two different people. And that concludes today's lesson in history trivia. Next slide. This is a photo that we took as my statue was being moved from in front of my office in City Hall. That's Hank Williams Sr. You can see it's on Dexter Avenue, and the Capitol is in the background. From my office, I used to be able to see hundreds of pilgrims every year that would come to that statue of Hank with his hat and with his guitar, and they would just pose and get their pictures taken. It was just wonderful. And now, next slide. We've moved the statue to the riverfront, probably just 2 blocks away. If you look out the front of this door, you can see it, and I'm sure that's a more higher traffic location and probably a better vantage point for people to come and see the Hank statue, but I still miss it. During Christmas time, someone would come and put a Santa hat on it and sometimes drape things around Hank's neck. But Hank Williams is another example of people coming here to see the Hank Williams Museum, see his grave site, see the statue. Every January 1st, people continue to come to the cemetery where he's born and have you're supposed to drink some whiskey. Some people drink whiskey without it being his next slide. The Crest building, this building was built in the 1920s. It was the crown jewel of the downtown merchant district, and when I got here, it had been vacant for years. In fact, I'm going to give you an example of art not being a good idea. This block between the Court Square Fountain and Perry Street was owned all by one person who said, "I know that one day Montgomery is going to boom. I'm just going to sit on this property and it's going to lay dormant and I'm going to just be a speculator." And some artist boarded up the property and then started painting these elaborate religious-themed murals. Beautiful works of art, but eventually it sent a signal that ain't nothing going to happen here, because I've invested in this work of art that proves that this building is going to be boarded up for a long time. The city was able to buy those properties and then do an RFP process and bring in developers who are going to develop them. Everyone knew that was going to be the crown jewel. If the Crest building could be re-innovated, rejuvenated, then it was going to just spread like a pebble that has rings at the surface of a pond. Next slide. About 3 years ago, the a developer came in and said that he wanted to hear from the community and local artisans as to what the new identity of the Crest building should be. Next slide. So there's going to be retail space, there's going to be food space. He's hoping that art galleries will come in and use some of the retail space. Next slide. But the building is going to be reserved for creative types and makers who will be able to set up shop there, and because of the flexibility of the retail spaces, you'll be able to have small spaces where just one person, entrepreneur, artist can set up shop, and then bigger ones as well. I'm almost done. 2 minutes. Next slide. Professor Metcalf, I don't want you to think I forgot the performing arts. They are important as well. This is a shot of our riverfront where a lot of concerts are held. Next slide. One of the dance theaters here in town does a free concert at the Montgomery Zoo for Ballet and the Beast, free of charge. Next, the Montgomery Symphony Orchestra has a yearly concert in May right by the Arts and Archives and History. That's free, of course. Next slide. The Symphony Orchestra also does a concert every September in at the Blunt Cultural Park at the Alabama Shakespeare Festival right there. That's free of charge as well. Next slide. And final slide is a recent mural that says Montgomery is your opportunity. Through our social media, we are asking people here in town to come pose with your picture in front of that mural that lets you know that Montgomery is a place where good things are happening. And I'm going to close with this one story. In my old life, I was a TV news person, and the biggest story that took place here was the announcement of Hyundai choosing Montgomery as the first location for its North American automotive plant. But it came out, the tip came out on April 1st, so we weren't really sure whether we should go with it or not, because back in that era it was bad to put out news that was wrong. But 2 weeks, thank you very much. 2 weeks earlier, we got another tip that led us to believe that yes, Hyundai was coming. We learned that local leaders were taking Hyundai executives to the Blunt Cultural Park. And to us, that proved that yes, we had made it past the process of putting up enough money to be incentivized or attractive. Yes, we had proven that we had the natural resources, the access to transportation that they would need. And yes, our site that we had proposed was good enough as well. What Hyundai was doing was looking for a sign that Montgomery was going to have the quality of life, that this plant would be successful, and they looked to our investment in the arts to make that decision. When they gave us the plant, they said, you're going to get 2,000 jobs, paying $50,000 a year. That's $100 million. That's a nice paycheck. In reality, we've gotten 3,000 jobs at the Hyundai plant alone. With overtime because of the high demand of their Hyundai vehicles, they're making $80,000 a year. That's $250 million just from the Hyundai plant alone. Add in the suppliers, and that's sweet icing on the cake, and we got that financial jackpot in part because we proved to the Koreans that we embrace the arts and that Montgomery is a great place to live. Thank you very much for listening, and thank you very much for what you do across Alabama.
Thank you, gentlemen. I wish we had time for questions and answers, but
we don't.
We don't. But we have index cards on your tables. So if you have questions for these gentlemen, write them down, give them to me. I will get them to the questions to them, and they can answer you via email. Is that right? Okay, great. So Felicia Lucky, where are you? Come on down. It's your turn. Felicia Lucky is going to talk to us for just a few minutes as well. And if you guys want to kind of stand up and stretch for a little while, I know you've been sitting all day, so feel free, please. Yeah, just kind of do that, and we will bring Felicia up. We've got, again, bios are in your program, so I wasn't really prepared to introduce everybody by giving you their bio. So where would you prefer to lead off? She'll have to.
Okay, let me let her know that I got one. Okay, let me let her know. We'll bring you right. Okay. would be glad to do that. And I think one of my greatest strengths, even though I want to talk about this yesterday, but is the fact that we have a group of community volunteers throughout Selma, kind of that we work with. We help us mobilize. I'm ready if you are.
Good stuff.
And
All
so
right,
we'd
dear.
love to.
All right, I hope everybody's had a chance to stretch a little bit, and we are going to continue on. I just took a sneak peek into the room next door where we're having our reception, and they've started to put everything out, and it looks like it's going to be really good. And there's a bunch of musical instruments there, so we're going to have some great music, so I hope everybody sticks around. I hope some folks come back. And if you have not signed up to go see the collaborative project downtown, the sign-up sheet is back there. It's not absolutely necessary that you sign up, but we really would like to know if anybody's going to go on over there after the reception. So, Felicia Lucky.
Well, good afternoon to everyone. I know that it is late and towards the end of the day, but as promised, I will not keep you much longer than my allotted time. It is a pleasure to be here with you today. I bring you greetings from Selma, Alabama. I work with the Black Belt Community Foundation, and just a little bit of information about us. We serve 12 counties throughout Alabama's Black Belt. Most times when you hear a reference to the Black Belt of Alabama, you usually hear something with a negative connotation. And a lot of the work that we do at the foundation, we do it to help build and lift and strengthen the Black Belt region, which we think in terms actually helps to lift and build the entire state. I'm really excited that I do this work. It is a very personal journey for me because the Black Belt is home. And I left as many folks did and thought I would never come back. At least that was my plan. God had something else planned. So for the last 13 years, I've been doing this work. I'm really fortunate there's a young lady back there who's taking a picture who's on our staff and who knows more about some of the programs that I'll talk about today, but we're really blessed in the Black Belt region that we have the gift of a local artist by the name of Jo Taylor. And Jo is a native of Selma as well, an artist in her own right, but she's the program manager for the arts at the Black Belt Community Foundation. She doesn't like attention, but she works really hard. I was given the task today to chat a little bit about equity in the arts, and I just have a couple of questions for you. When you hear, well, let me ask this. If you have heard of equity and equality being used almost interchangeably, raise your hand. What do we think is the difference between equity and equality? And I want to just take a moment and ask that we flip to the next slide. I think this is very simple, but I think it says quite a bit about it. Now, if you can see it, for some in the back, it may be a little more challenging, but if you can see that the very first block to your left, equality, shows 3 blocks. And of those 3 blocks, they're all the same width, the same height. That's equality. Equality really focuses more on equalness. So all 3 of those blocks are equal, and while the intent is that everyone can see the game, those 3 blocks don't allow for every one of the individuals there to see the game. So when you look at equality, it promotes fairness. It's very fair that each of them has a block. It promotes justice, and it really gives everyone, each of those 3 individuals, it gives them pretty much the same thing, which is a standing block. But if you go over to the next slide that talks a little bit about equity, it's more about fairness. It's more about making sure that everyone has access and opportunity. I think this is very simple in how it's presented, but it is very powerful in what it means. For those of us in the Black Belt region, the lack thereof sometimes to access and opportunities is very, very prevalent. But having an opportunity to not only be able to stand up on the same size block as others, but to actually be able to stand and see what's happening over the fence. So I put it in that context. And let me ask this, are many of you familiar with the Black Belt region at all? Most are, and like I say, you mostly heard of it, not in a good light. What we strive for at the Black Belt Community Foundation is just what that second slide does, is we strive for equity in all of our work and what we do. Why that's important is most times individuals think that you can have equality, and you can, but to have equality, you've got to have equity in place first. Then once there's equity, then you can transition and move to equality. That's really important to me and to our organization because equity will allow us to have some very difficult conversations that will then set us on the stage for equality. When you talk about equity, it's a very, for some who are still struggling with this definition, it is oftentimes very difficult to grasp. But at the end of the day, when we look at equity through the arts, to be able to make sure that just because a child lives in Gee's Bend, Alabama, and are very fortunate to have the Gee's Bend quilters there, or may live in Alberta, who if you cannot access the ferry at that moment, you have to drive 45 minutes around, and you may or may not have a car. Just because you're in that situation doesn't mean you shouldn't be able to watch the game over the fence. You still want to see what's going on as well. And that's a lot of what we try to do at the Black Belt Community Foundation is bring resources into the region so that we make sure everyone sees over the fence. So I want to just take a moment and just move through a couple of slides with you. As promised, I will not be long. If we will advance to the next one. I was given the task of sharing some of our challenges and successes in actually encouraging and pursuing equity in the arts. This is a picture, while it's not labeled, of, I don't know how many of you may have heard of Gaineswood, which is an old home that's celebrated in the Demopolis area in Marengo County. The Friends of Gaineswood applied for a grant, and we actually are a grant-making institution at the foundation, but they applied for a grant to provide access to their program to support Heritage Days for fourth grade students throughout Marengo County. Now, many of you know throughout the Black Belt, as is with the state of Alabama, we don't just have homogeneous population. We really have some that are both of black and white and Latinos and others that exist. So Heritage Days, as first presented, really showed a one-sided picture of what Heritage Days were all about. So for someone that may look like me, for Heritage Days to be important, I needed to see the role that someone looked like me played back during those days that were celebrated. And while there were very harsh times, there was still something to be proud of that individuals that looked like me during that time could actually build without a formal education, could actually build and put these things in place. As a funder, what we did is we challenged that board to find a way to incorporate that so that it could be a project that actually showed equity across the board. They were very amenable to doing it, didn't have any reservations, or they did not reject the idea at all. They just simply had not thought about it. That's why for us it is critical, if you have voices around the table that reflect the communities that you're serving, then some of that doesn't just slip through the cracks. But if you have a homogeneous board that just looks and represents only one population, 9 times out of 10, that's exactly what will happen. That was one of our challenges, and easily we could have just denied the grant application, but that would have been a terrible disservice to fourth grade students throughout an entire county. And all we had to do, and I can say this because traditionally folks just say no, put an X on it and move on. So we had to think out the box and how could we take this project that even though it was presented one way that we didn't feel really represented equity across the region, how could we put a spin on it? So our challenge was that we had to have this conversation, and they hoped the folks were receptive. And we were really fortunate that in the end they were. So Heritage Days now goes on representing the population of all who were involved. Next slide, please. This is a project that Joe has raved on and on about, and over the last couple of months, we've done what we had not done before, and that was to actually fund libraries throughout the Black Belt region with a focus on incorporating arts and education. And in Pickens County, as Joe had a chance to actually go and visit, she came back so excited, and she has a kind of weird sense of humor, really, so it's funny to see her all excited like she was. But to know the Black Belt region and to know that, unfortunately, to date, many of the public schools are still pretty much 99% African American, and the private schools are pretty much 99% white. So for us to have a project, and this was a project that was funded through a grant to the Aliceville Public Library, is the name instead of Pickens County, Aliceville Public Library, they were able to bring over 195, nearly 200 students together from both the public and private schools. Not only did they bring them together, they brought the Alabama Shakespeare Festival to them, and they worked together to do this project. Now, to some, that may sound really small, but to us, that was a big deal. Anytime you can cross the lines and get conversations going, it is a big deal. They brought 195 students together. They did a public showing where they had the entire community come together, where over 200 individuals came together to actually see this performance that was done by this student. When we talk about equity in the arts, had it not been for a grant, that had we not had a partnership with the Alabama State Council on the Arts, students in Pickens County may not even know that the Alabama Shakespeare Festival exists. Next slide, please. How many of you all knew there was a such thing as an Okra Festival? If you did, let me see your hand. Okra Festival. I have lived in Alabama mostly all of my life, but I did not know much about the Okra Festival. It is a very endearing event, and it is one that offers you quite a variety of foods. I'd never heard of an okra pie. It's actually pretty good. There's pickled okra. And I like food, so I try it, whether I'm going to like it or not. You know you put it in gumbo, but just about everything you can think of, they do with okra in Lowndes County on the last weekend of August. What we found really interesting with this, and we actually have just a little quote from the individual who was the founder of the Okra Festival. It is held, I just want to paint a picture for you. It is held on a small street in Lowndes County that's not even paved, but vendors from all over come to this place. So if you have some time during the last weekend in August, take a visit there. They have different stages, different music, different basket makers, you name it, it's there. And they celebrate okra. You see the sign, go green, eat okra. Well, Barbara Evans gave us a quote in one of our videos, and she said, for one day, Dr. King's dream of a beloved community comes true. It's like the cloud breaks, the sun shines, and that this is the way that Alabama is supposed to be. When we talk about equity, that's something that we're proud of, because without that festival existing in Lowndes County, they may not have this experience of this beloved community. And for some, it seems very small, but it truly means a lot to us, because it says that we're not only talking about equity around the arts, but we're also supporting it along the way. Next slide, please. Another one of those projects that Joe gets excited about, and you will too, I hope, and we actually have one other slide and I'm finished. This is a project that is called Chili's Ice Cool Band. A little bit about the band. About a couple of years ago, we were approached asking for a small grant, and when I say small, I mean around $3,000 to support this type of project. We want to buy instruments, and we want to help students in Bullitt County and Union Springs who do not have access to instruments. We want to give them instruments and teach them how to play. Well, guess what? They actually had about 15 students enrolled. They bought maybe 18 instruments. Is that correct, Joe? Bought 18 instruments. How much longer was it? But until they got to their performance, from the time they got the instruments until they got to their performance. In November. They bought instruments in June. They said they made a pledge that they were going to teach each child how to play 2 instruments, and their very first performance was in November when they marched in a parade. So, without having access to resources, to help students there for others. And as I listened to the presentation from the Mobile Symphony, you know, I'm a little envious about that, because I don't have that in the Black Belt. But guess what? I am so darn proud of Chili's Ice Cool Marching Band. I'm so proud that I'm going to show you just a small snippet of a video, if you will. You can move. And hopefully you'll be able to see them a little bit in the back. They have on the blue. Playing and moving and kicking. wanted to take a moment to show just what can actually happen. And I would be remiss if I did not say a special thank you to the Alabama State Council on the Arts. And when we talk about equity, I don't think that there's a greater definition or display of equity in the arts as what we've seen. For years, the Alabama State Council on the Arts has existed, and it has worked to put resources into the region, but never before in the manner that it's done since 2005, when the partnership between the Black Oak Community Foundation and the State Council was founded. I know that for many, it is easy to say we want to do something. It's another thing to actually do it. Not only did they say it, they were also willing to say, we recognize our shortcomings. We can't get into all of the holes and crooks and crannies that you can. We don't even know some of them exist if we live in Montgomery. So if you can help us do that, we will be honored. And so I just want to say publicly to Al and to Barbara and to the entire council, thank you for allowing the Black Belt region to be able to hire Joe. I don't know anything about arts. I'm an accountant by trade. So I have Joe who knows arts, who knows the community, who loves the community, who is able to do that. I could not do that without the support of the State Council. Neither will we be able to provide funding. And we're really excited to say that we've given away about $1 million, close to organizations in the Black Belt region. So thank you for allowing us the chance to do that, and thank you for allowing us to bring equity in the Black Belt.
Almost there. Owen Foster is one of the newest members of our board of directors. He is one of the co-founders of Aether Global Learning. It's an amazing organization. Again, there's more information in your program. Owen's going to just give you some really great insight on some really wonderful thinking possibilities. We do have an activity, a hands-on activity that we hope we can get to. Yay! All right. So I'm going to turn this over to Owen, and as soon as we're done, we can go listen to some music and have some food and drink.
Hello to everyone. Can y'all hear me over here? Okay? Okay, because I won't use this thing. All right, so I had a whole hour or so workshop, but I know no one wants that one. So let's go through it pretty quickly. All right, my name is Owen Foster. I just got through working at SCAD for the chair of the Industrial Design Department for 6 years. A couple of us that are in higher education decided there's more to it than a classroom. We've been running a camp in North Alabama for about 5 years where we take people and students from around the world, put them in the middle of 3,000 acres, take away technology, and they have to figure out for themselves. It's called critical thinking. Right? We all had it growing up. What we learned was common sense. Common is not really a word that you put into it today because technology is the best tool. It's a great tool. I use YouTube. I use all of those Google searches. But I do not allow that to be my only tool. This is the tool you use. Figure it out. How many of y'all believe in positive failure? Anybody that's a creative should believe in that. That's our struggle. That's why our engineers don't really appreciate or going, well, maybe it's this, it could be that. No, they want a definite, it is this, it is that, because math has one answer. Right? So that's what we fight every single day. Now, we've heard design thinking, right? Everybody hears design thinking. Business schools are now teaching design thinking. What is that? Well, one, most linear thinking is point A to point B, what can I achieve? Design thinking does this. It goes out. Then it comes back in with the logic going, oh, some of those are a little bit too far out. But what you do, you take little nuggets from those and you bust right back out and you try to diverge. Then you're going to converge on maybe that's the right answer, but you'll usually end up with 10. Then you have to put it to a value proposition. Which one has more positive value? And that's the whole process. Now you're going to hear the 5Ds, 4Ds, double diamonds, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to simplify it for you. It's not hard. Right? So, let me get the marker that actually. Oh, you're good? public was not ready for that. Apple taught you how to schedule. They slowly got that worked into just by using iPod. You had the clicks, you had the motion, you had this, the screen got bigger, now it's all digital. So we're looking for a problem or opportunity. Simple. So what that leads you to is what? Research. Research tells you if you're going down engineers, designers, county, HR, I better have some of their vocabulary down. I better be able to speak their language to a certain degree where they're going to trust me. Because remember, artists and designers are flaky. We don't have any truth. We're playing in fantasy world. We are. Von Braun, everybody knows who he is, right? He had artists create images before we could even get to the moon to sell. We didn't get to the moon because we had to set up a dream. And that artist allowed us to be there. And then Von Braun allowed his mathematicians and engineers and everyone else to create that vessel to get us to that dream. Now, that leads me to this section. Everybody solved for something right here. Let's talk about business. If you're only solving something for right at the moment, you are phased out. You will have a limited time frame within the business world because it's going to pass you by. So we call this future forecasting. Not predicting, forecasting. Because you cannot predict the future. Sorry, much as people want to, you cannot. But you can forecast several scenarios and lead you to those. How many of y'all went against HR before? Right? They have stop, boom, legal, boom, 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 boom. Well, if you forecast and you plan for where you want to be, you can find back doors to all of those solutions. So if I want to create something that's a little bit far out, I'm going to walk backwards and go, okay, how can I solve that problem? How can I answer that question? Because you know it's coming. And we use this method. A, B, C, Q. A is what they ask for. You have to give it to them because they're giving you a paycheck. B is going, how about if we try this? Just a little bit change. C is a little bit step forward. We're going about 4 or 5 years out. This is where we need to be. Q, let's redefine the definition of that industry. You have to win a couple of A's before they believe you. But then they're going to be like, let's just go ahead and jump to C or B. Well, you just saved the company 5 years right there. You might be on the forefront of creating something brand new. Now, I'm saying all of this is because this is the design process. This is critical thinking in simple steps. But now, here's where another folly happens. You label things too quickly. If I tell you to create a cell phone, what happens? and then you're going to go back to